Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if people started learning about Deku's past? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Outside the room, Eri frowns as she tries to enter in a hero code like she's seen both of her parents do before. As she does so, the pin pad lets out another series of beeps, before the screen starts to flash red indicating a second failed attempt. Frowning, Eri stares at the pin pad as if trying to concentrate on finding just the right combination. Eri, correct? It's been a few days, where's your guardian? A nurse with champagne pink hair steps up beside the silver-haired child, smiling softly. Eri giggles as she nods. Yep, that's me. Your eyes is nurse, right? The nurse nods, her smile widening to spread across her face at Eri's giggles. I am, yes. My name is Talia. She tenses as the sound of hurried footsteps cause her to look up in alarm. There, running down the hall towards them, is a young, muscular blonde that she's never seen before. Eri, I told you to wait for me. We're in a hospital, you can't just go running off without a chaperone. Stepping in front of the little girl, Talia levels a glare at the older teen running towards them. Excuse me, but you're in a hospital. Please be respectful of the patients here. This floor, as I'm sure you know since you got in here, is filled with heroes. That kind of heedless behavior can have a negative impact on their recovery, as their instincts tend to be to prepare for a fight. The blonde slows his steps as he gets closer, head hanging slightly in shame as he moves a hand to the back of his head, an indication of his sheepishness. I offer my sincerest apologies. Talia gives a sharp nod of acceptance, and as she goes to question who this young man is, the little girl behind her interrupts her. Lemillion, what took you so long? You were supposed to stay with me. Eri steps out from behind Talia, her head tilted to the side curiously as she looks at the blonde teen in question. Mirio sighs as he scratches the back of his head nervously. I ran into someone downstairs and had to lead him to the pediatric ward since that is where student ages would go. Eri taps her chin in thought before looking at Mirio. Who was it? Mirio winces at the question as he pulls out his provisional hero license and hands it over to Talia. All Might is looking for Midoriya. Talia looks over the ID before handing it back to the teen. She swipes her ID on the pin pad, noting that it says that Eraserhead is in there, before opening the door slowly. Eraser? This is Nurse Talia. I have Eri and provisional hero Lemillion with me. I'm sending them inside. Shoyuta doesn't let his guard down the slightest, even as he starts to approach the door. Who was attempting to gain access? Eri pushes the door open a bit more to peek around it and into the room with a sheepish expression. That was me, sorry daddy. I wanted to enter the pin like you and Papa do. But I couldn't figure out the right combination. Shoyuta releases his capture weapon, a fond huff escaping him. Eri, you can't just guess the code though. You only have 3 attempts before you send the whole hospital on high alert. Eri's bottom lip quivers as tears start to fill her eyes. I'm so sorry daddy. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. She then turns to face Talia before bowing in apology. I'm really sorry. Shoyuta places a hand on the top of Eri's head, gently ruffling her hair. It's not your fault. If it's anyone's fault, it would be your chaperones for letting you do your own thing. Talia smiles softly at the silver-haired child before turning her attention to the dark-haired man. As you know, there are only allowed to be 2 people visiting at a time. However, I will let Dr. Arion and the other nurses that I made an exception due to someone being here looking for Izuku. Shoyuta tenses at that, a slight frown sliding easily onto his face. Who's looking for him? Talia motions to Mirio, who has snuck in quietly behind her, and Eri. Lemillion can inform you while I inform my colleagues what's going on. My apologies. She gives a quick nod of her head before exiting the room. Shoyuta waits to hear the door lock engage before turning to Mirio. Explain. Mirio gives a sharp nod of his head, knowing that right now he's not a student or Eri's babysitter. No, this hospital visit has become him being Lemillion hero student, reporting to a pro hero who will do whatever it takes to keep everyone safe. Upon our arrival, I was stopped by none other than All Might, sir. He was asking why we're here. Eri informed him that we were visiting patients to make them happy. I quickly agreed. She informed me a bit of what was going on before we arrived, showing that she knew more about the situation than I did. That being the case, I followed her lead. She didn't want All Might to know something, so I explained to him that we were doing community service for Aries' school project, which is to read to someone outside of her family. She chose to read to the heroes that are recovering. Mirio takes a moment to catch his breath before continuing his report. All Might told us that was a kind thing to do and was sure to lift some spirits, even though he didn't believe that we should be bothering the heroes. When asked what he was doing here, he explained to us that his old teacher was here the other night and heard mention of young Midoriya being here, so he wanted to check up on the boy. He didn't have any idea where to look, however, so I took him to the pediatric ward, explaining that since Midoriya is a minor, he would probably be on that floor. Bakugo, unable to keep quiet any longer, growls, "What? Now that old bag of bones effing cares? When the DMed nerd is lying here in effing coma?" Aries' head turns as if on a swivel to face Bakugo, all guilt from almost locking down the hospital gone, as she turns an impressive replicate of Shuda's own scowl on the explosive teen. "Like you have any room to talk? I know what you did. I know about the burns you placed on him. He's my hero. You told him to take a swan dive off a roof for something he couldn't control. How could you?" Tears fall as Eri glares at Bakugo, those red eyes filled with a blazing fury. Bakugo winces as he slowly approaches Eri to try to calm the girl down. They've gotten along before, after all, and he knows that she's justified in her feelings right now. Hell, he feels that way about himself with the situation. "I effed up, kid. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have used my quirk on him, and I shouldn't have given him that dumbass nickname. But I did, and I can't change that. But I promise you and him that I'm going to be better. I'm going to be the best DMN hero I can be. By learning to be a better person first." Aries' little hands ball into fists that she clenches at her side. "You don't get it. He's dying. They don't even know if he will wake up." She can't stop the anger, the hurt, from flowing through her as she pulls back her right fist and delivers a blow to Bakugo's jewels. Stepping back as she watches Bakugo fall, she lowers her hands back to her side, tears just falling freely down her cheeks as she whispers brokenly, "Great, be a better person, but it may be too late for Deku to see." Shoyuta glances at Mirio before nodding his head to the side, gesturing towards Bakugo while he goes over to Eri and wraps his daughter in his arms, letting her just cry for as long as she needs to. It's not until she starts to calm down to just an occasional sniffle that Shoyuta actually speaks. "That punch, you had good form, kiddo." It's enough to break the tension in the room as a soft, wet giggle escapes the child. "Thanks, Daddy. Papa. And Toshi taught me how to throw a proper punch." Shoyuta hums softly in acknowledgement. "Did they now?" Eri nods her head into Shuda's shoulder as she leans against him. Shoyuta just hugs Eri close while looking over at the two blondes in the room, a brow arching in silent question. Bakugo lets out a grunt as he slowly makes his way back to his feet, a hand still holding himself to try to ease the throbbing pain. "If she packs a punch?" Mirio moves a chair around so that Bakugo can sit in it, his face twisted in sympathy for the younger teen. Shoyuta can't help it. He lets out a soft snicker at Bakugo's comment. Apparently Mike and Shinso were the ones to teach her how to throw a punch. Bakugo groans as he sits slowly in the chair. Great. I got DJ punched straight to the FNG ball." Mirio pats Bakugo's shoulder in sympathy, all while laughing. "It'll toughen you up. You won't believe how many villains and thugs tend to go for that spot." Shoyuta nods in agreement before his attention is diverted to the door as he hears what sounds to be a disturbance. Outside of Izuku's room stands a shriveled blonde man, fingers hesitating over the pin pad briefly before he pulls out his phone to make sure he has the correct code. But before he gets a chance to even enter the code, he's stopped by a nurse calling out to him. "Excuse me, sir? Did you check in with the nurse's desk? The occupant of this room is not allowed visitors unless they are cleared." Talia hugs the chart she's carrying close to her, silver eyes boring into the man trying to gain access to one of her patients' rooms. The man turns, his hair tufts swaying in the small breeze that the movement creates. Blue eyes looking over the pink-haired nurse, a frown set deep into his sunken face. Yes. You see, I teach at U.A and I happen to hear about one of our students being here. I just wanted to make sure that their recovery is coming along nicely." Talia narrows her eyes in distaste at the man. Let's not play this game, shall we? I know that you are All Might, and that while yes you teach it you are not on the approved list to visit any of our patients that need the full security measures. Now you need to leave before I have security see you out. All Might frowns at the young woman. Now listen here, young lady, that is no way to talk to someone. I just wanted to make sure that my young student is all right. Talia doesn't let anything show on her face as she taps the chart in her arms briefly in thought. We only deal with fully licensed heroes here in the hero ward. If you're looking for a student, why not check the pediatric ward? All Might glances back at the door. He had been trying to gain entrance to giving a small shake of his head. He wasn't in the pediatric ward, I went there first. I decided to check here since he's a hero student. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have any hero students here. As I said, we only deal with fully licensed heroes. It would be too dangerous for a student to be here. Now I really must insist you leave. I can't have you causing a commotion that could negatively impact our recovering heroes. Talia gives All Might a soft but patient smile, showing all the care in the world for her patients. Let's go, sir. The nurse said you needed to leave. Allow me to see you downstairs. All Might looks up at the man approaching, who is every bit as big as he was when he still had possession of One for All. I'd appreciate that, thank you, young man. The security officer nods as he leads All Might away from the door, never allowing the blonde to wait around as they head to the elevators where one is being held open by another officer. Sighing softly to herself, Talia scans her badge on the pin pad, causing the door to unlock. Carefully, she opens the door just enough so that the occupants can hear her clearly. This is Nurse Talia. I just wanted to inform you that it's all clear. Security is skirting All Might out of the building as we speak. There's also a nurse at the desk currently reaching out to inform the others on the approved list of what has just happened. I apologize for the disturbance. Talia closes the door behind her, making sure it locks yet again before heading to the nurse's station to help with making the phone calls. Bakugo glares at the door in absolute hatred, like it had personally offended him. How did he find out that this is where Midoriya is? Shoyuta turns his attention to Mirio. You said All Might mentioned his old teacher, correct? Mirio nods. Yes, sir. Sir Knight, I mentioned before that Gran Torino was All Might's teacher, if that helps. Shoyuta picks Eri up carefully and settles her on the bed beside Izuku before taking a step back to look at the other boys in the room. I'll have someone look into it. In the meantime, it looks like you're stuck here for a bit. So why don't you tell me what you know about the kid's quirk? Mirio's eyes widen as he looks towards the door, debating the odds of him managing to escape. Realizing the likelihood is very slim, Mirio takes a seat in the other chair. Sir wanted me to be the next successor of the quirk. Had taken me under his wing to help me with my quirk, but also to help me prepare to inherit the power of All Might. I didn't know that at first. I just knew that Sir was interested in me and was helping me train my quirk. It wasn't until close to second year of UA when we were supposed to have a meeting with All Might that he told me about this amazing quirk that could be passed down, and that he wanted me to be the successor of that power. Mirio leans forward, placing his head in his hands as the memories wash over him. All Might never made that meeting though. Sir was so upset. But I was so relieved. My quirk was already strong enough to control. I didn't want to have this other quirk to try to train along with it. Shoyuta holds up a hand to interrupt, his brows narrowing in suspicion. Do you know why he didn't show? Mirio gives a small nod of his head. Sir said that All Might found another person who he believed could be the next holder of One for All. He glances over at the unconscious teen with a sigh. That's the day he met Midoriya, isn't it? Closing his eyes for a moment, Shoyuta nods faintly. It appears that way, yes. Anything else you can tell me? Sir told me about All for One, some supervillain who has been after the quirk for centuries. How he killed the previous holder and nearly killed All Might. Sorry, that's all I know. Mirio takes a moment to fully take in the other occupants' forms. The guilt clinging to Bakugo, who sits with his hands clenched, the stress and exhaustion that's hanging off of Aizawa more than usual, and Eri, who, even having fallen asleep curled up with Midoriya, shows all the signs of someone who's heartbroken, evident by the tears falling down her cheeks even in her sleep. Turning his attention back to the oldest in the room, he lowers his voice. Can I ask what all this is about? Eri only told me about Midoriya being hurt, but it looks like he did this to himself. But that doesn't explain Eri's outburst, nor does it explain why All Might can't know. As the predecessor to the quirk, if Midoriya did try to commit, Mirio frowns as his words get stuck in his throat. It takes him a few minutes to gather himself again before he tries to finish what he was saying. If he did try to commit suicide, then All Might has every right to know about that. Bakugo sneers over at the other blonde. Yeah, like that, because you would even care. Just like you probably don't, you're only worried about the quirk, aren't you? You don't care about the Midoriya. Bakugo, that's enough. Shoyuta glares at the blonde teens, trying to hold in his exasperation at the fact that again he is having to deal with loud blondes. Mirio looks at Bakugo, his smile tight, but he knows better than to call the other teen out for what he heard during Eri's outburst. I do care about Midoriya. He's a good kid and he'll make a great hero. He already is because he saved Eri. I just don't understand how things got to be where they are now. He's always seemed so happy. As for worrying about the quirk? Yeah, I am a little, but that's only because if All for One has truly been after it for years and it ceases to exist, then what happens? Bakugo gives a small huff. Maybe it's for the best if the quirk doesn't exist. They're not even trying to keep this a secret anymore. The third user, a man with hair tied up into a spiky ponytail with a black bandana, exclaims as he jams his hands into the pockets of his combat jacket. A bald-headed man slams his hands down on the arms of his chair as he glares over at the third user. Now's not really the time for keeping secrets. The kid deserves justice. From what I'm hearing, 8's sidekick told his student more than 8 told his own successor. I'm sure that Tashinori had a good reason. The only woman among the past users looks over at the ghostly form of her successor, casting him a sad smile before turning her attention back to those in front of her. Yeah, to see 9 get killed? The bald man grunts out unhappily. A white-haired man who looks rather malnourished sighs heavily. That's enough banjo, Nana. Regardless of what has happened, we can't change it now. We just have to wait for 9 to wake up, remember? And when he doesn't, Yoichi? Because need I remind you all, there's a strong possibility that he's dying? He couldn't handle his job. The second user, a man with short spiky hair and a scar across his face, exclaims, his hands balling up into fists at his sides. The fourth user, Hikage, runs a hand down the crack on the left side of his face, his hand coming to rest near his lower lip as he gets lost in thought for a moment. Then we go with him. Unable to stay quiet any longer, the sixth user of One for All, a dark-haired man who wears a high-collared jacket that obscures his mouth, looks at the others around him. 9 is still a child, younger than any of us were when we took on the burden of defeating All for One. He shouldn't have had to handle this, especially not by himself. And is correct, though I have no idea why you all are so negative. I for one still have hope for our dearest 9. Yoichi smiles softly to the other occupants of their room, as if a parent dealing with his petulant child. A knocking on the door draws the attention of the occupants that are currently awake. Shoyuta gives a faint nod of greeting to the doctor as he walks into the room. Aizawa, good to see you again. And who are these young men? Dr. Aaron gives both of the blondes a critical look before he approaches the bed. A smile spreading across his face as he sees the silver-haired child curled up asleep. The older of the boys is Mirio. He scritted Eri here today. The younger blonde is Bakugo. He's one of my students. Shoyuta gives nothing away as he talks to Izuku's doctor. Nodding in acquiesce, Dr. Aaron motions for the dark-haired man to come closer to the bed. I need you to move the little miss if you don't mind. Nedzu wants us to go ahead and run the next set of tests to see how Izuku is doing. So, I'm afraid you're going to have to leave. Shoyuta frowns as he leans down to carefully take Eri into his arms, hesitating a moment as he's so close to Izuku. He's grateful that his husband isn't here, as his hand twitches, giving away how he wishes that he were picking up the green net as well. Give us an update when you get the results back? Dr. Aaron nods as he goes about checking Izuku's vitals while waiting for the rest of his team to arrive. Of course, but remember there is a strong possibility that Izuku will not awaken from this. I don't want you to get your hopes up. Bakugo tenses hearing the doctor's words, head whipping to stare up at the other man. What the hell do you mean that there's a strong possibility that the nerd won't wake up? Of course he will. he has to. Dr. Un smiles softly to the young blonde even as his eyes sharpen. I understand. He briefly pats Bakugo's shoulder in sympathy. Shoyuta frowns at the blondes as he waits by the door holding Eri protectively in his arms. Let's go, we don't want to get in their way. Not needing to be told again, the teens hurry after Aizawa, each one lost in their own thoughts. Handing Eri off to Mirio once they arrive back on school grounds, Shoyuta pulls out his phone, sending off a quick text to Hound Dog to see if he has time to talk to Bakugo. He doesn't even get a chance to put his phone away before he gets a response from the counselor. An automated response that gets sent in reply to any text the man receives when he's busy talking to someone. Nodding to himself, Shoyuta puts his phone away, knowing that once the other man is free, he'll find him. Mirio watches Shoyuta for a moment as he adjusts his hold on the snoozing Eri. I'm going to take her to lay her down. Any chance that later on you guys can fill me in on what exactly is going on? Shoyuta gives Mirio a quick glance and a barely shrug of his shoulders, refusing to give the older boy a set answer without looking into a few things first. Smile slipping ever so slightly at the vague answer, Mirio nods in understanding before carrying Eri away so that he can lay her down for a bit. Turning his attention to the younger teen, Shoyuta motions for Bakugo to follow him. Arriving in his office, Shoyuta sits down in his seat to just gaze at the blonde as he waits for him to take a seat. Bakugo huffs as he sits down in the seat across from his teacher. Get it over with ya, Demon Caterpillar. Shoyuta narrows his eyes ever so slightly in annoyance at the nickname. What did you mean back at the hospital when you said maybe it's best if the quirk didn't exist? What are you, stupid? That demon smiley extra said it himself that all for one has been after the quirk for years. Pulling out a water bottle and a cup from his desk drawer, Shoyuta places the water bottle in front of Bakugo before reaching for the thermos that stays on his desk and pouring himself a cup of coffee. Yes, but that doesn't give me an answer to why you think that it would be best for the quirk to no longer exist. Ignoring the water, Bakugo slams his popping hands down on the desk, giving it all to hell. If that quirk didn't exist, none of this would be FING happening and the DMN nerd wouldn't be in the FING hospital. Shoyuta casts a red-eyed glare at Bakugo over the rim of his coffee cup, just in time to keep the desk from exploding. If the quirk didn't exist, Midoriya could have been in the hospital or worse sooner. He sees the moments that his words register as the anger starts to seep out of the teen, his shoulders losing their tension as they start to curl inwards. Bakugo frowns as he slouches forward, the fight slowly leaving him. Who wouldn't have done that? The nerd has always wanted to be a hero. He wouldn't have stopped fighting for it without even trying. How could he keep fighting for it when everyone was intent on keeping him pushed down, all because of something he couldn't control? Shaking his head aggressively, Bakugo manages to growl out, he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have if he jumped. Setting his coffee cup down, Shoyuta stares blankly at the explosive teen in front of him. Even with a quirk Bakugo, he still tried to end his life. Bakugo looks over at his teacher, red eyes determined, but Shoyuta isn't going to miss any of the signs with his students. Not anymore. That's why he notices the slight wavering in his student, even as the kid squares his shoulders as he gears up for another fight. That's because of all the pressure that came with the quirk. Shoyuta arches a brow in question even as he gives a slight shake of his head. Making excuses now? I thought you were better than that. Better than a lot of things, actually. That seems to hit the teen strong, as Bakugo slumps back down into his seat, head hanging as his voice comes out softer than usual. Teach, do you think someone that's quirkless can be a hero? It doesn't take him long to respond. He has known what he would have wanted to tell Midoriya if the boy had asked ever since he read those DMN journals. Would it be strong? Absolutely, but there are times when your quirk isn't compatible, or when you can't use your quirk to help you at all. If someone quirkless wanted to be a hero and knew that it would take a lot of work, and had the drive to do it, yeah, I'd say they could be a hero. A quirk is just a tool, Katsuki, the same as a knife to a chef, or a bow to a hunter. Bakugo doesn't bother to look up as he lets the older man's words replay over and over in his head. Shoyuta doesn't rush Bakugo in the slightest. He just picks up his cup and continues to quietly drink his coffee while checking his phone, letting the kid take as much time as he needs to gather his thoughts. Looking up after a few minutes, Bakugo watches the dark-haired man for a moment, as if wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Something I can help you with, Bakugo? Shoyuta sets his phone and coffee down, showing the team that he is important by giving him his undivided attention. Yeah, think I can meet with the mutt? Bakugo straightens, his voice coming out more irritated, as if he's worried about Shoyuta judging him. Shoyuta shrugs ever so slightly. You're in luck. He's on his way here now. As if being summoned, a knock is heard on the door before Inui walks in, giving the office a cursory glance before letting a growl escape him as he looks at Shoyuta. I thought that we agreed that you wouldn't talk to the class until after I had talked to them. Shoyuta gives a non-committal shrug to his colleague. We did. But it would have been illogical to allow what was said to go without me talking to him. Giving the dark-haired man a snarl in displeasure, the dog-quirked man turns to Bakugo. Want to tell me about what's going on in that head of yours, pup? Bakugo looks up at Inui, then over to his teacher for a moment before huffing out a puff of air. I bullied Deku. I noticed the days that I didn't bully him, the rest of the class and the teachers messed with him. So, I made the decision that at least what I was doing wasn't so bad. Lowering his head, he places it inside his hands, his voice coming out broken. That is until I f'd up. I went too far. I told him to take a DMN swan dive off the roof. Why the F did I say that? Why didn't he call me on my bullshit before then? Why is he in the effing hospital and I'm sitting here and not in some effing police station? Taking the other seat in the office, the one next to Bakugo. Inui lets out a soft growl to get the blonde's attention. You're here and not in a police station because you are young still, pup. You made a mistake, which you have learned was wrong and even admitted it. That's important. It shows remorse, and it shows that you still have potential. Bakugo sneers at the older men in the room. Don't mock me. I don't have potential. We're here so Aizawa can expel me. I'm not if you stupid. Shoyuta shakes his head while taking a sip of his now cold coffee. I'm not expelling you, Bakugo. Red eyes snap up to meet the onyx gaze of his teacher in absolute disbelief. What the F do you mean you're not expelling me? I caused Deku to commit suicide, so that makes me no better than a FING villain. I can't stay here. You can and you are. But there will be some conditions to that which we will discuss at a later date with Nedzu and your parents. I don't offend get you. Bakugo can't keep the rage from boiling up inside of him again as he lets off a single pop in his hands before his quirk is cancelled again. You don't have to get it right now, but you will in time. Expelling you would do more harm than good because you showed remorse. You still have potential, we just have to work on more constructive ways for you to let out your anger and guide you on the path that you want to take in life. Inui pushes himself up out of his seat and looks over at the explosive teen with a sharp grin. Let's go, pup. You and I are going to go hash this stuff out, or at least make a schedule so that we can. Sound good? Bakugo nods as he gets up to follow after the counselor. Stopping at the door, he turns to look back at his teacher. Hey, Caterpillar. Do you think I can still be a hero? Shoyuta gives the boy a wicked grin. Yeah, kid. I think you can still be a hero. I think with a bit of guidance and learning more about the power that comes with being a hero that you'll make a DMN good one. We just have to help you unlearn all the behaviors that you learned as a kid. It's not going to be easy. You will have consequences for what you have done, but I think you'll do fine. Bakugo narrows his eyes in determination, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Just you watch teach. I'll take everything you and the mutt throw at me and conquer it so I can be the best FNG hero you've ever seen. Grin twisting into a smile that is tinged with sadness, he takes a moment to meet the eyes of both of the older men. I'm going to be the #1 hero. Not just for me but because that's what Deku has always wanted. When that nerd wakes up, well, he'll have to kick my butt to pry the spot from my hands. Laughing to himself, Bakugo can't help but voice the thought going through his head. That'll be one time I'll be happy to have my butt handed to me. Shaking his head, Inui carefully guides the boy out the door, so they can go talk in his office. Shoyuta watches them walk away before checking his phone and groaning as he sees the message from Nedzu. Turning to the camera in the room, he dons a deadpanned expression. You couldn't have let me nap for a bit before this? Knowing he isn't going to get a response, Shoyuta exits his office, making sure to lock up before heading to his next destination. Hot fury floods his entire being as Nedzu sits in his office, paws tapping at his desk, unable to keep his body still due to the rage flowing through his body. He knew by the pain ebbing at his scar that today was going to be a strong day. But not once did he think that he would be giving merit to the thought of calling a day bad. Days are just days after all. Some just have more potential to be trying than others. Deeming a day bad or good just because of the happenings that day has never made any sense to him. A day is just a day, marked with a number and given a name in the sake of keeping track of time. That's all there is to it. However, today, dare he say it? Cave to the mundane saying? It's a bad day. He's having a bad day. All he wants to do is go feral and tear his teeth and claws into all of those who have unjustly hurt the comatose boy at the hospital. The day had started off fine besides for the pain in his scar which he's grown accustomed to, so that really doesn't count. But it immediately got turned up on its head. By none other than that nurse from the hospital. Talia. Yes, that's the name of the young woman. He liked her. She was smart from what he has gathered from their conversations the last few times he went to visit Izuku. Plus, she didn't take anyone's CRP as evident from what he had been informed of this morning. That none other than All Might had been sniffing around the hospital for one of his students. Oh, that made his BLD boil. If the man had given an ounce of care before now, this might not be happening. Did he blame the former number one for Midoriya's attempt? Absolutely. He read the boy's letter himself. If the boy blamed the hero-turned-teacher, then that was who he was going to blame as well. But on top of that, he had been reviewing UA's own security footage and he was not impressed. He was livid. He knew that the first heroics lesson had been bad. He had watched the aftermath. But he, like the rest of the teachers, had just assumed the rivalry between the two boys. Watching it with the knowledge that Bakugo was a bully and Midoriya his victim. That made it so much worse. Watching how Mineta interacted with Midoriya was just the small taunts after the sports festival of "You're not up there. Told you, you scared them." It wasn't enough to call bullying, but it is those kinds of snide remarks that can very quickly and quite easily turn into bullying. Then Monoma hitting Midoriya in the head with his tray at lunch before taunting the Greenette and his friends. I guess the sports festival wasn't enough. You just keep getting attention with one stunt after another. Class. He'll need to make sure to talk to Vlad about Monoma, so the kid knows what is considered appropriate taunting and what is borderline bullying. Such as taunting about traumatic experiences. Watching the footage of the final exam was both not as bad and worse than the first heroics lessons. Because while yes, Bakugo fought with Midoriya, they did end up working together, to an extent. No, the reason it was worse was because All Might was brutal. Seeing the powerful man standing on the backs of the students he fought against as if they were nothing but stepping stones was cruel, and he knew about cruelty. He himself is considered cruel due to not really understanding human emotions and having a strong distaste for humans due to his past. But even he left a path for the students in charge of fighting him. Also, while he knocked down the surrounding buildings, he was very aware of where his students were so not to cause them any major injuries. Then it was the fight between Midoriya and Bakugo after the provisional license exam which had him disappointed in himself for not realizing the true nature behind that fight beforehand. The fact that it wasn't so much a fight between perceived rivals, nor bully to victim. It was a fight where they were actually trying to understand each other in the only way they knew how. A fight between an individual who grew up knowing only winning and being the best, and another who knew only loss, and yet his hope kept him reaching towards his dreams. A step towards healing for both boys. One who was grieving over a fault that was not his own, and one who has never understood the reason behind the hatred the other boy had towards him. A knock on his door draws him back to the present. Glancing over at the security camera, he pours himself a refill of tea knowing that he is going to need it for this meeting before pushing a button under his desk allowing the door to open. "Nedzu, how are you doing?" The skeletal man asks in a form of greeting as he walks into the office. The chimera doesn't answer right away, instead taking the time to pour his guest some green tea before reclaiming his seat. "Ah, thank you." Yagi takes the tea and begins sipping at it as if it will soothe all of his aches. "Do you know why I called you in here, Yagi?" Setting his tea down, Yagi clasps his hands together while his relaxed look becomes more pensive. I'm sure it has something to do with that rude young lady at the hospital? I think she's quite lovely. Very dedicated to her work and her patients. Nedzu takes a sip of his drink, just watching the man in front of him. Yes, well, you have been fortunate enough not to meet her. I assure you, old friend. She's rude. I have in fact met with young nurse Talia. I've also had the pleasure of seeing her interact with some of the injured heroes that she tends to. I've even offered her a job here as a nurse. Nedzu grins as he watches the emotions flash across Yagi's countenance. Shock, confusion, horror, and even anger. What about Recovery Girl? Chio has been our nurse for ages, surely she's more qualified than this other nurse. You're right, Recovery Girl has been our nurse for ages, and due to the increase of injuries that she has to deal with both here and when other hospitals call her in, it's only fitting that you'd have more than just her. The burden of doing so much on her own has caused her to neglect one of our students, and I'm not happy about that. Which is why I chose Nurse Talia to work here. I believe that Nurse Talia has the comforting hand that the students need while also being firm enough that if anyone, Recovery Girl, you, or even myself, threatens the well-being of her patient that she won't hesitate to put her foot down. Taking a quick sip of his tea, Nedzu continues, not bothering to give the blonde a chance to talk. But yes, you are at least partially correct on the reasoning you're here. It is indeed because Nurse Talia called, however that was a development from this morning. I had already planned to call you in to discuss your absence at the last staff meeting. Yagi coughs, and immediately pulls out a handkerchief to clean his mouth with. Oh that? I had appearances to make even though I'm not an active hero, I am still the symbol of peace. I chose to do what was more important. Those staff meetings are part of your job as a teacher. Yes, but we both know the only reason I became a teacher was to find a successor, which I did. Yagi shrugs as if it's no big deal. Gripping his teacup with his paws, Nedzu levels a disappointed gaze upon the symbol of peace. In that case, you'll have no problem signing these papers. Setting his cup down gently, Nedzu slides over some papers and a pen. Signing his name on the papers where an X indicates for him to sign, Yagi looks up briefly. What are these? Nedzu shakes his head at the idiocy of the man, signing papers before even knowing what they are. Resignation papers. Effective immediately. You, Toshinori Yagi, All Might, are no longer employed by you. And honestly? You're very lucky that's all that is happening, and you are not arrested. Sputtering BLD, Yagi stands up in outrage. Arrested? For choosing what remains of my hero work over teaching? Oh. Choosing your hero work over your students is why you're fired. Everyone else on staff knows that their hero work, while important, cannot impede with their teaching. The students don't deserve that. They deserve having dedicated teachers who will help them grow. Nedzu stands up in his chair, the fury burning in his veins so close to boiling over. The reason for being arrested? Is because you told a quirkless child to be realistic, then proceeded to leave him on the top of the. He enjoys watching as the man's face turns almost as white as his fur, enjoys the haunted look that passes across his face, and he knows that his current line of thinking isn't suited to being a hero, but he can't bring himself to care. Because all he can think about is everyone who has hurt the Sunshine Boy of 1A. Yagi looks at the ground, his voice barely above a whisper. How'd you find out? Sitting back down, Nedzu looks into his teacup, frowning as he finds it empty. Midoriya committed suicide over break. I am in possession of his journal to try and figure out why he went to such lengths. Imagine my surprise to find out how many times you failed him as a teacher, and then I got curious about your meeting, which he mentions in a brief way. Obviously more excited about your change of heart. Aizawa mentioned. I didn't believe him. Gran? He told me he heard something about someone fitting young Midoriya's description while he was at the hospital. I wanted to see him. Tell him I'm sorry. Sitting back in his own seat, Yagi just stares ahead of him as if in shock. And try to get your quirk back? Aizawa told you about that? Coughing, Yagi just stares at the BLD that gets on his hand. Oh. Security footage is a thing. We have them here, just like the building that you left him on had them as well. Wait, why would a building have cameras on their roof? Clasping his paws together, Nedzu lets out a small, disappointed sigh. They have security cameras up there because of people committing suicide. It's tall enough that if someone would jump from there it's almost guaranteed that they will die on impact. Yagi shakes his head in denial. He wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have jumped. Narrowing his eyes, Nedzu lets out something akin to a snarl. He wouldn't have? That same day his class laughed at him and tormented him because he wanted to go to you. He had been told to take a swan dive off the roof, then clinging to that little bit of hope, he asked a hero a question which you gave him the deming answer to be realistic. Tears fall from eyes darkened by shadows as the gaunt man moves his hands to his face as he allows himself to openly cry. I didn't. Nana would be so disappointed in me. Nedzu just watches the former #1 hero as he falls apart, offering no sympathy to the man. It's not long after All Might leaves his office that his phone starts ringing, and it's with a sigh of a long day that he answers the phone. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? All that is certain is that I'm Nedzu, principal of Udare. A somber giggle is his response on the other line, and it lasts only briefly. Principal Nedzu, this is Talia again from the Hero Ward at Muzutafu General Hospital. I'm calling you to let you know that Dr. Aaron has read the results of Izuku's latest tests. Would you be able to come in for us to discuss them with you? Nedzu looks down at his schedule for the day before responding, is after school all right? There's a rustling of pages for a moment over the line. That's fine. Dr. Aaron is here until 6 this evening. I'll inform Aizawa, and we'll be there before then. Thank you for your diligence, Talia. Of course, sir. I'll let Dr. Aaron know to expect you after school lets out. Have a good rest of your day. Looking down at his phone as the call ends, Nedzu sends off a message to Aizawa to summon the tired man to his office. That done, Nedzu gets up and starts a pot of coffee for the dark-haired man's arrival before moving to make himself a new cup of tea. He's rather grateful that it takes the tired hero a few minutes to get to his office as it gives him time to calm down from the hectic morning he's had. Glancing at the other security screen in his office, he reaches over to push a button, causing the door to open before the person on the other side even has the chance to knock. I hate when you do that. Letting a small laugh escape, Nedzu gets up to pour his guest some tea. Maybe that's why I continue to do it. Glaring at the quirked chimera, Aizawa lets himself sink down onto the plush sofa in the room. I hate you. Shaking his head knowingly, Nedzu takes the cup of tea to the perpetually tired man. I assure you the feeling is mutual. Though I'm afraid that I didn't ask you here just to indulge in our usual banter. Taking the cup from his boss, Aizawa sits up slowly, like it takes every ounce of energy he has to do so. If not that, then did you have an update in the case? While that would be optimal, unfortunately that's not the case. I was watching the videos for our school and while there thankfully weren't many instances, there were a few that we had blatantly ignored. One instance was in your homeroom class while you were there, right after the sports festival, where Mineta made a comment to Midoriya about how he scared the pros, which is the reason why he didn't get scouted. While accurate, you know just how much of a slippery slope those snide comments can be. Aizawa sets his tea down as it suddenly leaves a nasty taste in his mouth. I must apologize for my negligence. I'm not doubting you in the slightest, however I can't remember hearing the comment myself. Nedzu waves the apology off easily enough. You're not the only one who has missed things, we all just have to be more vigilant going forward. Not just on possible villain attacks, but on our students' health. I plan to have a talk with Vlad about this as well due to Monoma having the audacity to use a traumatic experience as a taunt towards your students. That's a line that shouldn't have been crossed. Aizawa nods in understanding. I'm aware of how Monoma behaved to an extent due to Midoriya's journal, but you're right that there are some lines that shouldn't be crossed. Is that all? Of course not. Nedzu settles a slightly feral look upon his guest, a sharp grin taking over his face. I had a talk with Yagi earlier, and as of this morning, All Might is no longer under the employment of Yue. That has Aizawa leaning forward, a brief moment of shock taking over his features before his unsettling grin takes its place. How did that go over? Nedzu gives a small shake of his head, not kindly I must say. But considering I informed him that he neglected his duties as a teacher, as well as him being lucky he wasn't being arrested, he seemed to accept it. Just wanted answers which I gladly gave. You know I love teaching. You threatened to arrest him? Aizawa's eyes blow wide, his grin becoming slightly manic, and for a brief moment, he almost resembles a child in a candy shop in his excitement. Watching Aizawa's reactions brings a smile to Nezu's face. He's always regretted not being able to help the man's younger self more, causing the man to grow up to be rather jaded like himself. Therefore, moments like these are quite rare, and he treasures them more than he cares to admit. I did no such thing. I informed him that he could have been due to his carelessness atop of a certain building where he had such a careless interaction with a child. Shrugging his shoulders, Nezu reaches out and picks up his teacup. The only proof of that we have is Izuku's journal. We both know that wouldn't be enough evidence. That would be correct, except I did some digging. The building it occurred on has security cameras on the roof, due to the owner's granddaughter being quirkless. Once I told him a bit about what happened, he was all too happy to give me access to the footage. Nezu sets his tea down after taking a small drink, eyes drifting up to meet his protégés. He can't think. His brain is stuck on the fact that they could literally have All Might arrested and give the kid some closure for something that obviously impacted him more than he ever allowed to show. Part of him even wants them to arrest All Might, but he knows better, and as much as he hates to admit it, he trusts the rat. Instead, as his head clears, Aizawa looks at the chimera, his stoic expression slipping back into place. So that's all then? Izuku won't have to worry about All Might? Unless he finds out that Izuku is still alive, then he won't have to worry about him. Nor will the rest of your class. That being said, what do you think about Hawks teaching heroics? Getting up, Aizawa moves over to pour himself another cup of coffee. I think he'd do better at it than All Might did. I even think that he'd actually try to get the credentials to do so. What plan do you have, and how is it going to affect my class? Nezu can't help but laugh at the accusation. I just believe that it's time for Hawks to be free. After all, a cage is no place for an animal. Don't you agree? Aizawa lets out a tired sigh as he levels his boss an unimpressed look. You know I do. Now cut the seat. What else do you need from me? Letting out his own small sigh, Nezu glances into his teacup, just staring at the liquid. Nothing for that. I'll see about having Snipe show Hawks the ropes should the young hero agree. I do need you to meet me at the hospital after classes are over today. Tensing, Aizawa's back straightens as he turns to look at his boss. What? Is Izuku all right? Nezu gives the dark-haired man an appraising look, taking in the tension and the worry that seeps into those dark onyx eyes before turning away to glance at the clock. His nurse, Talia, called right before I messaged you earlier. They have the latest results for Izuku's tests. Nodding in understanding, Aizawa leans his back against the counter. That's fine. I was planning on taking Yaoyorozu and Todoroki there anyway. Would you rather I wait? Giving a small nod of affirmation, Nezu finishes off his cup of tea. Let's wait till we hear what the doctor has to say, shall we? Cliffhanger here. That evening in Izuku's room finds Nezu in the company of not only Aizawa but Mike as well, and really he should have expected that. Yamada, glad you could join us? He receives a rather lackluster finger gun from the excitable man, which he doesn't bother taking offense to. There's no reason to, not when they are here for the same reason, to check on a student. A student that they and society all failed. Sorry for not informing you ahead of time. Aizawa answers groggily, a telltale sign that he must have napped on the way over here. Not to worry. I really should have expected as much, but it's been a rather bad day. The words leave a horrible taste in his mouth, admitting out loud and not just in his head like earlier. Yamada glances from the chimera to his husband, eyes wide in slight panic as he leans closer to the tired man. What do we do? I don't know how to react. Should I inform the hospital to go on lockdown? Nezu said, bad day. He always tells us a day is just a day. It's just what we make of it. What do we do? Aizawa lets out an exhausted sigh. Whether from actual tiredness or due to being done with the blonde's theatrics is strong to tell. First off, Zashi, I'm proud of you for keeping your inside voice, and no. Don't tell the hospital to go on lockdown. That seems illogical at this point. Nezu lets a grin spread across his face at the scene. He does enjoy causing people, even those that he works with and considers friends, to panic. It gives him a bit of petty amusement. As they wait for the doctor, Nezu climbs up onto the bed, allowing a paw to rest on top of Izuku's hand. He gives the greenette his undivided attention for a few moments, just staring at the young teen before turning back to face his colleagues. I thought you'd like to know that I have a meeting with the detective tomorrow. Aizawa gives a nod. Reach out to Bakugo's parents, see if they can come to the school or the station. Bakugo is willing to be a witness. Netsu hums in thought as he glances back down at the student they failed. Not that a witness is necessary, due to the journal and footage. However, I'll bring it up to Tsukachi. All three heroes turn to face the door, as they hear movement outside, just before the door opens and in steps Dr. E. Gentlemen. Good to see you, though I do wish it were on better terms. Dr. Aaron, you wish to go over the results with us? Niza gives the kind doctor a small nudge. He knows for a fact that he, as well as the other two staff members, would rather skip all the pleasantries. Yes, of course. Walking over to a whiteboard, Dr. Aaron flips the light on behind it, as he hangs up some dark but slightly colorful images. These are the scans that we took of Izuku's brain. He points to one, then the one beside it. This first one is the test that we took upon Izuku's arrival. The one beside it is his last test. As you can see, there is some difference in levels of brain activity. Giving the three heroes a chance to truly look the scans over, Dr. Aaron moves to the other end of the board, near the second picture, and hangs yet another scan. This here is the result of his latest scan. As you can see from the first one to this one, there is a vast amount of difference in the coloring. Aizawa looks like he's been hit by a bus as he sees the images, sees the decline. He knows what is coming next and he hates it. Hizashi wraps his arms around his husband in a comforting embrace. All the while, tears start to build up in his eyes. He's not stupid. He knows what those images mean, and it's already breaking his heart. Netsu glances from the images down to the green-haired teen. I'm sorry, but at the rate of Izuku's decline, we expect him to be completely brain dead within the next 3 days. Where's your hope now, Yoichi? 3 days and the kid will likely be dead. Tashinori should have never given the boy the quirk. The second user turns to punch the wall as a way to let go of some of the anger burning inside of him. I know it seems unlikely second, but I believe in these people who truly care about 9. Yoichi carefully places his hand on his successor's shoulder, trying to calm the other man. Sneering in disdain, second shrugs off Yoichi's hand. Right, because your belief is going to make it where 9 doesn't die. Nana walks over to the two and shushes them, causing the two men to become aware of the doctor talking again. That being said, however, I'd like to bring up another option that you do have. Aizawa doesn't react to Dr. Arian's words in the slightest. How can he, when all he can focus on is the fact that his kid is dying? That they only have 3 days left with the boy, and it guts him. He can feel the panic start to settle in, no longer feeling grounded by his husband's embrace. Instead, he's floating, the words, well, Kaken, it's not a roof, but it'll work, ring through his head as if on a loop. Teary gaze and all turns from the doctor to his hyperventilating partner, as Hizashi moves his arms ever so slowly to run through Aizawa's hair. A faint smile tugs at his lips after a moment, as the dark-haired man starts to breathe a bit easier. You're doing great, Panther. How did we get dirtbag? It takes a moment to get a response, but soon, a voice just above a whisper breaks the quiet of the room. You carried him into the apartment in your takeout bag. Hizashi's smile widens as he gives a small nod of approval. Why was he in there? The answer comes faster this time. He ate some of my sashimi. Glancing down at his husband, Hizashi hums for a moment. What else did he eat? A small grin slides across Aizawa's face as he leans up to look at his loud blonde. He ate all of your fried chicken? Hizashi leans down to place a small embrace on the dark-haired man's nose. Good job, Panther. Wanna talk about it? He knows the answer even before the underground hero shakes his head in the negative, so instead he turns his attention to the doctor. What kind of option? Dr. Aaron gives Aizawa a calculating look, clearly making sure the other man is truly alright before turning his attention back to Izuku's file. The option is the use of a quirk that we have access to. What's the quirk? Aizawa narrows his eyes suspiciously at the doctor. More importantly, why were we not informed of it before now? Dr. Aaron just smiles at the annoyance that the other man has. The reason it was not offered as an option before now is because certain criteria has to be met for the quirk to be compatible for activation. Nizu hums softly as he gets down off of Izuku's bed. I'm quite curious what kind of quirk is involved that can help here. The only one I can think of is currently unstable and none of your staff, yourself included, has your quirks listed in your personnel files. Hizashi mouths unstable to himself before dropping his head on top of wavy black hair. Because of course his little girl could help, and in the chaos of everything they hadn't even thought about it. Nizu is correct. While the quirk could help, it would have been illogical to mention it to its user. She has been practicing on plants, but even that isn't reliable yet. Dr. Aaron nods in complete understanding. Understandable. Telling someone who has the power to help but isn't ready to utilize the power that way would do more harm than good. That being said, let me get Nurse Talia and she can explain her quirk so that we can decide where to go from here. He waits for a few to see if they have any other questions before leaving the room. When there are none immediately brought up, Yoichi glances over at his successor, a single white brow raised as if daring the man to have another outburst. Banjo lets out a loud and boisterous laugh as he smacks second on the back. You should know not to challenge Yoichi. The second user spins around to face Banjo, aiming to punch the fifth holder of One for All, only for the other man to dodge his attempt and immediately begin bouncing on his toes, clearly itching for a fight of his own. En watches the other men with an exasperated look before turning to look at the ones who came before him. The doctor said that he was fetching the nurse. Settle down before he gets back. Aizawa takes the chance to get up out of Hizashi's embrace, moving so he can sit in the chair next to the greenette's bed. Reaching out a hand, he carefully takes the teen's hand into his own, noting just how different they are. Not just in size but also all of the scars covering the kids. Hizashi doesn't even try to keep his husband in his arms, he just watches the other man with a sad expression. Nizu gives the two men a few moments to themselves as he pulls out his phone, sending an email to Tsukachi to give him an update as well as see if he wanted to reach out to the Bakugo family. He just gets the email completed and sent off before the door to the room opens again. Walking into the room, Talia takes in the expressions everyone has on their face, a sad smile tugging at her lips. Nizu, Aizawa, Yamada, I'm not going to bother with pleasantries if that's all right with you gentlemen. Dr. Aaron told me that you all would like more information on my quirk. Yes, that's correct. He didn't give us much information, not even telling us what it is. Hizashi gives the young woman a small smile. It's all he can manage when his heart is hurting the way it is. Nodding in understanding, Talia moves further into the room after double-checking the door is secure. My quirk is called Second Chance. It's one of the reasons I chose to become a nurse and work with heroes and aspiring heroes. The activation for my quirk is rather tricky, and then meeting the criteria that I myself deem necessary makes it very unlikely that I find someone suitable to help by using my quirk. Holding her hand up, Talia shakes her head at the gentleman. I'll answer questions in a few, please be patient. First off, my quirk's activation requirements are a person having severe enough trauma and being on their deathbed. Heroes tend to meet those requirements more often than others. That's why I am in the hero ward. Talia gives the occupants of the room a moment to process that before continuing. What Second Chance does is exactly what it sounds like. It gives a person a second chance by resetting them back to before the trauma began. The downside to that is if the person has had multiple traumatic experiences, I have no control on which one they are reset to. Most that are compatible choose not to utilize my quirk in fear of the recipient or themselves becoming a minor who has to have someone ready to care for them. That brings me to the personal requirements that I deem necessary before I use my quirk. Talia looks at the gentleman in the room, her silver eyes hardening as if in a warning. A support system. You wouldn't believe how many people don't have that support system in place, and without one I will not offer my quirk even if the other criteria is met. I will not be the reason someone continues to suffer because they didn't have a system ready to care for them. Eyes softening as she looks over at the green-haired teen. A smile tugs at her lips as she sees Aizawa holding the boy's hand. Sleeping Beauty here meets the requirements for my quirk as well as my own personal requirements. So, I offer the use of it if you all choose to accept it. Aizawa looks from the boy to the pink-haired nurse, onyx eyes guarded as he refuses to get his hopes up. Thankfully his husband doesn't have that problem as the blonde pipes up without hesitation. He would wake up? Yes, sir. However, keep in mind that I don't know what age he would be once he's reset. I can tell how many traumatic experiences someone has but not the ages or what they entail. Hisashi practically vibrates in his seat from excitement. Setting his phone down, Nizu turns to his future employee. Would he remember anything? Talia shakes her head in the negative before replying. Unfortunately, no. It's not just his body that's reset, it's his mind as well. He will basically have amnesia where he doesn't recover any of his memories. Nizu nods, then glances around the room, noticing that Aizawa just keeps looking from Izuku to the nurse as if in hidden disbelief, while Hisashi's excitement has started to wear off and instead leaving panic. I don't believe that either of them are in a place to give you an answer this evening. Instead, can we let you know tomorrow? Of course. Please no later than tomorrow though. My quirk works on those that are dying but not the deceased. You will have it first thing in the morning. Aizawa says, snapping out of it as he stands up, offering his hand to his husband to help the other man up out of his own seat. Talia nods with a small smile. Well, in that case, I'm going to be going. You all have a good evening. Moving closer to Izuku, she gives the boy's hair a small ruffle before heading to the door. See you tomorrow, Sleeping Beauty. The pros watch the nurse leave before following her lead. They have a lot to talk about, and truly the hospital room isn't the best place to do it. Especially when there are people missing that needs to be included in the decision. Our apartment or your office? Aizawa glances at his boss curiously. Conference room. I'll get in touch with Hound Dog and Midnight on the way back to the school. Aizawa gives a slight nod in agreement. Sounds good. We will have Hitoshi make sure Eri is ready once we get in the car. The previous holders of One for All stay quiet till everyone has left Izuku's room before talking. A familiar misty figure clearly absent from this particular meeting. So, depending on their decision, 9 should be fine, right? Banjo looks over at his fellow past users, excitement written both on his face and in his voice. Yes, but the nurse did say that she has no control over what age 9 could be reversed to should they choose to use her quirk. Hikage leans forward, placing his head on left hand, allowing his pinky to occasionally rub over the scar-like cracks in his face. True. That being the case, what does everyone want to do? Should we fight her quirk so we can stay, or do we allow her quirk to do what it needs with no fight, which could very well end us? Yoichi? Third looks over at the original holder, surprised. Are you actually considering allowing One for All to end? Second looks at his predecessor in thinly veiled annoyance. Yoichi lets out a sigh as he sits back in his seat, gaze going up to look at the ceiling of their little room. I'm just saying that with this quirk it's unknown what will happen to us. If 9 is changed back to before his attempt or the USJ, obviously we should still be with him. However, if he is changed back to an age before 8 past One for All on, then we have a less likely chance of still being with him. Therefore, I'm asking for votes. Do we fight to stay if it comes down to that or not? I for one am tired of fighting. Second huffs as he turns back to facing the wall. No brainer. All for One is still alive even if he is imprisoned. We fight. I agree with first. I'm tired of fighting. I agree with second. All for One is still alive, so we fight. Besides, my dearest successor, you chose to hide away. You've not really fought. Third looks at the man with the cracks in his face that he chose to carry One for All. Banjo looks around the room at his fellow holders. As much as I hate to possibly put this burden on a younger version of 9, I say we fight. He looks over at the 2 remaining members of their group who have yet to cast their own vote. Nana rubs her arms as she casts a glance to where the misty figure of her successor usually resides with a frown. I feel bad doing this without Toshinori, but I don't want 9 to continue to suffer. So, I say we don't fight. I know Nana and I apologize, but I rather be certain that it won't find its way back to 8. Yoichi turns his attention to the final holder among them who hasn't spoken. Looks like you're the deciding vote, N. The dark-haired man narrows his eyes at the other users in disdain, clearly not happy about the position they just put him in. Walking into the conference room, Aizawa glances at his co-workers, noting the looks on their faces. The shocked relief almost palpable as he turns his attention to his boss. Now that we are all here, let's discuss what we would like to do, shall we? Niza looks at his employees and the two children as he opens his laptop to start a text document. Namuri glances around, her face starting to settle into a frown. I don't see what needs to be done. We want the green bean to live, right? There's a brief moment where she watches as her friend starts to twitch, the blonde fidgeting ever so slightly that she only notices because of how long she's known him. Zashi? At the mention of her father, Eri turns her attention to the loud man who is uncharacteristically quiet. Papa? Said blonde looks up in slight alarm before dropping his gaze to the floor, unable to look the two most important females in his life in the eyes right now. Not as he fidgets as he feels his skin starting to crawl. Hizashi. You do want Izuku to live, right? Looking over at Namuri's feet briefly, he starts pacing back and forth in the conference room. I do, but I just need a moment to panic, okay? Aizawa looks at his husband, Onyx, eyes filled with concern. Zashi? Hizashi smiles wobbly at his dark-haired husband as his glasses slip, showing teary chartreuse eyes. Aizawa wastes no more time as he wraps his arms around his upset blonde. What's going on, Hizashi? Sniffling lightly, Hizashi glances around the room while wrapping his arms around his darker half. What's going to happen with his quirk? Hitoshi levels Hizashi with a look that at any other time would make Aizawa proud of the just plain dead look on his face. Like that matters? What? Hitoshi. It does matter. I'm not trying to be quirkist in the slightest. It's just that I don't want him growing up being treated like he was before. He's been hurt so much already. Hitoshi rolls his eyes at his blonde father figure. He wouldn't be. We wouldn't let him be. Inui watches the other occupants of the room for a few moments before giving an understanding nod. I think that's a better place to start. What is everyone feeling right now with what we know so far? I'll start. The hunting dog hero stands from his seat as if planning to present a presentation, but instead just says, with what we know of Nurse Talia's quirk, realistically I would like Izuku to be alive and preferably with his quirk, simply because no matter how much work we do to change things, a quirkless child would still have a strong go at it. Understanding what the Inui is doing, Nizu gives the other man an appreciative nod of his head. I personally hope that Izuku wakes up as a middle school student. I don't care if he has a quirk or not. From what I've had the pleasure of seeing from his past work and his analysis notebooks, he's got a raw talent that I would love to nurture. Namuri watches her boss for a moment before giving a small sigh. I just want the green bean alive. Regardless of his age or quirk status. He deserves a chance to have a happy life. Hitoshi debates saying anything at all, but another look over at his pops shows that he needs this, and that's honestly enough to have him awkwardly clearing his throat. I don't want him to be de-aged. I want him to be back as just before the holidays, that way. He can't help but fiddle with the back of his neck as his nerves start to get to him. I can see if he'd still like to be friends. Eri turns wide apple-red eyes up at her brother, clearly surprised before her gaze hardens ever so slightly. The spark of determination filling them as her cheeks puff out for a moment as she gathers her thoughts. I want a little brother. Toshi is a great big brother, but I want a little brother too. Knowing that Daizadash, she smiles brightly at the change in name that feels just right for her hero. Knowing Aizu went through so much, how he protected me because I was little, I want to do that for him. Toshi takes care of me when Daddy and Pop are busy, so I could take care of little Aizu like a big, big sister. Hizashi looks at his kids, a proud smile on his face even as his voice comes out ever so slightly wobbly. You all wouldn't care if he ends up quirkless? He's only mildly surprised at the varying head shakes he gets in the negative. Turning his attention to the dark-haired man still embracing him, he gives a soft hum of curiosity. Barely managing to keep from rolling his eyes, Aizawa gives his husband a soft glare. I just want him alive, Hizashi. Everything else, age, quirk, whatever. It's just details that can be worked around and adjusted to. A quirk is just a tool, you know that, Zashi? Hizashi nods before leaving his husband's arms as he lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that, everyone. I just needed a moment to panic. Think about it this way, Yamada. Instead of worrying about all of the what-ifs that could happen, try only thinking about what can be helped. We can't control if Izuku gets de-aged or loses his quirk. What we can control is if Izuku gets another chance at living or not. Inui gives his blonde coworker a once-over, double-checking that the man is actually doing better before turning his attention back to the front of the conference room. Hisashi flashes a bright smile at that thought. Then it's really no decision, is it? No one deserves to go through what he did. Quirk or no quirk. He deserves a life filled with love and happiness. He takes a moment to look over at his kids, his smile growing as he sees their happy expressions, and as he turns to meet Shuta's eyes, smile becoming sunshine bright, he watches his husband mouth a quick thank you, and that's more than enough for him. Clapping his paws together, Nizu grins. Now that we have that settled, I'll inform Nurse Talia of your decision first thing in the morning. Till then, let's discuss safety measures. Eri blinks curiously at the relatively odd statement. Safety measures? Of course. We don't want people knowing what happened to him, do we? Blinking at the quirked chimera, Eri gives a small frown as she struggles to understand. I guess not. Hisashi walks over to his daughter and kneels down in front of her, giving her an encouraging smile. Don't worry, baby bear. What Principal Nizu means is that he's going to make sure that Aizu is safe when he wakes up. Exactly right. Nizu gives the girl a brief nod of his head as he grins. I want to make sure that regardless of age, Izuku will be safe. If he becomes a teenager or child, we don't want him to be targeted by villains that already know of Deku's existence. Eri nods in understanding. That makes sense, but how do we do that? Namuri leans forward, jotting down a note on her piece of paper. We could always change his appearance a bit. Fake documents? Nizu nods at Aizawa and Namuri. Yes, those are both wonderful ideas. But the one that will realistically be the deciding factor for most is a press conference between Inui and myself stating that the upcoming hero Deku committed suicide due to losing his battle with mental health. Hitoshi looks over at his principal with wide purple eyes. You want to fake his death? Shaking his head, Nizu grins. Not at all. If Izuku wakes up as a student, he would simply have amnesia. However, if his age is regressed, then he would need new documents anyway stating proof of his new age. Meaning the student Izuku Midoriya would already be gone, and instead of just missing, I want to have the end date, so people don't come after him. That explains you being at the press conference, and you should include his doctor, but that doesn't explain why you want Inui there. Hisashi looks between his boss and his dog-quirked coworker. The aforementioned coworker looks up as a soft whine escapes him for a few as he tries to regain control of his vocal cords. We want to take the opportunity to state the importance of mental health in the hero community. How it is imperative for those suffering to get help, and that it's all right for them to do so. Aizawa watches his boss for a few before leveling the chimera with a look that clearly says he knows that's not all there is to it, and he doesn't appreciate being left out. Seeing the look, Nizu's grin widens as his beady black eyes gain a momentary sheen to them. Oh yes. I also believe that we will be having a guest once the press conference is released. Now that we have all of that settled, is it safe to assume that regardless of age Izuku will be taken in by your family, Aizawa? Aizawa glances at his kids and his husband for a moment before giving a curt nod in response. Excellent. The only other thing that we can plan now is his schooling. I'll admit that I would hate to see such a talent be wasted, so would like to nurture the boy's mind regardless of his age. Nizu watches as a shudder runs through the bodies of his faculty members, his grin widening in delighted glee. Wouldn't it be safer if Aizu stayed here? Eri looks around uncertain as she asks her question, hands fidgeting nervously with the bottom hem of her dress. But if he ends up not being in age, he can't stay here. Hitoshi gives an exasperated look to his younger sibling as if she should have known that. It was obvious after all. Eri turns to look up at Hitoshi, a frown tugging at her lips as tears start to fill her eyes. I just wanted to help too. Aizawa looks over at his son with a disapproving look while walking over and placing a hand on the top of Eri's head, giving her hair a quick ruffle. You are. What about homeschooling? Hisashi lets out a squawk at the suggestion, eyes wide as he turns to his husband in surprise. Neither of are home enough to do that. Placing his paws together in thought, Nizu takes a moment before nodding. Splendid. I can set up coursework online for Izuku based on his age at a later date. As for not being home, that's not a problem, Yamada. Eri here is correct with you being the safest place for him, and to accommodate that we will just have Izuku sit in either the teacher's lounge or with me during his studies. Eri smiles brightly at the fact that she actually managed to help in some way. Nemuri grins excitedly. Oh, I can't wait to help the green bean during my free PRD if that's the route we need to go. Inui nods his agreement. If that is the route we need to go, regardless of the age, I would love to become a confidant of sorts if the pup will let me. Nizu looks from his excited staff members to the remaining two. So are we in agreement? Hizashi looks away from the white-furred being and down at his daughter. Are you sure you're all right with this? You just started your own schooling. Eri giggles as she nods. I'm sure, Papa. I like my school. I get to see Mirio all the time when he visits his parents. But Aizu, he will need to have his own thing that makes him happy and safe like I have mine. Hizashi presses a gentle embrace to the crown of his little girl's head. All right then, I just wanted to make sure that you were all right with it as well. Aizawa huffs ever so slightly, a fond look in his dark eyes. Then we agree. Nizu gives a cursory glance at his screen to make sure he has everything covered. That seems to cover it for now. Thank you, and I do hope that you all have a good evening. Jumping down from his seat, he walks to the door before turning his attention to Hizashi. Yamada, I'd like you to stay home for a few days if you don't mind. Am I in trouble? Hizashi looks at his boss baffled. Not at all, but I believe it to be a strategic move. Being gone a few days gives credibility to any cover story we may decide to use for Izuku. With those parting words, Nizu doesn't hesitate to leave the Walking into the familiar room the next morning after getting off the phone with Nizu just a bit earlier, has Talia only mildly surprised to see the two men already there waiting. Shaking her head, she walks close to Izuku's bed to run her hands gently through the curly green locks. Hey, sleeping beauty, let's try to get you back up and moving, all right? You have so many people here waiting to see you healthy again, all right? Leaning down, Talia places a gentle embrace to the center of his forehead, much like a loved one may do to a young child. A small shimmering silver clock appears floating in midair directly above where she embraced the boy. The hands spinning around rapidly as it decides where to send him. Stepping back, she looks over at the dark-haired man and his blonde companion, a gentle expression on her face. Now's the strong part. Waiting. Aizawa shakes his head at the exasperated dramatic tone the nurse takes at having to wait. A glance over to his husband shows the blonde man stifling his laughter at the younger woman's antics while off duty. Don't like waiting? Hizashi asks as he gets his laughter under control. Talia shakes her head. In the job I have? Waiting is a must, so I'm not a very patient person when I'm not on the clock. Glancing back over at Izuku for a moment, she sighs, seeing the silver timer of her quirk still spinning rapidly. Would either of you like anything to drink or snack on? I'm going to head down to the second floor where the coffee shop is. Aizawa groans as he settles down into the couch, the exhaustion of everything going on seeping into his bones. Hizashi snickers at his husband for a moment before turning his attention back to the off-duty nurse. What he meant to say was black coffee, and I'll just take a bottle of water if you don't mind. Talia nods as she heads to the door. Got it. Black coffee and a bottle of water. I'll be back shortly. She gives a small wave as she leaves the room, the door letting out an audible click as it locks behind her. What the heck? See what you all chose? We're being erased and Yoichi can't even be bothered to be here with us. Second all but growls out as he activates his quirk in hopes that it causes one for all to work outside of the kid's body. Nana looks over at the second holder in panic. Second, what are you doing? That's not what we agreed upon. Second turns to level a glare at the only female holder. I refuse to go down without a fight. Hikagi watches the other man, a worried look taking over his usually calm expression. You could kill 9. Third looks up at his own successor, giving the rather quiet man a look of disdain. If he dies from this, then so be it. At least we went down fighting. Elsewhere in the quirk, Yoichi approaches where En sits resting against a wall quietly. May I join you? En looks up, his stoic expression showing signs of frustration as he nods to the white-haired man. I guess. Yoichi nods as he takes a seat, looking up at the ceiling of their own world. They're fighting the quirk. En scoffs, his annoyance becoming palpable. I'm aware. What was the purpose of the vote then? Giving a soft hum as he thinks, Yoichi rests his elbow on his knee and leans his head on it. That is the question, isn't it? I wanted to see where everyone was in terms of what to do. We couldn't help 9, not really, but UN. You can change that. You can help him. Looking over at the first holder of the quirk, N arches a brow in skeptical curiosity. How? Yoichi slowly stands back up and offers the other man a hand up with a patient smile, by guiding him. You just need to follow me. N stands up on his own, ignoring the offered hand. You're being vague as usual, Yoichi. That causes the white-haired man to chuckle as he gives a small nod of agreement. There's really not much to say regarding it. You just have to guide him. He waits a moment before starting to walk away, knowing that he has the sixth's attention. T-ing back to the darker-haired man when they arrive at their destination, Yoichi motions to the door that they stand in front of. Behind this door is where 9 resides. I think out of all of us here you are the best suited to helping him. You're not tied to someone who has hurt him like Nana and I. On top of that, you're not against him like second and to a lesser degree third. That leaves you, Hikage, and Banjo. Out of the 3 of you, I believe you are the best choice if you're up to it. And releases a sigh as he gives the door an appraising look before pushing it open. I'm not good at emotions, but I'll do my best. Yoichi watches the 6th holder of their shared quirk walk into the room, a sad smile on his face as he reaches out to close the door, causing it to disappear. I know you will. Take care of him, N. Hisashi walks close to Izuku's bed, a smile stretching across his face as he sees the timer's hands still spinning. Hey listener. You're doing so good, just keep hanging in there, alright? Grumpy Cat and I are here waiting for you to wake up. He laughs full out as he hears his husband scoff from the couch. What are you doing, Zashi? Aizawa doesn't even bother looking up at the blonde man. Instead he keeps his eyes closed as he tries to rest while he has the chance to do so. I'm encouraging Dragonfly. I want him to know that he still has people here who cares for him. That has the dark-haired man opening his eyes so he can look over at his husband, an expression of fond annoyance gracing his features. He knows that Zashi. Talia chooses that moment to come inside and immediately sets down a bakery box before walking closer to the husbands. Stopping first at Hisashi, she hands him his bottled water, then hands over the coffee cup to Aizawa before pulling out some packets of sugar from her pocket. I didn't know if you needed sugar or if you wanted it just black. I also have a small container of milk and cream that they use. It's inside the bakery box, along with 6 different types of muffins. Aizawa blinks at the sugar packets as if struggling to comprehend what the pink-haired woman just said to him. Instead of answering, he lifts the cup to his lips and takes a sip of the dark liquid. Eyes widening a bit in shock at how the tired man drinks his coffee, her nose scrunches up a bit in distaste as she turns away, not even going to try and address that as everyone has their own preferences. Hisashi laughs outright as he notes the look of distaste the younger woman has. But as he's about to say something to her, he notices how the air in the room starts to gain the feeling of being charged as if in a severe storm. Glancing over at Izuku, he is in a breath as he sees the lightning arcing around the unconscious frame, black tendrils sprouting out of him as if lashing out. Silver eyes look over at the green-haired teen on the bed, her face setting at the display in front of her as she rushes over to check on Izuku. What the heck is this? She's jerked away from the boy's side by a gray scarf just before a black tendril hits the spot where she was standing. Aizawa sets her down beside his husband, knowing that the loud man will keep the woman from rushing into danger again should she think it's necessary. Turning quirked red eyes back to the bed, he watches as the tendrils and lightning disappear. After a few moments he releases his quirk to swiftly put in eye drops. A frown starting to play at his lips as he feels the air begin to charge again. Walking up to the group of past users, Yoichi's expression turns from a rather gentle look to a disapproving frown. What's going on here? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm keeping us from being removed. Looking at his own successor, Yoichi lets out an exasperated sigh. No, you're not. The only thing you are doing is prolonging the inevitable. Third looks up at Yoichi, a frown tugging at his lips. Just because you gave up doesn't mean that all of us have. I didn't give up. I chose to think things out rationally. 9 was dying. This quirk gives him a chance to live, and there's a chance that we'd still be with him. But fighting this quirk? If Eraserhead erases our quirk, what happens to the other? Third goes silent at that and glances over at his predecessor to see him in a similar state as himself. Walking closer to the group, Nana gives a pain-filled smile to the two users who wanted to survive so badly. It could be that if Eraser uses his quirk on 9 because of us acting up, that it erases the nurse's quirk and acts as a death sentence to our youngest. Second lets out a small huff as he starts to walk away from the woman and original holder. Do whatever you want. A bright green glow fills the hospital room as lightning crackles to life again, surrounding the green-haired teen even as black tendrils surge forward, lashing out angrily at anything and anyone that gets too close to the bed, including a silver timer floating above Izuku's head. Quickly activating his quirk yet again, Aizawa's red gaze widens in something between shock and horror as the moment that his quirk activates is the same moment a black tendril pierces through the silver clock, causing the timer to flicker before both fade out of existence. The room feels to calm after that, no charge in the air, and nothing but the sound of machines being heard. It's unnerving. The calm is broken, however, by the pink-haired nurse as she runs over to Izuku, immediately checking his vitals. That seems to snap Aizawa out of his haze as he watches her with wide onyx eyes. What have I done? Walking over to his husband, Hisashi wraps his arms around the other man's waist lightly. You did what was necessary. The hands on the timer had slowed down, so maybe the quirk worked. Aizawa can't bring himself to look away from the unconscious form of his student. His son. What if it didn't, Zashi? Pressing a gentle embrace to the back of the wavy black hair, Hisashi gives a sad smile. If it didn't, then he got the choice he made, and we have to respect that. No matter how much we may be hurting. Aizawa? I'm sorry, visiting hours are over. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The exhausted man looks up at the pink-haired nurse, onyx eyes staring blankly at her as if he doesn't fully register her words. It's been hours since everything went to hell. Hours since the nurse used her quirk on Izuku. Hours since he could have potentially ended the life of his kid. Why is this happening? Talia sighs as she walks into the room and kneels beside where the teacher sits by the bed. Aizawa? She reaches out a hand to firmly yet carefully squeeze his knee, the motion causing the man to snap out of his train of thought. There we go, anything I can do to help? Shaking his head, Aizawa heaves a heavy sigh. Oh, thanks though. Just was lost in my thoughts. Glancing from the bed to the nurse, he reaches a hand out to run through the green curls of the still unconscious teen. I take it that you're kicking me out? Talia smiles as she stands back up and nods. Yes, sir. I'm very sorry. Huffing in slight annoyance, Aizawa pushes himself up out of his chair, the movement showing just how exhausted he truly is. Keep me updated? Talia can't help the small fond smile that graces her lips as she goes about checking Izuku's vitals as the man starts moving. Of course. Wandering through the darkness, Izuku glances around curiously. Where am I? Am I dead? Not quite 9. Startled, Izuku turns towards the voice, surprised to see a figure appearing from where he just came from. Do I know you? Fully stepping out of the darkness, En watches the confusion fly across the greenette's face. What do you remember? Taking a seat on the ground, Izuku takes a moment to actually think about the question. It's not that long until tears start filling the boy's eyes as he looks up at where En is standing. Why am I alive? Frowning deeply, En reaches out hesitantly to ruffle the distressed teen's hair lightly. Because you deserve to live. You have people that care about you. Drawing his knees up to his, Izuku shakes his head as tears start falling more. Oh. No one cares about me. They were sending us home. The only home I have is you. Sighing softly, En squats down in front of the teen. They know that. They found your journal. Watching the man tiredly, Izuku's eyes widen as the fear starts to seep into his core. My journal? Yeah. Your journal. They know you were abandoned. That you were bullied. Know that you were quirkless? Izuku freezes for a moment before solemnly nodding. Gotcha. That's why they care. Pity. I understand. As he loses focus, the darkness starts to get thicker until he's alone again, surrounded by nothing darkness. Oh. Did you guys see the news this morning? Kaminari looks at his classmates completely wide-eyed as he holds out his phone. Yeah. Apparently, The villain that All Might took down in Kamino was found dead in Tartarus. Ciro gave a sheepish smile to his electric user classmate at accidentally taking the blonde's thunder. What the hell are you DM and extras talking about? Bakugo growls as he swipes the other blonde's phone to read the article. No FING way. That BS just effing croaked? Kirishima carefully takes the phone from his explosive friend and hands it back to the electric user with a smile. Yeah, apparently no one knows what happened. They're having to do an investigation and tighten up on security. Waste of time if you ask me, Bakugo says while leaning back in his seat and propping his feet up on his desk. Standing outside of his classroom, Aizawa felt an overwhelming sense of dread and unease as he listens to his students talk about the ongoing breaking news. The news that the villain known as All for One is dead. It was a bit much to think about this morning. That the villain that's targeted his comatose student's quirk is dead and with no knowledge as to why or how. He hated not knowing. It's not like he could just leave either. It's still early in the school day and he's been away from his hell class enough. But he just wants to make sure that the unconscious teen at the hospital is still alive. Sighing to himself, Aizawa walks into his classroom and levels the teens with a quirk-enhanced glare. Alright, time for class. So, sit down and shut up. Can we talk 9? Oh, I don't want to talk, I just want to be left alone. I shouldn't even be here. Izuku glares into the darkness as the fog in his mind starts to clear more. En sighs as he watches the darkness to see if he can catch any signs of the teen. I can't do that. You deserve to have people care. Hugging his knees tighter, Izuku lowers his head to rest on top of them. Please. Just go away. It's silent for a while after that and Izuku's almost positive that the man has decided to actually leave him alone when he suddenly hears, All for One is dead and I'm the last of the vestiges. Pushing himself up to his feet, Izuku turns wide-eyed to look towards the voice as the darkness fades away. What? En nods at the teen, first did something, and now One for All is gone. And All for One is dead. Confused, Izuku can't keep himself as the words start to tumble from his mouth. But you're still here? First didn't want you to have to go through everything you did before. Letting out a disbelieving laugh, Izuku shakes his head as he stares off into the darkness. I still will as soon as everyone finds out that I'm quirkless again. But you're not. You have my quirk now. I'll help you train while you sleep. But only once you've recovered enough. Izuku turns his attention back to the man, looking him over skeptically before giving a faint nod of agreement. It feels like class has been dragging on for hours when the bell finally rings signaling that it's time for lunch, and of course he can't get rid of his hell spawn so easily. Yes, Uraraka? The brunette nervously plays with her fingertips as she watches her teacher erase the board. I was just wondering if you have heard from Deku. He's still not back yet and I'm getting pretty worried. Setting the eraser down, Aizawa turns to face his student. Dark eyes studying the girl for a moment. I can't tell you anything regarding Midoriya. Sorry. Narrowing brown eyes ever so slightly to show her determination, she slams her hands down on the desk in front of her, though she's careful not to activate her quirk. Is he at least safe? We know nothing. He's my friend and our classmate. We deserve to know what's going on. Twitching ever so slightly, Aizawa's lips settle into a deep scowl. There are times in life, especially in hero work, where you will not have all of the information. That you are told what you need to know and that's it. While other times you won't be told a thing and just expected to do what is necessary. Is it deserved? No, but that's a fact of life. This is like that. If you can't handle it, then maybe you need to reconsider becoming a hero. Because like it or not, it happens a lot out in the field. Uraraka looks at her dark-haired teacher, eyes wide in surprise before she looks away. I want to be a hero. I get that we have to be in the dark in the field, but he's my friend. I want to know he's okay. Aizawa glares up at the ceiling for a moment before reaching out a hand to pat the top of the brunette's head. I know, kid. But I really can't tell you and I'm sorry. Nodding solemnly, Uraraka gathers her things and walks out of the classroom. Arriving at the hospital a bit later than he would have liked. Hisashi takes a seat in his husband's preferred chair. Right beside the bed. Hey there, listener. Mind if I keep you company today? Show had class and I have the next few days off. Hizashi smiles as he carefully moves his hand to hold his student's smaller one, allowing his thumb to carefully slide the back of the greenette's hand. Like, what's he doing here? Husho. Class? Wait, does he mean Mr. Aizawa? We're really hoping that you wake up soon, kiddo. You have us all worried. Sho found you and we're ready for you to come home. To our home, I mean. If you'd like that, of course. Hizashi can't help but ramble as he starts to get himself settled. He loves that he's getting to spend time with the teen, though he does wish that it was under better circumstances. Mr. Aizawa found me? They still want me to come home with them even after that. I don't understand. What does he mean, wake up? I am awake. The darkness is just too thick. Hizashi is pulled out of his thoughts as the hand that he's holding twitches, causing his eyes to snap down to their joined hands. Chartreuse-colored eyes filling with tears as they widen in shock as he watches the small movements the boy makes. Great job, Izuku. I'm so proud of you. Proud of me? I don't remember the last time someone said that. Struggling through the darkness, Izuku looks around trying to spot the past one for all user. How do I get him to say it again? He waits a few moments expecting to get a response only to be met with the silence that lingers in the darkness. Think, Izuku. You want Mike to say that again. He wants you to wake up, so maybe just ask him? Scrunching up his nose in irritation, Izuku sighs, because it can't really be that easy, can it? The movements of Izuku's hand stills, causing a small frown to settle on Hizashi's lips. Taking the moment to finish texting his husband to give him the update, he's startled when he hears a small rough whisper come from the boy in front of him. Hizashi's brain completely blue screens at the words, and all he can do is focus on holding the teen's hands as tears start to fall rapidly down his cheeks. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo, thank you for meeting with us. Would you like some tea? Mitsuki frowns as she pushes her son firmly into a seat in the conference room. No thanks. I'd like to get this over with if possible. What did the brat do this time? Nedzu's eyes flicker just briefly before he motions to the others in the room to take a seat. Ignoring her question as he gives a small smile, as you know, I am Principal Nizu, this here is Detective Tsukachi. He gives a momentary gesture towards the man sitting at his right before waving a paw towards Aizawa, and I believe you have met Aizawa. Masaru nods while motioning to himself before motioning towards his wife and child. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Masaru Bakugo, this is my wife Mitsuki, and you all seem to know our son Katsuki. Please feel free to use our first names, as I'm sure it could get quite confusing referring to all of us by our last name. Narrowing her eyes, Mitsuki levels Nizu with an impatient glare. Now will you answer my question? What did Katsuki do this time? Sighing as he watches the polar opposites in the parents, Aizawa leans forward to rest his elbows on the table, allowing him to rest his head in his hands comfortably. Katsuki did not do anything at this time. We would like his assistance with a case if possible. Mitsuki grins, and it's obvious where her son gets his own from. Hell yeah, he'll help. Right, kiddo? A case? What's the case about? Masaru looks stunned by the fact that they want his kid to help with a case even though he's just of first year. Katsuki, who has been silent up till this point, looks up at his teacher, his principal, and then the detective before hanging his head. They're working on shutting down Aldra Junior High. That catches both Mitsuki and Masaru's attention as they turn to look at their son. Not bothering to look up, Katsuki grips the table in front of him till his knuckles turn white, his irritation nearly palpable. Aldra was a shitty school. They were all quirkist, and so was I. Quirkist? Katsuki, you weren't raised like that. Think about Izuku. Flinching slightly at Mitsuki's words and the reminder that this happened to Izuku, Katsuki lets his hands fall from the edge of the table and into his lap almost like he's defeated. Katsuki, you didn't. Masaru looks down at his son in growing horror as he watches his kid flinch ever so slightly. Tsukachi places a file in front of the Bakugo couple carefully. This is what we have on the case so far minus the physical evidence. However, we would like it if Katsuki was there as a witness should the need arrive. Mitsuki opens the file, flipping through it quietly, the reality of what has happened to Izuku making her stomach churn. These people in this file, you've got them? Tsukachi nods. Yes, those we have currently. Including his former teacher who was picked up this morning, so he's not in the file yet. Reading through the file himself, Masaru takes a moment to glance up at the others in the room. What does this mean for Katsuki though? If he goes on stand as a witness, what if they ask why he himself is not being charged? Nizu grins at the question before taking a sip of his tea. That brings us to the second reason that you're here, and why we have his homeroom teacher here. While usually such acts would call for immediate expulsion from you, we decided as a whole that the best course of action for Katsuki would be a series of other punishments, especially due to him having been taken by the League of Villains previously. Expelling him now would be the same thing as just handing him over to them, and we never want to intentionally endanger a student. Looking up as Nizu finishes speaking, Aizawa slowly sits up to look over at his student and his parents. I have personally seen the growth that Katsuki has made even just from the start of this year till now, and in doing so I came with a few alternatives should you agree to them. Sitting straighter, red eyes blazing with determination, Katsuki looks up at his ever-tired teacher. Bring it on. Aizawa can't help but let a slightly manic grin spread across his face. Katsuki will be sitting out of all heroic classes until further notice. In their place he will alternate mandatory anger management classes with Hound Dog and sensitivity training with 13. He will also be gaining a new class after school with Nizu himself presiding over it. Finally, on Sundays, members of the Big Three have graciously volunteered their time to take him out for community service. Once the overseers of his extra classes have deemed him ready, he can rejoin his heroics classes. Should he fail, however, he will be moved down to the general education department. I ain't going to fail. Mitsuki seems rather sobered by what is going on, and she presses her son's head down in a bow. Thank you. I know that Katsuki will do everything he needs to do to stay on track towards being a hero. While what you are wanting him to do does sound like a lot, it also sounds like it is exactly what my kiddo needs. I'm glad that he's here with teachers who understand him so well. Nodding in agreement, Masaru bows slightly himself. Thank you for not giving up on our boy. Tsukachi takes the chance to clear his throat, bringing the attention back to himself. Now that all of that is out of the way, can we please get back to work on the case? Gaining a nod of agreement from everyone but Aizawa, the detective turns towards the underground hero, his eye twitching in annoyance as he sees the finger held up asking him for a moment. Keeping index finger held up, Aizawa uses his free hand to fish out his phone from his pocket as it rapidly buzzes in his hand with the notification of a new message coming in displayed on the screen. Unlocking the device, he quickly switches over to the messaging app and starts to go through the messages, eyes widening ever so slightly as he does. Till a new one buzzes in that has him standing abruptly. Excuse me, something has come up that demands my attention. Tsukachi runs a hand down his face, clearly done with the other man. Face it? We're in the middle of a meeting. Nizu watches the conflict of emotions pass through his coworker's eyes, a knowing glint making his beady eyes shine for just a moment. We can continue without him, detective. Aizawa here is in the middle of trying to adopt, and the only person who would rapidly message him like that would be his partner, who is with their prospective child now. Giving the principal a disbelieving look, Tsukachi gets resettled in his seat. Of course. Best of luck to you then. Aizawa nods as he hurries out of the room as fast as he can. Help me please. Izuku winces as he hears how rough his voice is, hating the stutter, but he can't bring himself to stop talking. He really wants to hear Mike say he's proud of him again. Snapping out of his blue screen, Hisashi leans forward and touches Izuku's forehead, gently stroking a thumb over it. A frown tugging at his lips as he notes that the boy still hasn't opened his eyes yet. You're doing so good, listener. I'm so proud of you. But please don't push yourself too much yet, alright? I have to step out for a moment, but I'll be right back. I need to let the nurses know that you're starting to talk. A scarred hand reaches up, grabbing at Hisashi's hand that is on his forehead and grips it in what he thinks is a strong grip. PPL, please don't Gigi go. How about this, kiddo? I'll leave my jacket with you while I go talk to the nurse, and you can hang on to it, so you know I'm coming back, alright? He shrugs out of his ultra jacket and lays it down on the kids as he watching as the hand gripping his hand moves to feel the material. Stepping away slowly, Hisashi smiles as he watches the green-haired teen. Good job, kiddo. I'll be right back. Wasting no more time, he quickly moves towards the door and out into the hall, making his way to the nurse's desk. Approaching the nurse's desk, he's startled to see his husband running down the hall only for that surprise to turn into a momentary wince as he hears one of the nurses on the floor yell out a firm, "No running in the halls. Didn't you learn better in grade school?" Shaking his head, Hisashi turns back to the nurse's station with a bright smile. "Is there any way I can get a small water for Izuku to sip at?" He started talking a little and his voice sounds rough. The nurse on duty goes wide-eyed and quickly pages the doctor before looking back at Hisashi. "I'm sorry I can't do anything about the drink right now until Dr. Aaron checks on him. First, it's just a precaution." Hisashi nods in understanding. "Of course. Thank you anyway." "Hisashi, what are you doing out here? Why did you leave him alone?" Aizawa looks at his blonde husband, clearly panicked as he gets closer. Sighing ever so softly as he gives his love a patient smile, "I needed to inform the nurses that he's starting to talk. I left him with my jacket, though since he didn't seem fond of the thought of me leaving." Frowning at Hisashi's admittance, Aizawa moves past the blonde to Izuku's door, quickly going through the steps that will allow him entrance. "Izuku? Aizawa? I'm coming in all right?" Hisashi shakes his head as he looks away from the door his partner disappeared into. "Guess I'm going to the shops downstairs to get us both a drink." Smiling at the nurse, he turns away and heads to the elevators, just wanting to give the teen and his husband some time to themselves. Izuku's fingers slowly slide the fabric of Hisashi's jacket as he hears the door open and his teacher announce his presence. He's startled, however, when he feels a larger calloused hand grip one of his own. "You must have fallen back to sleep. I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke up. I planned to be, but Nizu called me in for a meeting." Lips twitching down into a frown, Izuku moves his other hand and places it on top of his teacher's. "And so sleep?" His frown deepens as he gets frustrated with himself for struggling to say sleeping. Aizawa goes wide-eyed hearing the broken voice, and he has to tilt his head back to look at the ceiling in an attempt to keep the tears starting build up from falling. It takes him a moment to look back down at the greenette and notice the frown that just seems wrong on the teen's face. "It's okay, kid. Go slow. You've been through a lot, so you need to be easy on yourself. How about we try opening your eyes and give your throat a break for a few?" After a few minutes of silence and not even a muscle being moved by the greenette, Aizawa starts to think that maybe he said the wrong thing. However, looking up at the face of his kid, he's startled when rapidly blinking eyes settle on open and sad, emerald green eyes meet tear-filled onyx for the first time in what feels like forever. Sign language. Thus, tears spill over dark lashes as Aizawa reaches forward to gently ruffle the green curls. Taking the moment to clear his throat of the clog of overwhelming emotions so he can speak. "Good job, kid. Proud of you." Izuku frowns as confusion courses through him at the display from his usually stoic teacher. But he can't seem to keep himself from reaching one of his own trembling hands up towards his teacher's face and gently wiping away the tears falling down the man's cheeks. Aizawa moves a larger, calloused hand to grip the smaller, unsteady one of the teen in front of him. "Why am I crying?" Izuku nods ever so slightly as his confusion grows at his hand being gripped in such a firm but gentle manner. "Because kid, I was afraid I was going to lose you, and to see you awake." Proud doesn't even begin cover it. Izuku just blinks at his teacher, unable to put this version of the man with the memories he has of the older man. It's not that he was a cruel teacher or anything, or that he was incapable of caring, it's just he's always been nothing but a problem for the man. He's even given him that deming title that he can never seem to shake, problem child. I don't. His words raspy at the repeated use. Hearing himself struggle even more than usual to speak, Izuku ball up the fabric of the jacket still left on his lap, into a white-knuckled grip as his frustration with himself grows. Aizawa soothingly rubs the hand that he currently holds, a careful massage to the crooked fingers that he knows all too well due to his husband's penchant for falling asleep while grading papers, which causes his hands to cramp up from still holding the pen. Looking up into those emerald eyes though has him more than thankful for the practice as the anger seems to be melting away. "Do you know sign, kid?" Aizawa is very careful to ask, keeping his tone low and words soft. After all, he doesn't want to push the kid by any means, just giving the teen all the time he needs. Izuku hesitates for a moment before nodding his head, his fist slowly uncurling while he carefully pulls his other hand out of his teacher's grasp. He misses the slightly disappointed look that briefly crosses Aizawa's face as he signs a very shaky "I don't understand." With an ever so small downturn to his lips, Aizawa gazes at his kid as he cringes internally at the pain. Because that hurt. Knowing that this kid doesn't know why he's proud, didn't seem to understand why he cared. He knew that was a possibility going into this, but that doesn't change just how much it hurts. He's saved from having to voice his feelings for the moment by a sharp knock on the door before Dr. Aaron walks in with a wide smile as he turns his gaze upon the conscious form of Izuku. "Hello, Izuku, do you mind if I call you that? I'm Dr. Arion, your treating physician. I'm glad to see you awake. You gave us all a bit of a scare." He approaches slowly, not even bothering to start checking over the boy himself yet. Only paying attention to the readings from the machines that are attached to the greenette before jotting them down in the file he carries. Blinking in surprise, Izuku watches his doctor cautiously as he gives a slow nod of his head in agreement to the man's question. Turning his attention back to Izuku just in time to see the nod, Dr. Aaron can't help but smile. "Thank you. Now, can you tell me what you remember, Izuku?" Izuku frowns as he brings up his hands to sign before glancing over at Aizawa and signing to the man instead. "Can I sign or do I have to speak?" Aizawa watches Izuku's hands before giving a small smile at the small display of trust that the teen gave. Because he knows that his kid could have very easily just not asked and instead pushed himself instead. "Thanks for asking, kid." He can't help but grin as he sees the faint pink starting to mix with the kid's freckles amid his confusion, however. Turning his attention to the doctor, Aizawa watches the other man for a moment before asking the question Izuku wants to know. He wants to know if he can sign or if he has to speak. If he has to speak, I'd suggest doing whatever you need to do so he can have some water first. Dr. Aaron gives a nod of his head. From what I'm seeing, it won't hurt for him to have small sips of water. Just have to go slow. As for the signing, if you're more comfortable with that, then by all means you can sign, Izuku. Most of the staff here in the hero ward know at least enough sign to get by. Izuku blinks as the confusion grows at how his doctor immediately refocuses on him as if the man actually cares. Like that would happen. It has to be because Mr. Aizawa is here. Frowning as the realization sets in, Izuku narrows his eyes as he signs with rather aggressive, firm motions. "Why am I here? Do you not remember, Izuku?" Dr. Aaron looks at his patient, a small frown tugging at his lips. Shaking his head, Izuku turns shaky but firm signs towards his doctor. "No, I remember. I was dying. I finally managed to do it. So why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I don't want to be here." Izuku lets his hands fall as his anger turns into just defeat as tears start falling uncontrollably down his cheeks, but no sound escapes him. Dr. Aaron gives a small nod as he quietly maneuvers around Izuku, doing some quick checks as he goes about removing some of the tubes and wires as carefully as he can, before taking a step back and looking over at the dark-haired man. "I'm going to put in a call to Talia. It seems that Izuku here is medically fine. But she'll be able to tell you exactly where he was reset to. However, my guess is she's going to tell you his body was reset to right before his attempt, but his mind doesn't seem to have been reset at all." Aizawa gives a small nod of understanding, his heart breaking as he watches his kid fall apart in front of him. He reaches a hesitant hand out to lightly bump his fingertips against Izuku's, not wanting to force the kid into taking it, but also wanting to give the kid the option of some comfort if he wants it. Watching the two for only a moment, Dr. Aaron turns to leave, making sure that the door locks before him before letting out a heavy sigh. "Everything all right, doctor?" Dr. Aaron jumps silently as he turns to face the blonde man that has a delighted grin that's stretched across his face. He takes a moment to clear his throat, allowing himself to calm down from being startled before replying to the man. "Everything is physically fine, yes. Your husband is in there with him, but if you want to go in, I recommend knocking and asking first." The kid seems to be struggling with the fact of being here. Hisashi's grin slips as he hears that, as in the hospital? He knows it's most likely not that, but he's an optimist and he can't help but hope that the feeling in his gut is wrong. "No, as in general." Dr. Aaron shakes his head before glancing over at the drink tray Hisashi is holding. He's allowed small sips of water as long as it's slow, I'm getting ready to put a call into Talia to see what she has to say. She does know more about her quirk after all. Nodding his head, Hizashi enters his hero code into the pad at the door before cracking the door open as it unlocks. Listener? Joe? Can I come in? He waits until he hears the answer in the affirmative that comes from his husband before walking in. Hizashi makes his steps slow and pronounced enough so that he isn't perceived as a threat, and he stays back a few paces from the bed as he sees the defensive yet defeated posture Izuku is holding. Hey listener, I brought you a water. Is it alright if I set it on your bedside table? Hizashi closes his eyes as he hears the oh-so-quiet sniffle that goes along with the small head bob he gets in response. Thanks kiddo. Moving slowly so not to accidentally overwhelm the teen more than he already seems to be, Hizashi sets the water down on Izuku's table before opening a straw and placing it in it. Would you like a drink before I set it down? I seen the doc outside. He said you should be good for some small sips at a time. Aizawa watches his husband carefully before reaching up to the blonde's hand holding the drink tray and plucks the only-to-go coffee cup from it before downing almost a third of it in a single drink. Izuku watches Aizawa's actions for a moment with eyes hidden behind his curly green hair that's fallen into his face, allowing him the sense of being able to hide. Before he knows what he's doing, he's lifted his hands to sign a hesitant "doesn't that burn?" A small laugh escapes him as Hizashi nods at Izuku's question. Yeah. It burns a lot listener, but well show here is built differently from us. He gives the teen a bright smile as he sets the drink tray that only holds his smoothie down on the table before offering the teen his water. Izuku is thankful as he holds his own cup of water that he's allowed to do that. But at the same time, he's more thankful that both of his teachers are there watching him, a hand at the ready just in case he needs help. He knows it can't be easy for them to let him have this little bit of independence all things considered, but he appreciates it. Not that he'd be telling them that though. Sign language. Feel up to talking kiddo, or do you want to listen to some things we have to say? Aizawa watches the greenette closely as Izuku drinks his water. Watching for any tells that he's uncomfortable or needs assistance, and it's killing him inside that he's not able to do anything at the moment, but from what he knows about his kid, he knows that he's independent since he's never known anything else, and so no matter how much the nagging in his head says to do things for the teen, he'll do nothing but sit and watch for now. Izuku tenses, biting down on the straw as he eyes his teachers wearily. Don't worry listener, you're not in trouble. Hizashi smiles brightly at the teen before casting his husband a disbelieving look at the words the dark-haired man chose to use. Frowning, Izuku gives a non-committal shrug before gesturing for them to continue, clearly in no rush to have to explain himself by any means. First and foremost, I apologize. Aizawa reaches a hand out to gently touch one of Izuku's knees, trying to draw the teen's attention solely to himself, so he can hopefully see the sincerity in his onyx eyes. More than that though, as your teacher, I missed the red flags, and regardless how hectic things were after the villain attacks you and your class is gone through, I should have taken the time to make sure you all were doing alright. You all went through something traumatic a few times and I admit I failed, and I'm sorry. I know it doesn't change anything and I don't want it to. I just want to let you know I'm working on is being better and fixing things. Starting with the fact that each member of 1A and 1B are having mandatory counseling with Hound Dog. Izuku absent-mindedly hands his cup of water over to Hizashi while staring at Aizawa, emerald green eyes wide in surprise. It takes a moment for his mind to process the words fully, never mind the fact that his teacher of all people is genuine in his apology. Raising his hands ever so slowly to sign, Izuku suddenly freezes as he realizes he doesn't know how to respond to them. This has never happened to him before. He's always been the one to have to apologize, never the other way around. Shaking his head, he lets his hands fall back into his lap as he turns his attention away from his teacher and into his lap. Hizashi offers the greenette a small reassuring smile while mentally shoving his hero persona out of the way even more, allowing a soft, soothing tone to come out as he asks gently, "Are you okay with seeing Hound Dog? Or would you prefer to see someone else? What if I don't want to be a hero anymore? Do I still have to go?" Izuku doesn't bother to lift his head as he signs slowly. He doesn't want to see their faces at his questions, doesn't want to see the knowing looks on their faces telling him that they knew he couldn't do it. A rough hand settles on top of his own, which causes him to look over following the arm it's attached to see the other hand holding a coffee cup. He flinches slightly at the realization that it's Aizawa trying to get his attention. I'm going to be upfront with you, kid. As your homeroom teacher and as the hero who found you, I was given your notebook. Meaning, I know that you weren't treated correctly, whether that be in the physical sense or the emotional sense. So yes, even if you no longer want to be a hero, you do still have to see a counselor. Izuku's head snaps up, eyes locking on the dark ones of his teacher. But if you found me and read my notebook, then you know how useless I am. Teary Chartreuse eyes turn to meet dull emerald. You're not worthless, listener. Aizawa gives a firm nod of agreement as he crosses his arms. You just got dealt a bad hand and no one tried to help you. Izuku rolls his eyes, a small snort of sarcastic amusement leaving him. Right, and now that I have a quirk you both supposedly care. Arms twitching at his side as he fights back the urge to wrap the teen in a bear hug, Hisashi's voice takes on notes of desperation as his eyes plead with the boy to understand. You having a quirk doesn't mean anything. We care because you're you, Izuku. What Zashi is trying to say, kid, is that we would care whether you had a quirk or not. Izuku scoffs in utter disbelief. Easy to say when you only know me with a quirk. If it wasn't for this quirk, you both wouldn't even know me. Sighing tiredly to himself, Aizawa leans forward on his hands, moving so his elbows are propped on his knees to help keep his head up as he levels the stubborn greenette with a look. Kid, I know potential and what you showed me at the assessment test where you channeled your power into your finger. It showed smarts and ingenuity. You showed you had guts and were willing to fight for your dreams when you grinned at me through your pain. Based off of that alone, I know that even without a quirk, you would have crossed our paths and become a hero because you have potential. Shut up. The abrupt and rather aggressive stop to the sign shows Izuku's displeasure, but the look on the teen's face tells them more than that. It tells them about the kid that's been hurt too many times before, that had to put up walls just to try and survive. It hurts seeing the kid so upset, but it's worse knowing that this is the true Izuku. The one that's always shoved to the side and hidden behind towering walls, that they had never gotten to know. Don't talk about things you don't understand. Izuku, we know what All Might said to you. He was wrong. In every sense of the word. Aizawa takes a breath, letting his stoic facade slip, so that his face is easier to read by his student. Internally hoping that the hero can tell just how honest he is, how he truly believes what he's saying. Staring into dark eyes for a moment, Izuku frowns as he starts to feel conflicted. What do they mean that All Might was wrong? Everyone always said he could never be a hero quirkless, and yet, here he is, wanting to believe a teacher of all people when they believe in him. Shaking himself from his thoughts also breaks his eye contact with Aizawa, and so he looks over at the blonde curiously, almost praying that he sees the familiar look that accompanies a cruel joke. He should have known he wouldn't get what he wanted. Hisashi leans forward ever so slowly, his movements telegraphed so as not to startle the boy or be potentially triggering, as he moves a hand to over above Izuku's head for a moment before lowering it to rest among the unruly green curls. We know about your mom leaving. We even know what they did to you in middle school. Please, let us help you. Izuku frowns at his teachers before shaking his head to dislodge the hand in his hair. Once done, he doesn't hesitate to turn his head upwards so he's facing the ceiling as he closes his eyes. Knowing that Izuku can't see him do so, Aizawa runs his hands down his face, a sign of exasperation because honestly, he didn't expect to have to work so strong to get the kid to see reason, but maybe in hindsight he should have. Hisashi shakes his head, a small frown of his own playing at his lips as he stands up and motions for his husband to do the same. We'll leave for a bit so you can get some rest, okay, listener? We'll be back in a little while. If you need anything, hit the nurse's call button and they can get in touch with us, alright? Izuku doesn't bother to respond to either of the older men, just shifting slightly in his bed so he's more comfortable. Taking that as a sign of them being dismissed, Hisashi grabs his husband's hand and starts to literally pull the tired man out of the hospital room. Once out of the room, Aizawa stares at his husband, his jaw set in a way to convey his feelings of disdain on his otherwise blank face. Don't give me that look, grumpy cat. He's been through a lot and we couldn't continue to push him, you know that. Zashi reaches out a hand to gently caress over the other man's cheek. Rolling his eyes at being called out, Aizawa ever so slightly leans into his husband's touch. Doesn't mean I like it? Zashi grins, a wide thing that stretches across his face as he watches how his love reacts. I know, but we need to think of this from a different perspective. Because us doing this your preferred way of blunt and logical isn't helping, in fact it may be hindering things. Aizawa glances back at Izuku's door before letting out a soft grunt of hidden defeat. Fine. I need more coffee anyways. We can think up a game plan while we're at it. Thank you, Sho. That's all I ask. Hizashi leans forward and places a small peck of her embrace to Aizawa's lips before moving towards the nurse's desk. After all, they aren't going to be in the room and they both know that Izuku isn't likely to ask for help. So they'll just make sure one of the nurses make it a point to check on him while they're gone for coffee. Walking through the darkness, Izuku lets out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. He's never really been afraid of the dark. Quite the opposite, in fact, the silence of the darkness bringing him a sense of comfort that the endless chatter of the outside world has never given. Maybe that's why he startles, ever so slightly when he hears a monotonied, "Hello 9," as the dark-haired man appears out of nowhere. Izuku gives a small hum as he takes in the man's appearance, the narrowed eyes that seem familiar, and the way that the large, high-collared jacket obscures the man's face and nose being reminiscent of his teacher's habit of hiding in his capture scarf. It takes him a moment before he snaps his green eyes up to meet the other man's. You're related to Mr. Aizawa. Giving a huff of amusement, and gives a nod of affirmation. Through my sister, I believe he would be my great-nephew? Izuku nods rather enthusiastically at the knowledge. It sounds about right if following the timeline of the quirk is anything to go off of. Do you know why his hair floats? Narrowed eyes gaze off to the side at the darkness, but it's easy to tell they aren't seeing what's actually there. No, his gaze gives away his feelings even before he starts to speak. I believe it's a leftover from my sister. She had a telekinesis quirk. Fidgeting with his fingers, Izuku can't help but to sigh. Why did you summon me here? En walks closer to the boy slowly, and places a hand carefully on the top of those wild green curls. We have much to talk about, kid. Bowing his head in shame, Izuku manages a very softly whispered, I'm sorry I didn't pass on one for all before my attempt. En shakes his head as he gives the hair under his fingers a gentle ruffle. That's not what this is about. Then, Izuku doesn't get a chance to finish before he's cut off, not in a rude way in the slightest. Instead, the other man just carefully raises his hand up in the sign to stop, which really just piques Izuku's curiosity as no one is ever that nice when telling him to shut up. En lets a small smile play at his lips as he watches the teen tilt his head to the side in curiosity. The others and we apologize that we couldn't help you. You had so much pressure on you, and 8 didn't do things right. Sighing ever so quietly, En takes a moment to make sure he still has the greenette's attention. Each of us knew who the previous holders were until him. Nana didn't get a chance to tell him before she died. However, she did tell Gran Torino. What I'm trying to get at is that we all knew what we were signing up for. You didn't? Izuku gives a small shrug. It wasn't so bad. I just shouldn't have taken the quirk. I knew I was useless. I'd been told that for so long. I don't know why I thought that I had the chance to be something great. I should have realized just because my dream was to be a hero didn't mean that I'd ever be able to be someone like All Might. En scowls, something vicious, and he's suddenly glad that his collar hides the bottom part of his face, as he would hate to scare the young teen. But, Izuku, you are not useless. Besides, why do you have to be like 8? My predecessor was Twilight. A mix of spotlight and underground. I worked mostly underground. The 4th holder worked on strengthening the quirk, not even doing hero work. So tell me, why be like All Might? Izuku goes wide-eyed as he had never realized that he could be something more than just spotlight. He told me it was my duty to become the next symbol of peace. Ridiculous. Look at how the world is just since 8 had to retire. Having a symbol is asking for trouble. That much pressure should never be put on the shoulders of one person, and can't help but scoff at the utter ridiculousness of the entire thing while also wishing that he could take out some of his irritation at the former one for all holder. Because honestly, how could it have gotten this bad? Izuku lowers his eyes in thought. Because how can he reply to that when he's right? He's seen how villains are starting to rise up now that All Might is retired. It didn't matter that All Might succeeded in his fight at Kamino because now he's not there. Now it's supposed to be his turn, and here is another past user telling him that he doesn't have to be. Glancing at Izuku, En frowns seeing how lost in thought the teen is. Maybe that's why he navigates ever so carefully away from their topic to a new one. That being said, there are some things you need to know. Such as one for all no longer exists. Izuku's eyes widen in surprise as his head snaps up to look at En. But I don't understand. You're here? Nodding in agreement, En moves to sit down, the darkness moving to form a chair under him. I am here because first, Yoichi locked me away in the space that was created for your quirk. Brows furrowing, Izuku pauses for a moment to take that in. That can't be right. I was quirkless? En moves a hand up to pinch the bridge of his nose as he feels a headache coming on. Because how dare Yoichi pull this and make him have to figure everything out? I'm sorry, kid. If you were, I wouldn't be here. I'd be gone like the rest of the past holders. Tears start to well up in Izuku's eyes as his voice cracks, desperation leaking into his tone. I had a toe joint? Looking away, En tries to keep himself focused on the task at hand and not on the fact that he knows that he is hurting the teen. Some quirks keep the toe joint. My sister, the one with the telekinesis? She had the toe joint. Izuku can't breathe, the pressure seems to be almost crushing him. But somehow, he is able to barely gasp out then. How? Flinching at the sound, En keeps his eyes diverted because he knows that he can't take seeing this kid cry, and that's what this teen is. A kid. One who has been hurt so many times before, and here he is hurting him again. Curse you, Yoichi. Yoichi suspected that it was stolen years ago. He had looked through your memories to see how to better help and prepare you after your attempt. He had never wanted to break your privacy, but he noticed how the doctor you had seen about your quirk looked like the doctor that his brother associated with. That seems to break something inside of the boy as he falls completely silent. Alarmingly so. Which is why En can't help but to look back at the greenette only to see those emerald green eyes dull to the point of almost being lifeless. Oh 9. You mean everything I went through was because some doctor thought my quirk was interesting? Would be good for a collection? Izuku's voice is ever so soft. Just barely above a whisper as he struggles to understand what's happening. And gives a slight nod in answer. Because what else can he do to this kid? He refuses to lie to him because he deserves better, even if he is watching the truth break the boy. Numb and not knowing how to respond, Izuku changes the topic. His voice never going above a whisper. You said that one for all no longer exists? So, I'm quirkless again? There's the slightest hint of bitterness leaking into the teen's tone that has En straightening his back as he replies, careful to school his face as well as his tone so the boy doesn't realize that they've had this conversation already. It's fine after all, having to repeat himself. Especially in cases like this. Oh. You have what used to be my quirk. Izuku, while still not looking up, seems to get the smallest of embers to glow as he tilts his head to the side. Used to be? En nods, a hand coming out to pat the top of Izuku's head to show his pride in the boy for continuing to fight even when it's obvious that he's hurting. Yes, used to be. The quirk has been passed to you, so it is your quirk now. And doesn't that throw Izuku for a loop? Enough so that he raises his head to look up at En with teary, confused green eyes. But All Might. It was always his secret, his quirk. En sighs before giving Izuku's hair a gentle ruffle. You know what, kid? You've learned and been through a lot today, so I think it's time for a small break. Why don't you get some rest, or call those teachers of yours back? Izuku nods slowly because honestly he needs a break because everything is just too much right now. So he just lets himself fade back into the darkness, allowing him to descend back into the depths of a restless slumber. Memories. Space. Realizing that he's not being followed, and W's around towards the door and curses, Yoichi. You be sturdy, what am I supposed to do in here? I thought I already made that clear. Guide 9. Be there for him like the rest of us weren't. En looks into the darkness, a frown being revealed on his face as he moves the collar of his jacket for the briefest of moments. I'm not good with people like you are. I don't even know what's going on. A small, resigned sigh is heard ever so softly from somewhere in the dark. As we all know, One for All was created due to my brother forcing the stockpiling quirk on me. Doing so caused both his quirk as well as our quirk to become linked. It seems that as All for One increased in power and we repeatedly failed our mission, One for All wasn't just growing in power as it was passed down. It was growing in power by also draining our own energies. That's why Hikage died young. We all would have even if we hadn't been killed. Because One for All at some point in time developed a fail-safe. Meaning that if we had failed to kill All for One, and we had died without passing on One for One would die as well. Because one cannot exist without the other. N goes wide-eyed, the most shock that he knows how to actually display because... What the actual F-dash? Alright, that's a lot. But you want me to guide Izuku? How can I do that if he's dead? Because he has to die for All for One to die, right? No, N. Izuku will live. I have full faith in the capabilities of those that care about him. You're in this room, because this is where Izuku's own quirk used to lie before it was taken years ago. You being here, if all goes well, will keep you and your quirk safe while my idiot successor continues to fight the nurse's quirk. And looks down at his feet as he shakes his head in slight disbelief. That's what the vote was about. You wanted to see exactly who was going to fight. You know how this is going to end, don't you? The voice takes on a fond but amused tone as it gives a small chuckle. Not hardly. I know our quirk, and trust that Izuku's homeroom teacher will do his part to cancel ours out. Hopefully doing so at the same time the nurse is active. Taking a seat in the darkness and gives a soft hum of thought before nodding. If what we know about her quirk is to go by. If the quirk is stopped in the middle of a reset, it could be possible that only part of Izuku will be affected. Meaning he could escape this with his memories intact. Exactly right. Although part of me believes it would be better for him to have a chance at a true childhood and not what he has been forced to go through. But I think that going that far back if possible should be his decision. Asterisk asterisk. Izuku frowns as he looks around sighing as all he sees is the darkness again. What was that? My memories, kid. N steps out of the shadows somberly. I figured it would be easier to show you rather than try to explain everything. Nodding his head in agreement, Izuku takes a moment to gather himself before speaking. So All for One is really dead? And gives a sharp nod. Yeah, and I'll admit, I feel kind of cheated by that. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we met you, kid, and I'm happy with how things have turned out, especially now that you're awake again and not with a villain looming over you. He gives Izuku a pointed look at that before shrugging. But the thought that this could have been over years ago if someone had just not passed on the quirk. I get it. It's probably similar to how I felt before, I mean the last time we talked. Finding out that I had a quirk and that everything that I went through was literally for nothing. Izuku hangs his head, curly green bangs hiding his eyes. I hate this. Kid. And looks over at the hunched form of the teen worry taking over him. I don't get why in all this I couldn't have just died. I don't want to be here. I didn't pass on One for All. There should be no reason that I couldn't have died with it and had the same outcome of All for One being dead as well. Izuku's voice raises as he gets close to hysterics because he hates this. He just wanted to rest, to not have to deal with any of this anymore. Was that selfish? Yes, but damn it, he didn't care anymore. N watches as the boy falls apart, unsure how to help. May I? He motions ever so carefully to the spot beside Izuku, wanting to at least attempt to give the kid some comfort, but only if he wants it. Izuku doesn't bother to lift his head in response, instead sticking to just shaking it as the tears fall. Sorry. Giving a short nod, N turns away from the greenette. It's fine. I'll give you some space for now, and with that, the older man is gone. Walking into Izuku's room, Talia frowns ever so slightly. She figured that at least one person would be here, especially since she was told that Izuku had woken up. Though seeing said boy sleeping in the bed again, the frown fades to a fond smile as she approaches. Really? Sleeping again, Sleeping Beauty? At this rate, I'm starting to think that everyone else will see you awake but not me. Izuku slowly opens his eyes, tears finally spilling over now that they are no longer trapped behind his lashes. Ooh! Reaching quickly for a tissue, she hands it to the greenette. a sad smile tugging at her lips. My name is Talia. I'm the main nurse in charge of looking after you. It was also my quirk that was used to help you wake up. That little bit he was not expecting, his head snapping up as his teary eyes narrow in disdain at the woman as he takes a deep shuddering breath to help calm his nerves. Why would you waste your quirk like that? Talia tilts her head to the side curiously. Waste? Izuku nods harshly. Yeah. I don't want to be here. You wasted your quirk. I'm very sorry you feel that way, and while those feelings are valid, even understandable really, I don't believe that using my quirk on you was a waste at all. Talia smiles softly. There's no judgment at all, only a soft honesty as she speaks gently to the teen. Well, you're wrong. Izuku turns away from his nurse rather like a petulant child. He doesn't want this woman's fake pleasantries and attempt at pretending to care. Talia gives a soft giggle of response, unable to keep it at bay. I think that's a matter of opinion, don't you? She grins a small, mischievous thing while winking at Izuku knowingly. Guess that means since it's my quirk, my opinion is what matters. He hates this. He hates how nice this woman is. How she seems to be genuine in her care. Hates how she won't just go away and is just playing along like this is some game. Now what do you think about us getting your two guardians in here so we can make sure you're all good, alright? As Talia starts to pull out her phone, she's forced to stop and look down at the hand that is now gripping her wrist. No. Alright then, we can do it without them. Where would you like to start first? Shall we get those bandages off of you? Talia doesn't even blink at the fact that the kid doesn't want the two men in here. He's old enough to make those decisions for himself, and so she'll respect that after all. Izuku tilts his head to the side and glances at the four that is still in his arm. That first? Talia shakes her head with a grin. That has to stay in until we know for certain that you're actually alright, so bandages first, then vitals. After that, if you're able to finish your drink without any trouble, I'll see about taking out that four. Deal? Guess it has to be, doesn't it? Izuku sighs but lets go of her wrist and just lets his arm hang there to give her better access to the bandages on that arm. Up. You've got a good head on your shoulders. A lot of the other patients argue a lot longer about the order of things. Talia quickly gets to work on removing that bandage, making sure to check the skin thoroughly once it's unwrapped, giving a nod of approval as she sees the marks from his attempt no longer there. Good. Your arms are fully healed up, meaning your body was at least reset to before the attempt. Izuku blinks at that, his curiosity getting the best of him as his mouth opens without his permission. Reset? Like being able to reset someone to a specific time, or is it more like Aries Rewind? Do you, realizing what he's doing, Izuku snaps his mouth shut and turns his head away. Talia can't help but grin as she sees that small spark of life, even if it was just a glimpse. It's not something I can control. I say reset because that is usually what happens. Body and mind are usually reset to a time that I have no control over. Usually, when someone is reset, it's both their body and mind. They typically wake up as if they have amnesia. You're the first that has kept their memories. Turning back to face his nurse, Izuku shakes his head. It was part of the plan. Tilting her head to the side in confusion, Talia takes a moment to stop doing her checkup on Izuku. Excuse me? My quirk is haunted? They waited to try fighting your quirk until they knew Mr. Aizawa would erase both quirks. Izuku moves his hand up to rub the back of his head with a nervous smile. Talia gives a nod while shrugging ever so slightly. Haunted quirk? Look, not the weirdest thing I've experienced. Besides, I'm just glad you're awake, that's what's important. Now, drink your drink and get some rest while I go find your doctor and see what he says about removing the four, alright? Nodding his head quickly, Izuku reaches over to the bedside table for his drink. The sooner he gets this down, the sooner he is closer to being able to leave this place and figure out how a new plan. On her way out the door, Talia comes to an abrupt halt as she runs straight into the two people that Izuku seems to be avoiding. Hizashi doesn't bother to wait, his hands helping steady the pink-haired nurse to keep her from falling, even as he asks excitedly, "How is he?" "Hizashi, give her a moment to recover before you start hounding her." Aizawa levels his husband with a disappointed look, because honestly he should know better by now. Stepping back a bit, Hizashi lets out a pathetic sound, remarkably like a wounded animal. "I'm sorry. I'm worried." Talia glances from Aizawa to Hisashi before turning away down the hall, a hand out to motion for them to follow her. Not bothering to question what is going on, both of the pro-heroes immediately begin to follow the nurse that they've become well acquainted with. Once everyone is inside the empty room, Talia turns to quickly secure the door behind them. I'm going to be frank with both of you. The only reason that I am allowed to tell you anything is because you both are his acting guardians. He was adamant when I asked to get both of you before doing a check over him, that he didn't want either of you there. Which is quite frankly concerning. Aizawa's lips turn ever so slightly down into a frown at that, but he doesn't say anything, instead just nodding to the woman for her to continue. Izuku physically appears to be fine, however mentally? That does seem to be a whole different story. He believes that I wasted my quirk on him since he doesn't want to be here. I'm going to talk with Dr. Aaron about having a psych exam done to see if we should keep him longer or if it's safe for Izuku to be discharged. Talia glances down at her chart to see what she missed before glancing back up at the other two people in the room. Also, Izuku mentioned that his quirk is haunted and that seems to be the reason for him retaining his memories. Apparently the ghosts inside of the quirk were trying to fight my quirk and they took advantage of knowing that you would erase both of our quirks. That's honestly a lot to take in for both of the men, causing one to reach a hand up to pinch the bridge of his nose as he feels a headache coming on, while his partner looked at the nurse with a quivering bottom lip. Do you think he'll try again? Hisashi hates the question as soon as it leaves his lips, but he has to know. Has to be prepared to save his kid this time. His love already saved him once, now it's his turn. Talia frowns before looking up at the clock, unable to look at the two men's faces. I'm not well versed on psychology, but going off of my interaction with Izuku, I think it is likely that he may try again. Hisashi's hands fly up to his face, covering his mouth in horror. No one ever wants to know that their kid is still suffering, especially when they are suicidal as well. Is he up to having other visitors? Aizawa looks from his husband to the nurse, refusing to let it show how much he's hurting that his kid doesn't want to see them right now. Talia gives a soft smile of understanding as she steps closer to the door. I need to inform Dr. Arion about everything, as well as check on if Izuku has drank his water. When I do, I'll ask if he has anyone he does want to see. Hisashi smiles faintly. Thank you, we'll get in touch with our friend to see if she'd be willing to bring anyone over and to have our kiddos get ready. He might be open to at least seeing our daughter. Talia gives a nod before opening the door and heading out to find the doctor, letting the two men exit the room at their own convenience. Do you really think this is a good idea, Sho? Hisashi looks over at his husband nervously, definitely not sold on the idea of this. Glancing out at the hallway, Aizawa doesn't hesitate to shake his head in the negative in response to the blonde man. But I don't think we have much choice other than to get Eri involved. Hisashi's lower lip trembles at the thought. He gets that this is their best chance, but part of him is still nervous that this is just going to backfire on them. Yeah, but what if he doesn't like the fact that they know everything? The thought had crossed his mind before, and he hates it. A scowl coming to play at Aizawa's lips. I think that Eri knew most of it anyway, so I don't think that will be the problem. I think the problem will come with Hitoshi knowing. Biting his lower lip nervously, Zashi starts to shift his weight from foot to foot as his anxiousness starts to become more prominent. Right, so what if Izuku gets mad? I know it's a lot, but I'm scared, Sho. I just want him to come home. Aizawa sighs as he reaches over to grab his husband's wrists lightly and bringing his hands up to his face so he can place gentle embraces across the anxious man's knuckles. I know, Zashi. So do I. But honestly, I'd rather he be mad at us than thinking about the next way that he can try to kill himself. The motion is sweet and definitely not lost on the blonde as he watches his partner's rare display of affection outside of their home, a small blush coming to tint his cheeks. Well, when you put it like that. Walking into the room, Dr. Aaron immediately notices the lack of people in the room, not allowing that to stop him however, he approaches closer to the teen's bedside. Hello again, Izuku. Nurse Talia tells me you are wanting the 4 out, is that correct? Izuku turns his attention to the man, giving him a firm nod of his head in confirmation. He doesn't feel like talking, even if this man understands sign. He doesn't want to communicate at all. Dr. Aaron gives a small smile as he reaches a hand out to do some gentle pressing on Izuku's tea and stomach. No fluid holding where it shouldn't be, which was one of our main concerns. That being said, it looks like you were able to finish your drink successfully. Any problems that we missed? Still refusing to talk, or even communicate through sign, Izuku gives a firm shake of his head in the negative before staring back at his doctor. Nodding his head happily at the revelation, Dr. Aaron turns his attention from the teen to his nurse. Very good, if that's the case I don't see why we can't get that four removed then. Talia, will you take care of that please? Talia nods as she moves across the room to the sink there so she can wash up before gathering the supplies that she needs. After getting everything taken care of, she approaches Izuku again with a kind smile as she works on removing his four as carefully as possible. Anyone you would like to see, kiddo? I'm sure I can get a hold of them for you. Izuku looks away from the pink-haired woman, a frown settling on his face as he turns to stare at the opposite wall. When can I leave? His voice is low and rather aggressive, even if his body language doesn't really match that. Freezing at the question, Dr. Aaron turns his attention back around to the greenette with a soft but understanding look on his face. We need to get a psych evaluation first. Great, so I'm stuck here? Izuku huffs in disdain, his body tensing at the knowledge that he can't leave. Dr. Aaron shares a look with Talia before shaking his head at the woman and motioning her towards the door. They both knew not to pressure the teen as it could cause worse to happen. It's not until Talia reaches the door that Dr. Aaron has already exited from that she hears Izuku speak again. Voice more resigned than angry now, even as he only says the one word. Eri. Talia nods enthusiastically. I'll get her for you. As soon as I can. With that she quickly walks out the door, making sure to secure it behind her since she was the last one out besides the kid, of course. Immediately upon exiting, Talia picks up her pace as she goes in search of the two men who see the teen as their own. Almost literally running into the pair of husbands, Talia turns a bright shade of pink. A sigh escaping her because of course this would happen to her again. Definitely not as bad as the first time she actually ran into them, but close enough. Snickering meets her ears, causing her to look up at the blonde man wearing a wide, flirtatious grin. The sight causing her to take a step away so there is more distance between them, which allows her to harden her eyes. Sorry, I was in a bit of a rush trying to find both of you. Izuku has requested being allowed to see Eri. Hisashi looks at Talia, Chartreuse eyes widening considerably as he reaches a hand into his pocket and pulls out his phone, sending a quick message over to Namuri asking her to bring his kids to the hospital as soon as possible. And us? Talia turns to the darker-haired male of the duo and shakes her head with a sad smile. I'm sorry, he hasn't requested anyone else. Just Eri. The tired man gives a small nod of understanding before turning away and heading down the hallway. Talia watches after Aizawa, uncertain what else she can do to help. She's so lost in her thoughts that she easily startles as a hand is placed on her shoulder. Grumpy Cat just needs some time to himself. Don't worry about it. Thanks for keeping us up to date. Hisashi smiles reassuringly to the young nurse before walking back to the waiting area to take a seat. It's not much later when Eri finds herself standing just inside the doorway of Izuku's room. Candy apple, red eyes filling to the brim with tears as she stares at the greenette. You're awake. Izuku smiles fondly at the silver-haired child, moving around so he's in a better position before opening his arms wide in an invitation. One that is immediately accepted as Eri launches herself at the teen, her arms wrapping around his stomach as she breaks down into sobs. Wrapping arms around the much smaller form of the girl, Izuku lowers his head to nuzzle into the top of Eri's hair gently. I'm right here. I promise. Eri moves a hand to Izuku's hospital gown, hands clenching tightly to the fabric as her voice wavers as she continues to cry. Please. Please don't go. The words hit all at once. Circling in his mind as they replay over and over again, his grip on Eri tightening while still being mindful not to hurt her. Emerald green eyes that have been so dull suddenly sharpen, the spark that's been missing returning as he pulls away ever so gently and lifts Eri's face to look at him. I won't. Never again. I'll stay with you. Eri sits back, eyes staring into the eyes of the teen in front of her, searching for any hint that he's not telling the truth before finally giving a nod. I trust you. Leaning forward to place a small embrace on both of Eri's eyelids, Izuku finds himself smiling a small but genuine smile at that. Thank you for that, Eri. Your trust means a lot to me. It takes a few minutes for them both to settle back down, but when they do, Eri goes wide-eyed as she reaches into her pocket and pulling out a somewhat beat-up phone. I almost forgot. Lemillion gave me this. Whenever he visits, he uploads new videos on it for me to watch. Izuku looks at the phone and shakes his head at seeing the familiar colors of the other hero in training. What kind of videos? He almost regrets asking as he sees the grin on Eri's face rivaling that of his teachers. Mischievous grin in place, Eri turns the phone on happily. It's videos of Lemillion, Nijire, and Sun Eater all doing community service. But you know how shy Sun Eater is, right? Thinking of the upperclassman in question, Izuku nods. Yes, he tends to stare at walls instead of interacting with people. Why? Eri giggles, the sound so bright that it visibly brings a sense of relief to Izuku as the tension in his shoulders ease. He's so not during this. Like he's super passionate about this. Hang on, let me show you. She taps around on the phone for a few before finding what she wants. A video starting to play as she turns in Izuku's arms so that she leans against him as they both watch the video. Scowling as he follows after his chaperones for this little outing, Bakugo glares at the small fleet of semis as they stand in front of them. Why are we here? Nijire giggles as she motions to the waiting trucks before giving a twirl, arms spread wide in her excitement. We're here because this is your community service. Looking from the trucks back to the older teens in front of him, Bakugo can't keep himself from growling out his annoyance. How the hell am I supposed to help people like this? Mirio rubs the back of his head sheepishly as he realizes just how much work they have to do with the younger hero course student. This helps people a ton. We're going to be giving out food, blankets, and other necessities to people that are in need of help. But since we're pretty well-known students and we don't want any publicity, we're going to help behind the scenes. What do you mean no publicity? I'm here, so the rest of the world should know that too. I'm going to be the best DMN hero, even better than All Might. Bakugo yells his outrage, not even pausing to think about it, and while it takes a moment for it to hit, it still does as he slumps forward, giving off an air of defeat. Yeah, I heard it. Now what? Glancing from his more outgoing classmates, Tamaki sighs as he approaches the younger classmen, his hands fiddling with something in his pockets. Listen. A lot of these people have just gone through the worst day of their life. Drawing attention to them so you can get recognition and make them feel worse is the opposite of what we are trying to do. Nijire floats over to where the other teens are currently at to try and get them both to focus on the task ahead. Right? Besides, Mirio said we can't have you directly taking to people yet because you could make things totally worse. So, we have to work our way up. Bakugo sneers at the camera for a moment before the screen goes silent as a new video begins to load up. ***. Community service? Is that a hero course thing? Izuku looks from the phone towards the door as he tilts his head to the side curiously. Eri shakes her head as she hits the play button on the phone. Nah, just a Bakugo thing. Daddy, Papa and Toshi can probably explain it better than I can. Izuku frowns, hearing Eri, a pit starting to fall in his stomach. No Aizawa or Yamada. Blinking red eyes up at Izuku, Eri gives a small shrug. Okay. Toshi can explain it then. Izuku gives a small nod of agreement as the video starting to play on the phone quickly catches his attention. ***. A gruff older man stares down at Bakugo as he carries 2 boxes at a time versus the single box that the angry teen carries. Hurry up, kid. We ain't got time for you to be taking a nice stroll through the park. Bakugo growls up at the old man as he adjusts the box he's carrying. Shut up, old man. I'm trying to be respectful to these items because people need them and they ain't mine. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, Mirio can't help but give the older man a nervous smile. Sorry about our new recruit. He's never done anything like this before. The older man scoffs at hearing the older teen speak, because doesn't that figure? Just another kid with a powerful quirk and not a shred of human decency in him. And he wants to be a hero? Nijire gives a happy giggle as she approaches carrying her own boxes of supplies. Yup. Explodey here has a bad temper, but that's why he's hanging out with us. Eyes narrowing in distaste, the older man sets down his load of boxes on a table in the facility for the other volunteers to start sorting through. We don't need another endeavor. He's about to just leave it at that, until he sees Bakugo take a box of supplies from one of the other volunteers and carrying it himself. Seeing that seems to act as a SWH of some sort as the older man scowls for a moment before looking at the members of U.A's big alright. Let's get him whipped into shape. A cheer is heard from both Mirio and Nijire before the video ends. Asterisk asterisk. Eri tucks the phone back into a dress pocket with a grin. The Sun Eater is so passionate about this stuff. Izuku gives a nod of his head before losing himself back to the thoughts of what is going on. Why is Bakugo suddenly doing community service and making sure to respect other people's belongings? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Deku? Eri looks back at the greenette confused as to why he's so quiet and tense. Tensing more at the name Izuku snaps his attention back down to Eri and forces a grin as it registers who he's with. Sorry Eri. Just thinking. Clearly not convinced, Eri chews on her bottom lip for a moment before climbing out of Izuku's bed. I'm gonna go get Toshi, is that okay? He can explain what's going on to you. Izuku nods hesitantly to the girl but keeps the smile forced onto his face for her sake. Thanks Eri. Giggling Eri leans forward giving Izuku another hug before skipping over to the door. Be right back. Waiting until Eri is fully out of the room, Izuku runs his hands down his face allowing the smile to fade and show his pain even if only for a moment. Why did I promise her that? Why did I tell Eri that I would stay with her? Hands reach up to grip at the longer green curls in desperation. Tears filling his eyes as his emotions get the best of him. I don't want to be here. I don't want any of this. But I want to be selfish and keep her. I don't understand. Hands tugging at the strands of hair as his breathing picks up ever so slightly, not a panic attack yet, but close. He seems to notice this too as he tries to think about something else to try and regulate his breathing into a healthier pattern. Kaken is doing better. He seems to be actually trying to care about people and help them now. Izuku freezes for just a moment before his frown deepens because doesn't that SEK? Knowing it just took him trying to kill himself for Bakugo to try and become a better person. Why now? Bakugo had so many chances before to change but no. It had to be when I was dying. When I wasn't around. His hands fall from his hair to rest in his lap, palms facing upwards. Looking at the scars on his hands, Izuku slowly lets his head fall forward to just hang there, chin resting against his ichi. This if I wasn't around. Bakugo could have been different. Izuku doesn't get much time to wallow in his self-pity before the door to his room is opening up ever so slightly. Quickly he sits up straight, wiping his eyes as he plasters on another fake smile. Just in time for a head to peek around the edge of the door. Opening the door just enough that he can look around the door, Hitoshi pauses before clearing his throat nervously. Izuku? I know Eri said it's fine but can I come in? Eri however wastes no time in throwing open the door enough so that she can run back into the room. She doesn't even pay attention when the door closes back and narrowly misses closing on Hitoshi's head. The fake smile turns a bit genuine watching the interactions between the two as he gives a small nod of assent. You can come in Shinso. Hitoshi steps into the room and stands near the bed but not to close as to crowd Izuku a hand coming up to rub at the back of his head nervously. You can call me Hitoshi since I called you Izuku? If you want. Izuku glances from Hitoshi to Eri as she climbs back into his lap, a small smile tugging at his lips as he wraps his arms around the little girl while turning his attention back to the purple-haired teen. Not that I mind. But why are you calling me Izuku? The question causes Hitoshi's brain to blue screen for a moment because honestly how is he supposed to explain that he knows that Izuku was abandoned, and he figured that he wouldn't like the reminder of those that neglected him. Shaking his head after a moment, he takes a deep breath as he turns his gaze to stare at a wall. I wanted to come here so that I could apologize for what I said during the sports festival. I've been meaning to do it for a while, that and I'd like for us to be friends. Coughing, he gives a side glance to the greenette. If you want? Izuku narrows his eyes in suspicion. He knows he's not being friendly but at this point he doesn't really care. The one choice that he had made for himself has been yanked from him, so sue him for being snarky. How about you tell me why now first? Then I'll decide if I want to be friends. 'Cause from where I'm sitting, you only want to apologize and be friends because I tried to kill myself. That's not it at all. Hitoshi's words come out panicked as his purple eyes dart to where his sister is sitting as if begging for help. Eri looks up at Hitoshi and gives him a small smile of reassurance before turning her head to look up at Izuku. Toshi and I want to adopt you. What? Izuku's eyes widen in surprise as his emerald gaze shifts between the two adopted siblings. Eri. Hitoshi hisses, a dark blush staining his cheeks as he tries to look anywhere but at the other teen. Giggling, Eri turns around so she's facing Izuku fully now, red eyes sparkling with honesty and hope. We love you, Izu. Can I call you that? She looks apprehensive at the nickname before shaking her head and just barreling on. We want to adopt you. So does Daddy and Papa. We all love you so much. I'm sorry I didn't know that you were hurting so bad. I'm sorry you thought that you had no one, but you have all of us. You always have. We really thought you were happy and safe. I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you like you did me. Please. Let Toshi explain what happened while you were out of it. Words catching in Izuku's throat, he settles his gaze on the purple-haired teen and gives a nod as he pulls the silver-haired child to his ear. It's all he can do to try and maintain his composure. Clearing his throat, Hitoshi nods at Eri before directing his attention solely to Izuku. First and foremost, are you comfortable talking to me? Or would you prefer Dad or Pops? He doesn't like how the greenette doesn't even hesitate before answering, but he knows better to question it, so instead he takes the opportunity to reach into his jacket and pull out a small notebook. This is my journal. You're welcome to read it. Eri reaches out her hand since she's wrapped up in Izuku's arms so that he doesn't have to let go of her. A smile lighting up her face as she takes her brother's journal and sets it in front of her in case Izuku wants to start reading it now. Why? Izuku finds himself questioning as his head tilts to the side in his curiosity. After Dad found you, Eri let slip that you journal, which led to him looking for it and finding it in your bag. For some reason that hadn't clicked in Izuku's mind that if he died his journals would be used to find out why. So now here he is staring at Hitoshi as the horror dawns on him. You read my journal? Hitoshi nods solemnly. Yeah, I did, we did. Which is why I brought mine for you to read. It's only fair. Izuku carefully moves Eri off of his lap as his hands move to aggressively tussle at his hair as the panic starts to set in. But that means that you know. Moving over to the bed slowly and telegraphing his moves like he's seen both of his dads do, Hitoshi makes sure to catch Izuku's eyes without touching him. You're alright, just breathe. But yeah, I know everything. I know what they did to you. What was said? Everything, and I'm sorry. Ducking his head as best as he can, Izuku barely manages to get out a soft, why you know I was quirkless? Yeah. I really shouldn't have judged you without even knowing you. I had that happen so much in my life because of my quirk and I hated it. I'm sorry I did the same thing to you. Eri looks up at her brother, curiosity sparkling in her red eyes even as a frown has found its place upon her lips. Why did you, Toshi? I guess because I was angry. So many kids with flashy quirks get what they want and never have to struggle. I honestly didn't think anyone would understand how I felt at UA. No one did in my old schools. So instead I just pushed people away. Hitoshi shakes his head as he moves to the chair near the bed and just falls into it. I'm not proud of what I did, but I can't change it, I can only try to be better. Voice barely above a whisper, Izuku slowly lifts his head to look at the other teen, a look of realization slowly dawning on him. You pushed people so they couldn't hurt you? Hitoshi gives a nod with a faint smile. Yeah, and I hurt you instead. Sorry. Giving a small shake of his head, Izuku looks at Hitoshi for a brief moment before looking away with a huff. Fine. Tell me what's going on. Hitoshi shrugs. I told you we all read your journal as a family. Dad and Pops have been making changes with help of some other trusted people. Kabakugo. Barely concealing his snort of amusement, Hitoshi leans back in the chair to get comfortable. Should have known you would ask about Hothead first. He's doing community service. It's only one of a few things that he has to do to maintain his spot in the hero course. I don't know the specifics. Just that he's being supervised by the big three for community service. Leaning back in his bed, Izuku shakes his head at the knowledge that it's true. Bakugo is changing after all this time, and it hurts. I'm tired. Eri gets up slowly, placing an embrace to Izuku's forehead before hopping out of his bed. Get some rest, Deku. I'll be back soon. I promise to save you like you did me. Just give me a chance. Hitoshi frowns at the greenette before reaching out and grabbing his little sister's hand as they head out the door. Pausing for a moment as they hear the broken voice of the other teen. No more Deku. I'm no hero. The door closes and locks behind them, causing the siblings to look up at each other in concern from what Izuku had just said. Toshi? Do you think that Aizu will be okay? Eri looks up at her older brother, tears starting to fill her eyes in her concern. I think that there's a lot of people that's going to help him be okay, but it still may take time. Hitoshi reaches over to ruffle the silver locks of the child soothingly. Now come on, let's go find Dad and Pops. Mind speak. Journal. Allowing himself to fall into the dark recesses of his mind, Izuku storms through the never-ending black fog. Tears filling his eyes as he tries desperately to keep them at bay. I don't get it. Why do they care now? Why after I almost die? It's not fair. And watches the young teen with an ever-growing frown. Wishing that he could approach, but also wanting to give the boy some privacy in his own mind. Stupid, useless, thinks he can be a hero. You're right. He couldn't even die properly. Now people are pretending to care. Why are they even bothering with that anyway? No one did before. Besides, Izuku stops, the name burning his tongue like acid. Besides, Katsuki is changing. Of course he is, he always said I was in his way. FNG golden child. Pacing back and forth on an imaginary path, Izuku reaches his hands up to his hair, tugging at the curls. Nose twitching up into something akin to disgust, he finds himself mocking, oh, he's bettering himself. He's going to be such a great hero. Blah blah blah. Stain was right. Fakes calling themselves heroes. Finding himself unable to stop, and approaches the greenette as the boy breaks down in front of him. He's careful in his approach not to startle the kid, even as he reaches out large hands to take the small trembling ones out of green curls, and into his own steady grasp. Green eyes so filled with pain and confusion dart upwards to look into the eyes of the last remaining vestige of one for all. Why now? Stroking his thumbs over the back of Izuku's hands, En gives him a tense smile. I wish I could answer that, but I don't know why now. It could be as simple as they always cared and didn't know how to tell you. Or that they truly didn't know that you needed help, or it could be that it took losing, or almost losing you rather to see how important you are to them. Pulling his hands out of the larger grasp, Izuku wipes his eyes angrily. That's such CRP. If I knew someone cared, I wouldn't have tried it. But no. Up until my attempt, I was only good for a laugh. Everyone taking a chunk out of the quirkless kid. Then laughing about how uncontrolled his quirk is when it came in. How he had the control of a toddler. Because I will never be more than a useless Deku. Even now that I have a quirk. You're not useless or a Deku, though I do agree it is CRP. But sometimes that's how things work. I wish I knew what to tell you, 9, but I'm not a psychologist. All I can do is listen to what you have to say, which I will always do. Izuku casts an unimpressed look to the dark-haired man before sighing. I guess you're right. And doesn't say anything in response, instead paying attention to the teen's body language and giving him time to get his thoughts together so that he can say whatever is on his mind. Hey En. Refusing to look at the other male, Izuku glances up at the darkness above him. Do you think I should read that journal? Giving the question some serious thought, En takes his time before answering. I think that you may learn more about Shinso or even what's been going on during this whole thing if you do choose to read it. But I'm not going to tell you if you should or should not, as it's your decision to make. Not mine. Izuku smiles ever so faintly as he turns his attention to the previous quirk holder. Thanks for that. I'll go read it now. With that he gives a little wave before allowing himself to disappear from their own little world. Opening the journal, Izuku froze, staring down at the page with unseeing green eyes. This feels so wrong. I don't know if I can do this. Can't or won't. Ignoring the voice in his head, Izuku shuts the journal while turning his attention towards the familiar tiles above his head. Why is this so difficult? He read mine after all. I shouldn't have this much trouble reading his. As he stares at the notebook in front of him, Izuku suddenly hears, think of it more as him giving you a glimpse into his life in return for him looking into yours, from the recesses of his mind. Thinking about it, it's honestly not that bad of an idea. Decision being made, Izuku hesitantly opens the journal up before starting to read the contents. I don't know what I'm doing. I just recently started therapy since my new foster parents set it up. Why I don't know. No one else ever bothered. Anyway, my therapist said I should try to write a letter even if it just stays in the journal. Apparently, it can bring closure while also allowing me to open up more. So here it goes, I guess. I miss you. I don't understand why all of this is happening. I'm being fostered by my favorite hero, which is honestly the only reason I'm in therapy. Mom gave me up for adoption a few years ago, back when I was 9. It was right after you died. I woke up in the hospital after the attack to a caseworker and haven't seen Mom since. I overheard my caseworker telling a nurse that Mom didn't want a reminder of you around because it hurt too much, and any time she looked at me, she started to cry. All the other foster kids say that it's my fault you died and it should have been me that was killed instead. They don't even know what happened. They just know that my quirk is brainwashing and labeled me a villain because of it. They started spreading around that I made those thugs beat you to death. Everyone started believing them, which ended up with me being muzzled. I can still feel the straps cutting into my face. This couple, my new foster parents, they asked me if they could start the adoption process. Who does that? I've never had a choice before. More than that, they've not used the muzzle on me even once, and screw it, I'm scared. What if they decide they don't want me? Mom didn't, so why would the two want me? They're both amazing heroes and I'm nothing special. But yeah, writing you wasn't terrible. I may try it again one day. Izuku closes the journal with his head tilted to the side curiously, the abrupt ending on the page throwing him off almost as much as the contents themselves. Of all the pages for him to randomly choose to read, he had to choose the one with a letter. It's pretty ironic when he thinks about it. There's a lot to unpack in that letter, however. The fact that Shinso grew up being called a villain for his quirk, that people accused him of being the reason that his father died, the muzzle, and of course the child abandonment from his mother. At least they have a few things in common, though he would never wish the things he went through, or the things Shinso went through on anyone. It's with that thought that something seems to settle in his mind, causing him to reach a hand up to the call button, almost jolting out of his skin as he hears the voice come through the receiver. Nurse's desk. This is Izuku. I don't know what room I'm in, but could you see if my nurse is available? I'd like to talk to someone, I think. I'll let her know. Izuku glares at the receiver due to the curt tone of the nurse before turning in the bed and throwing his legs over the edge just to let them sway in the air as he waits. Thus, knocking on the door, Talia uses her badge to unlock the door as she calls out softly while opening the door. It's Nurse Talia. I've brought Dr. Damaris with me as well as Pro Hero Hound Dog with me. Is it alright if we all come in? Izuku looks up from where he sits on the edge of the bed to glance at the door. That's fine. He's surprised that they all waited until receiving his answer before coming into his room, though for some reason the fact that they did causes a small smile to tug at his lips. I see you decided to move around some. Great job, Izuku. Talia offers the greenette a bright smile as she approaches closer to check him over. She doesn't hesitate to move towards his legs to make sure that the lower extremities aren't cold, indicating a lack of blood flow. I wanted to sit in a chair, but I figured that might be a bit much since I haven't been really moving more than going to the restroom the last few days. Izuku ducks his head at the admittance. He's surprised when he hears a soft hum and a click from the other side of the room, where a taller woman who beside the other two adults in the room is rather plain looking. Her dark hair settling on her shoulders, as she locks gray eyes upon his own green ones. The tip of her pen placed against a notebook. Is that by choice, or have you just not been feeling like moving around? Talia stands up and blocks Izuku from the gray eyes piercing into him. We agreed that Izuku would be allowed to choose who he was more comfortable talking to Dr. Damaris. That being said, he doesn't have to answer that question if he doesn't want to. Dr. Damaris uses the top of her pen to push up her glasses, in a way that reminds Izuku so much of Night Eye that has him flinching even the smallest amount. My apologies. It's alright, but I think I'd like to try and talk to Hound Dog first. Izuku looks away from the woman, not wanting to see her become upset with him. Talia frowns, giving Damaris a look showing she is not happy before smiling to Izuku. Of course. If it turns out that you aren't comfortable, just have him come find me, all right? She waits for his nod of affirmation before turning to Damaris. Come on, there's another patient I'd like you to talk to down the hall. Waiting until the two women leave, Inui watches the emotions play across Izuku's face. Curiosity, fear, uncertainty, and beneath it all a small spark of hope. You can ask me whatever you like, pup. Izuku shakes his head, moving his hands to his wrists to absent-mindedly rub at them. I don't want to upset you, but I figured you may understand better than Dr. Damaris would. A soft rumbling laughter escapes Inui as he moves to sit in a chair near the bed. Pup, everyone has their own traumas. So, I can't tell you if I'd understand better, but I do know that Dr. Damaris is very capable. She just gets Esiki into her work easily, and doing so she comes across as intense. Izuku digs his nails into his wrists, his tone becoming clipped at what he's about to say, but he doesn't know how else to word it without sounding quirkist. But, you have a mutant quirk? Reaching a hand out, Inui gently moves Izuku's hands from his wrists with a nod. Yes, and I did face a lot of discrimination for it. If it would help you open up, I could tell you about it. He didn't think that would even be on the table. The fact that first Hitoshi and now Hound Dog were both willing to open up about themselves in order to make him feel comfortable was honestly throwing Izuku for a loop. Please? Getting comfortable, Inui settles into the chair as he begins to tell his tale to the teenager. I was born with my quirk. Most with mutant types are. Which for good or bad, allows us to learn what is considered normal these days. I learned quickly the world was unkind. I was the only child my age at the local park that had my quirk already. That being the case, other kids were fascinated, their parents however were not. They were constantly telling their child or other children not to play with me in fear that I would be too rough. Inui pauses to clear his throat before continuing, the word rough coming out with a bit more of his canine bark to it. I'd try to play with other kids that would come around, those with their quirks already. I was always so happy and energetic when they'd agree that I could play. Until they inevitably told me that I had to be the villain so they could all be heroes. Sure, you can play. It works out well for us. A hero needs a villain to defeat after all. Shaking his head to regain his focus, Inui looks over at Izuku in thought. I didn't play with them. My dam was a saint. A small woman with an empathy quirk who worked in pediatrics. Between her and my sire, a man like myself that worked as a detective, they knew the discrimination in the world and made sure that I knew even at a young age that I didn't have to be put into a box that someone else had labeled. I wanted to be a hero even then. It got worse as I got older. School didn't enforce their no bullying policy for those with mutant quirks, so I'd end up with shock collars around my neck. The sensitivity turned up so high that even if I whispered it would shock me. Middle school was of course worse. From the shock collar becoming an everyday occurrence, to not being allowed to sit in my chair at my desk, to other students going so far as to use my senses against me. Fidgeting on the bed, Izuku raises a hand shyly because he really doesn't want to interrupt, but he does want to make sure he understands what Inui meant. Using your senses against you? Yep up. They would all wear strong scents some days just to mess with my nose, or they'd make a discreet noise so that I'd think I was hearing things. But when I went to focus on the sound they would all make the loudest racket that they could. Gives a firm snuff out his nose in annoyance at how his younger self was treated. But that's not right. Izuku's green eyes are blown wide at the thought of someone hurting the man in front of him who he has only seen do good things. You're right. It's not, and I'm glad that you are able to recognize that. Inui watches as his words startle Izuku into looking down at the floor, his face hidden from view. Would you like me to continue? He can't stop the fond look that crosses his features at the nod he gets in response from the greenette. When applying for high schools, the school's guidance counselor tried desperately to get me to go to a normal school or to just drop out. Told me to stop wasting resources when I was just going to become a villain. I refused to become what they wanted me to become. So I applied to Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu. They both had high mutant quirk acceptance rates, while also not being UT at A where all of the other kids were applying. The fact that I wasn't applying to UDA itself seemed to be a relief to the counselor, so she signed off on my applications without any other word. It was during my time at Ketsubutsu that I learned that my anger problems are a direct result of a spike in my adrenaline. I was sent to talk to the counselor there, and they helped me start learning the basics on psychology to keep myself level-headed. When our lessons started to come to an end, I wasn't happy. I still wanted to be a hero, but I wanted to help others that were like me, who needed someone to confide in. Which led me to only doing the minimum amount of hero work to start with because I was taking courses to get my degree in psychology. Izuku looks up at Inui in surprise. Wait, you chose to help people through not only being a hero but also a counselor? After everything they did to you? I did, pup. It wasn't easy in the slightest either, but spite is a powerful thing. But it can be so rewarding. After one of my first big successes in the hero industry, I was approached by one of my middle school teachers. They apologized for never believing in me. Inui rolls his eyes at the memory before giving a sharp-toothed grin to the teen. But it was so much more rewarding to be able to tell them to walk away because they are only wanting recognition now that I was successful, that if they really were sorry, it wouldn't have happened in the first place. Wide green eyes stare at the pro-hero in front of him for a solid minute as it takes some time to process that before nodding. Spite, huh? He glances around the room as if double-checking that it's just the two of them before looking back up at the older male. I guess I can share too then. Settling back into the bed as he tries to get more comfortable, Izuku glances over at the dog-quirked hero almost nervously as he tries to decide how he wants to start this. Inui for his part is patient. He doesn't so much as shift his position in case the teen in front of him takes it for him getting impatient. He knows the type well after all, and now that he might be able to get this kid to open up, when all he's known was to be guarded. Well then, he'll just have to make sure to slow his breathing while also keeping himself as still as possible so not to deter the boy. His patience pays off quickly after that as he catches wide green eyes staring at him, taking in each and every one of his small, insignificant movements. I still wish I was dead. Izuku looks down at his hands, so he doesn't see how the other man reacts to his words, even as he continues to speak. Day after day, week after week, it was a constant thing of being told I was useless, that I was worthless. I hated the words "I'm sorry" so early in life due to Inko saying them to me right after I was diagnosed quirkless. But later in life, I wished for nothing more than for someone to apologize and tell me that it would be all right. I wish I could tell you when I realized how much I hated myself and how I just wanted to die, but I can't. It's been a part of me for so long I honestly have no idea where to even begin looking in my past for the answer, and now it's like some morbid joke. That all of the shit I went through for being quirkless was for nothing because apparently I'm one of those people who had a quirk even with a toe joint. Izuku's voice gets louder in his frustration and self-loathing. Hands hold the edge of the bed in a white-knuckled grip as tears roll down his cheeks to drip down his chin and onto the sheet covering his lap. Inui doesn't move. As much as he wants to offer the kid comfort, he knows that he can't. All of his schooling and training telling him that if he does, this broken teen who the world has already failed will close up and continue to carry the burden on his own. Lifting his head to show red-rimmed green eyes that seem to hold the weight of the world, Izuku lifts a single hand to wipe the tears on his cheeks. One of the vestiges that is still with me. He told me how the original holder of our shared quirk Yoichi was able to look through my memories. He wanted to see how best to help and prepare me if I survived my attempt. He'd seen that the doctor I was taken to looked like the doctor that his brother all for one associated with. They believe that my original quirk was stolen years ago. Giving a soft hum, Inui leans forward a bit so that he can write down any of his questions he has for later, instead trying to get the greenette to continue with gentle prompting. That would be a lot to take in on such a short time, and I'm sure the feelings from it can't be easy. Would you be willing to discuss how you are feeling with that knowledge? Izuku takes a moment to regard the man with a critical eye before heaving a heavy sigh. His frame slumping forward some as he does so, the exhaustion becoming ever so present in a way that it wasn't before. There are a few different reasons. I feel like I'm being punished for one. I failed at getting rid of myself, so now here I am still hating myself, with a new quirk that I have to get under control, and the old quirk that I was finally starting to get the hang of gone like some sort of joke. More than that though. Before our conversation today, I hadn't even thought about spite as a reason for me to keep going. Not really, and while the option is rather tempting, I don't know if that's what is best for me or not. Because doing something out of spite would still mean becoming a hero, and I honestly don't know if that's what I want. Izuku takes the moment to look over at the man, taking in his reactions as he fidgets in his bed. Nodding his head in understanding, Inui reaches up slowly to scratch at the side of his face in thought, which is completely up to you. Unless something is directly harming you, or will do you harm, I won't tell you what to do. Even then, it's ultimately your choice. So if you don't want to be a hero, then that's alright. No one is going to force you to become a hero. Green eyes widen in disbelief as tears spring back to his eyes. But all mightst. I have to be the S symbol of peace. Growling in frustration, Inui flinches back as he sees the teen's demeanor change, watching as the boy shrinks away from him as apologies spill from his lips. A soft whine escapes his own throat, sounding so much like a wounded version of the animal he shares his quirk with. I didn't mean to frighten you, Izuku. I just got upset because All Might was wrong. You don't have to be the next symbol of peace. All anyone wants from you is for you to be healthy and taken care of. We would also like you to be happy, but we all know that you're not going to be happy all of the time, which is perfectly normal, and whether you choose to believe it or not, it's healthy. Inui glances up at the clock, his eyes narrowing in disdain before he turns his attention back to Izuku. Now, we've covered quite a bit today, but would you be willing to continue to have visits like this a couple times a week when you get back to class? He can tell immediately that he's messed up. Those green eyes filling with tears, pupils blown wide as Izuku moves his hands from the edge of the bed to his arms, scratching the skin insistently. Pup, you don't have to see me if that makes you uncomfortable, you can see someone else. Izuku shakes his head. He struggles for a moment with his rapid shallow breaths before he manages to stumble over his words. CCLCLA class. Frowning as much as he can, Inui reaches over and places one of his large hands over Izuku's smaller ones as the red marks left behind from the scratching start to bleed. You're alright, pup. You don't have to go back to class anytime soon. If you like, I can talk it over with Nedzu and see if we can figure something else out for you, alright? The touch seems to snap Izuku out of his thoughts, and he follows the large hand up to the pro hero, giving him a small nod of agreement. You okay? Seekin Yut tell him. Izuku looks close to tears again as he tries to move his hands under Inui's so that he can dig his nails into the underside of his forearms in frustration. Inui's touch tightens, preventing the boy from doing any more damage to himself, a sad look crossing his face. No, pup, be easy with yourself. Go slow and try again, alright? I'm in no hurry. The caring tone the canine quirked hero expresses towards him causes Izuku's shoulders to slump in some kind of mix between defeat and relief. He takes a few moments to just breathe before trying a second time to get the words out. Seeking you tell AI Zawa and Mike too? I'd like to talk to them, I think. A soothing yip escapes Inui of its own accord at how Izuku managed to not only calm down but also get out what he wanted to say in a relatively easy to understand way. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he gives the teen a side glance only to find a small smile on the teen's face. Good job, pup. Got it done on the second try, see? No rush. But as for your request, I'd be happy to let them know and to tell them you're wanting to talk to them. If that changes, you just call a nurse and have them let me know, alright? He reaches out carefully to ruffle the teen's hair before getting up. If we decide anything immediately, I'll have them let you know when they come in, and if you don't agree to it, just say so and we can try for something else. You have a say, pup, remember that? Inui grins before heading out of the door. Stepping out into the hall, Inui heaves a heavy sigh once the door is completely shut behind him. He's not surprised by any means to see Midnight waiting outside the door. I figured you would have left after dropping off the kids. Nemuri gives a dismissive wave of her hand as she grins. That was originally the plan, but someone decided to accompany me in my task. Nedzu is here then? The canine hero lifts his nose to give a quick sniff to check, since one can never be too careful when it comes to their boss. You know it. He's holed up with Hizashi and Shoyuta in a secure meeting room here on the hero floor. Nemuri flashes her coworker a bright grin as she turns on a heel to lead him to the meeting room. Inui rolls his eyes at the heroine's antics but follows her nevertheless. Where are Hitoshi and Eri? A couple of the nurses who are off duty are taking them around to cheer up some of the patients in the hospital. If the meeting goes over too long, then Hitoshi offered to take Eri down to the pediatric ward to see the guest visitor as well as to play in the recreational room. Namuri doesn't turn to look at the man as she talks. She knows he can hear her just fine due to his quirk. But she can't help but smile at the concern that he's showing for the kids that are basically family to most of the staff at this point. Don't worry so much, Inui. They're safe, and if they need to talk to someone they know to come to you. Their conversation is abruptly cut off as they walk into the meeting room just before the door shuts with a firm thud behind them and the sound of a lock engaging reaches their ears. Ah, good. We're all here. Nedzu claps his paws together from his place in the chair at the head of the table. Rio, would you be so kind as to give us your thoughts on our young student? Inui takes a moment to look around the room, taking in those that are there. A deep rumbling hum escaping him. From a professional point of view, Izuku seems to be mentally stable, which I will bring up to his nurses and doctor that I think he can be released as long as he agrees to counseling a few times a week. Although admitting that he still wishes he was dead, I don't see any signs of him intentionally trying again. Intentionally? Hisashi can't stop himself from asking, concern leaking into his entire being as he glances over at his husband as he places his hand on the other man's, giving it a gentle squeeze of reassurance. Giving a small nod of his head, Inui takes a moment to watch Aizawa's reaction before replying. It wouldn't do for any of them in this room to not be in their best headspace for this. I believe he is likely suffering from at least anxiety, if not more. But without him filling out the intake assessment, I'm not comfortable giving a diagnosis, especially off of just a single conversation. However, during our talk, he pauses for a moment, debating how to go about what he wants to say as his eyes catch Namuri momentarily. When he would start to get worked up, he moved his hands to scratch and claw at his forearms. Catching the look that Inui gives his friend, Aizawa narrows his dark eyes. Do you have problem with Namuri all of a sudden? Inui shakes his head as he growls softly in discontent. Not at all. He turns apologetic eyes to the only woman in the room. But to continue this conversation, I apologize, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Arching a brow, Namuri drums her nails on the table, having just sat down to get comfortable. I'll go, but I'd like to know why I am suddenly being excluded. Leaning forward on clasped paws, Nedza gives the counselor a curious look. I too would like to know the reason for her exclusion. Seeing as Kayama has been in the loop since you were brought in as well. Taking a moment to look around at his colleagues, Inui notes the body language of Mike and Aizawa being a strange mix of defensive for their friend and the need to check on their student, as evident by them both sending occasional glances between Namuri and the door. Turning his attention back to the annoyed woman, Inui gives a soft whine, unintentionally showing his dislike for the situation himself. Izuku agreed to me talking to Nedzu, even going so far as to ask if I would include Yamada and Aizawa as well. After this meeting, he was open to talking to them both as well, to which I told him if he changed his mind, he could let a nurse know and they'd inform me. With everything that has gone on in his life, as we all are aware from his journal, he never really had the option of having a choice. I want to make sure he has those now, and I refuse to break his trust on something that isn't something. That is a danger to himself or someone else. If at a later time he agrees, we can fill her in later, but without his say, I'm not willing to risk it. Inui's voice is firm, jaw set, showing he's not moving from his stance on this, even as his hands tighten into fists and another whine escapes. Namuri gives an understanding smile to the hunting dog hero as she walks over to him. A hand reaching up to scratch at the back of Inui's head until she hears the soft, rumbling sound of a content growl. You could have just said the green bean hadn't agreed and I would have accepted it. But I appreciate you being thorough so not to hurt my feelings while also keeping his feelings in mind. She gives a final scratch to the dog-quirked man's head before pulling her hand away and using it to give a quick wave to the room. All right, I'm going to go check on your other two rascals. Let me know if I can help in any way. Waiting until Namuri leaves and the locks re-engage on the door, Aizawa turns his attention back to his colleague. All right, she's gone. Now to... Taking a moment to see where he wants to start, Inui finally takes a seat at the table. In doing so, he lets himself drop into the waiting chair with a solid thud, the tension in his form starting to melt away just the slightest bit. There are a few things that concern me. The fact that he struggles so much with his self-image is a big one. On top of admitting that he wishes he was still dead, he also admitted to me that he hates himself. That he has hated himself long enough that he doesn't remember when his self-loathing even started. I believe that his self-hatred has actually increased upon recently finding out from one of the vestiges in the quirk that he was never actually quirkless. Instead, most likely having had his quirk stolen by the same doctor that diagnosed him, who apparently resembled the doctor who was known to associate with All for One. Inui gives them some time to process that because honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that he's trained not to react to things said during sessions, he would have needed a moment as well. That is interesting. If that is the case, then it leads me to believe that our young Izuku had his quirk before that appointment. From my understanding of All for One, he can only take a quirk that he has seen before. There's not been any record of someone's quirk being taken before it's manifested. Nedzu leans forward in his seat, an almost dangerous gleam entering his beady black eyes. Hizashi frowns as he shifts in his seat, uncomfortable at the thought. The poor little listener. I couldn't imagine going through everything he did, then finding out it wasn't something that was even supposed to happen. Noticing the discomfort in his husband, Aizawa slowly stands up and walks behind the blonde to pull his hair down out of the bun he has it pinned in. He gives a tired sigh as he starts to card his fingers through the long locks, knowing that it will help keep the loud hero calm. How do we help him with his self-image? Inui looks down at his notepad before meeting Aizawa's gaze. We need to basically reverse the damage that has been done. He's had so many people tell him he was useless, so we need to tell him how helpful he is. Help instill a positive mindset by giving him small praises and thanking him for when he helps with things. Once he starts actual counseling, we can see what he would like to work on in regard to it. Depending on how deeply his self-loathing runs, I may suggest a type of roleplay to him where instead of seeing it as Izuku doing it, having him think of himself as someone else. Aizawa gives an understanding nod, something similar to what happens with someone in the witness protection, then correct? A soft yip of excitement leaves the dog hero, causing him to roll his eyes in annoyance. Exactly. Next concern isn't as problematic as his take on his self-image, but is still the fact that Izuku is under the assumption that he has to be a hero, which he's not certain he wants to do anymore. I'll go so far as to admit that I am more concerned by the fact that for him, he is under the belief that to be a hero he has to become the next symbol of peace, which we all know isn't the case. Nedzu gives a disappointed sigh at that. Yes, that would be the convincing of our former number one, as well as today's society. Frowning as much as he can, Inui doesn't let them stay on that topic long so that they can address the one he's most worried about before trying to problem-solve the others. I think the most immediate concern, however, is that Izuku had a small panic attack when we were talking. I say small only due to his ability to pull himself out of it with minimal interference from myself. But the trigger to that was when I mentioned continuing counseling when he resumed classes. At first I believed that he didn't feel comfortable with me, so I told him that he could see someone else, that was no problem. But he assured me upon calming down enough to speak, that it was the idea of returning to class that was the problem. I did assure him that I would talk to Nedzu to work on an alternative of some sort before leaving. Aizawa finally stops playing with his husband's hair to lean forward as he places a quick embrace on top of Hizashi's head before moving back to his spot and reclaiming his seat. Bakugo? Giving a small smile at the tenderness that his partner displayed, especially with the others around, Hizashi tilts his head to the side in thought. I don't know. If I remember right, the listener mentioned being made fun of for his lack of control. What if it's not just Bakugo? Slumping down in his seat, Aizawa heaves an exhausted sigh. If it's more than just him, I'm expelling them. Bakugo has at least tried to change. If someone is still actively bullying or was bullying the kid, then they don't deserve their spot. Nedzu gives a small nod, more of understanding than agreement, however. I understand the sentiment, Aizawa, but would that do more harm than good? I believe we should see who is responsible and what is being done before we go about deciding repercussions. But enough of that, we need to find a way to make young Izuku comfortable upon his release first and foremost, so if you all would be so kind as to grab a pen and a notepad from the stack in the center of the table, I'd be grateful. Only waiting until the others in the room have the aforementioned items, Nedza gives them a look that promises to be nothing but chaos. Perfect. So, here's what I'm thinking. Nedza can't help but grin as he sees his employees and, dare he say, friends sitting at the table, each one ready to take notes of anything he says regardless of how on edge they each may be. Excellent. Based off of what Rio was able to tell us, it seems that we really only have two main issues to address. Those being Izuku's self-image as well as his anxiety. Both of which should be able to be repaired given time. The more immediate concern is his fact of not wanting to return to class. Which I don't blame the boy in the slightest for. Looking at it from a perspective like mine where you all know my past, I wouldn't want to return to the same setting right away even if it was different there. In fact, I'd be more concerned if he did just want to jump right back into his studies. Nedzu takes a moment, rub a paw down the scar on his face as the phantom ache makes itself known at the mere brief mention of his own past. Hizashi taps his pen to his paper a few times in thought before heaving a sigh. No offense, but I don't think we could do homeschooling with him, seeing as we both teach full-time and have our hero duties. Nodding in understanding, Nedzu gives the blonde man a look that has just the hint of condescending to it. Like he wasn't going to think about his student's education in the midst of everything else. I believe that if he is agreeable, we can do classes online and he can sit in either the teacher's lounge or the common room in the teacher's dorms. We are always moving about there throughout the day. That way if he has any trouble, someone would be there to assist. We would of course make sure with the other faculty that it's all right. Heaving a tired sigh, Aizawa levels the chimera a dark look. What would I tell the rest of my class? Also, I thought we weren't bringing that many people into this. A glint catches off of Nedza's eyes as he settles his own dark gaze upon those of his former students. Have you done as Izuku wanted? Aizawa barely manages not to roll his eyes in exasperation. He'd never hear the end of it if he let the dramatics show. You know I haven't. Placing a hand on his husband's shoulder to offer support, Hizashi glances over at their boss, Chartreuse eyes holding defiance. We wanted to wait until we knew the outcome first. We didn't want to cause any of the listeners distress. Then I suppose we should check with our young student to see if he still wishes for his class to be informed of his decision. If so, then I'd take parts of his letter to the staff and use them to inform our other students. So long as Rio also agrees that your class is mentally sound enough to handle the impact of that. Nedzu turns his attention to the animal-quirked man with a questioning look. Rio sighs at the look he receives from his employer. A low rumbling growl escaping him as he takes a few minutes to mentally go through a checklist before dipping his head forward in a short nod. There shouldn't be a problem with that. I have completed the mandatory sessions with all of them, most having agreed to have some form of counseling with me at least once a month. Those more at risk of taking the news strong will be the first ones that I check in on before I continue down the list. Wonderful. Now you're correct, Shoyuta. We are keeping the number of people knowing about this down. Which is why, with Izuku's permission, I'd like to go ahead and put him in a sort of witness protection program. I have contacts who could change his appearance to disguise who he is. Nedzu is quick to hold up a paw as he sees the husbands tense as they begin to get up. Listen. It would give him the ability to live a different life, to learn how he should have been cared for to begin with. It will also open up the opportunity to take back his life as Izuku, should that be what he decides later on. A final bonus of it is that it would give us time to find the rest of those who have hurt him to ensure they are unable to do so again. Pausing to take all of that in, Aizawa slumps down in his seat as the fight just seems to leave him. And how would we explain that to my Hell class should he decide to reclaim his identity? Offering the dark-haired man the softest look that he can muster, Nedzu gives a short glance down at his own pad of paper. Simply by telling them that it was classified and on a need-to-know basis. They didn't need to know. As young heroes in training, they need to learn that not every case is going to include them. If it's personal, most times you are removed from the case altogether and left to wonder. And with cases like this, where we are trying to not only protect him but to flush out those that have done wrong by him, the more realistic reactions there are, the less likely those who may try to come after him will do so. Inui gives the husbands an assessing look. He knows both of them know all of this, of course. But he is also very aware of how easy it can be for people to lose sight of that knowledge in the face of it being someone they care about. Hizashi looks torn. He doesn't like the idea of hurting their other little listeners, but he does see the appeal in it in making sure that those who had been targeting your students were all taken care of. It's not an ideal outcome for either side, but he can agree that it seems to be the best course of action so long as all parties are willing. You really think this will work? Nedzu clasps his paws in front of him as he leans forward in his seat, wishing for a cup of tea to help keep him calm and present. I know it's not the ideal outcome that we are wanting, but I do. There have been a lot of successes with changing people's identities before, whether it be long-term or short-term. Announcing that they are deceased usually causes people to come out of the woodwork, much like if someone wins the lottery. But for it to work, Izuku would have to agree and you both would have to be removed from the case to focus on your new child. A lot was already overlooked with you sharing the journal with your kids. Mike as another pro-hero was fine. Shinso was able to be argued for due to him being your intern for the work studies. Eri on the other hand should have never been allowed to see the journal. We weren't going to leave her out of a family decision. Chartreuse eyes snap to beady black ones as they widen in barely contained outrage. His voice coming out higher than intended, not quite quirk level but definitely getting close. That's probably why Hizashi isn't surprised when a hand is suddenly gripping the back of his head and pulling his attention from the chimera in front of him and instead forcing him to look into the red quirked eyes of his husband. Enough, Zashi. We both know that we should have handled it better. Unflinching, Nedzu gives a grateful nod to Aizawa as he unclasps his paws so that he can instead make a note on his own writing pad. You should have. But no matter. Consequences have actions, which is why you both are being pulled from active hero work. You both will still be allowed to teach as you do have your teaching licenses and it is not a mandate to be a hero to teach at UA. Take the time to get your family settled and to catch up on some rest. Leave the rest to me. Looking between each other, Hizashi and Aizawa look uncertain for a moment before they give a nod of acquiesce. They know better than to go against their boss, and really it doesn't sound like that bad of a punishment considering things could have been much worse. Instead, Aizawa looks at his former mentor for a moment before huffing fondly. Thanks. He then gives a small shake of his head before turning to get ready to leave with his husband. After all, they have a kid to go talk to and a lot to hopefully be allowed to help him through. Nedzu waits till the pair are just about out the door before speaking up a final time, his eyes catching Inui's to show his amusement at making them wait even just a single moment longer. Whenever he's ready, I have already pulled the adoption papers for you both to sign. Flashback. Izuku was nervous. He had caught himself a few times now with his hand hovering over the nurse's call button, trying to avoid the meeting that was coming up. It's not that he didn't want to talk to his teacher's purse, but he didn't really want to answer the questions that he was sure they had. On top of that, the longer their meeting with Hound Dog takes, the more his resolve wavers. Doesn't it figure that right when he was about to change his mind and actually push the button is when his door opens just enough for him to hear, "Kid? It's Aizawa and Yamada. Can we come in?" Swallowing the nervous lump that he feels starting to build in his throat, Izuku glances at the button, then to the door and back again in quick succession before letting out a heavy sigh. I mean sure. Aizawa takes his time to walk into the room. He's careful to announce his footsteps while also making sure that they aren't too loud. He knows that they have to tread carefully because one misstep can have both himself and his husband out of the room, unable to speak with Izuku till the kid alone decides. Not being an underground hero himself, Yamada has no trouble with his steps announcing his presence. The voice hero walking with an air of confidence with light but pronounced footsteps. "Hey listener, thanks for letting us come in." Izuku watches the couple's approach with wary eyes. As his nerves start to get the best of him, he closes his eyes to try and keep himself grounded. "How can we help, kiddo?" The voice is soft, softer than he remembers Aizawa ever being before. It's even somehow softer than the meeting during work studies before the raid on the Shai Hasaikai, and it's enough to bring him to tears. "Why are you being so nice to me?" Aizawa looks at between his crying student and his husband, uncertain how he wants to deal with this. It's the gentle prompting, "go on" hand motions from his loud blonde that gets him to reach out and place a gentle hand in the green curls as he recalls the end of their meeting with Inui. ****. They were just about to leave when the low growl of their protective coworker caught their attention. Turning to face the dog-corked hero, Aizawa stares at his colleague in question while Yamada is the one who expresses his concern. "You good, Inui?" Inui stares back at Aizawa for a moment before snuffing in frustration. "Fine, thanks, Yamada. Warning for you both, make sure you aren't too imposing, while also not being quite enough to startle the pup. Leave the gruff act at the door, Aizawa, or you'll scare him off." Aizawa doesn't quite get the eye roll hidden in time for Inui to not see it. "I don't know what you're talking about." Squinting for emphasis alone, Inui shakes his head in exasperation at the dark-haired man. "You know exactly what I'm talking about. You enjoy your image of being an aloof, BSA, when really you care too much. Show the care to him, and for all of our sakes, open up." Hizashi tilts his head to the side curiously. "I must have misheard you. You want us to open up to the listener?" Shooting Hizashi a narrowed-eyed gaze, Inui nods. "I do. Izuku was more inclined to open up to me after I told him about my past. He's showing to at least be more accepting of those who are able to relate and possibly understand him. You both have been hurt and gone through things. I recommend sharing that with him. Help him trust you. We'll consider it." Aizawa barely manages to get all of his words out before he's walking out the door. He doesn't want to tell his healing student what he went through. He doesn't want to revisit his past. Hell, the only thing that he wanted right now was to go be with his husband and Izuku, but he's not so sure he's ready to tell his story to anyone but the select few who know. Asterisk asterisk. Carefully carding his fingers through the errant green curls, Aizawa watches his student as he starts to gather his thoughts. "You deserve people treating you well." Izuku manages a wet scoff as he continues to cry, his hands coming up to rub at his eyes angrily. "You're right. If that's the case, then why did no one do so before?" Hizashi moves closer to the bed, his heart breaking at the hurt in the teen's tone. Once close enough, he gently bumps Izuku's arm with the box of tissues he grabbed on his way over. "We can't speak for them, little listener, but if I had to guess, it was because they couldn't understand. Not that it mattered. They should have been treating everyone with the same courtesy and decency that they wanted to be treated with." Moving his hands to the side to stare at Hizashi incredulously, Izuku huffs as he catches himself and grabs a tissue. "Careful. It almost sounds like you're saying you understand." Giving his student a blank stare, Aizawa finds the words slipping past his lips before he can stop them. "What would you do if we did understand?" Izuku rolls his eyes. The likelihood of someone actually understanding him was slim. After all, he grew up as a nobody, a useless Deku who deserved to die. "I'd say prove it first." That's all it takes to have Aizawa glancing up at his husband for encouragement, and finding the gentle sunshine smile there, gives him exactly what he needs to pull up the sleeves of his long-sleeved shirt. Doing so reveals a plethora of cuts all over the skin there, but the most prominent are the ones that are front and center once the underground hero presents his arms, so the underside of his wrists are facing up. It takes a moment for Izuku to understand what he's seeing. Those jagged, bold scar lines running from wrist to elbow on his teacher's forearms, taunting him before the weight of what they are crashes down on him. Reaching a hesitant hand out towards the arms presented towards him, Izuku lets a trembling finger trace along the scars there. "W.A." It's barely whispered, but Aizawa still manages to hear the boy's broken question. "It's the same reason I'm so strong on my students and why I expel those I deem have no potential. Because when I was just a year older than you, Hizashi and I lost our best friend. We lost him because I wasn't strong enough. Even though we did our work study together, I wasn't able to save him when he needed saving. That took its toll on me." Taking a deep breath, Aizawa looked down at Izuku, surprised to see those green eyes staring back at him, even if they fleetingly looked away. "Being unable to save our best friend and watching him die, it hurt. I stopped eating. I became reckless because what did it matter if I died? As long as I protected others, that's what mattered. It got to the point where any time I closed my eyes, all I could see was him dying and I couldn't take it anymore. So, I tried to end it all." Dark eyes glance at tear-filled Chartreuse before he gives the teary blonde a faint smile. "Would have succeeded if it wasn't for a loud blonde finding me and literally screaming for the teachers to come help." Letting out a wet giggle, Hizashi nods at the memory. "Seeing you there bleeding out, I had decided that I needed you alive. If screaming meant you were alive even if you did go deaf, then it was worth it to know that you were still here. Izuku takes a moment to let that all sink in while his teachers give each other small touches to reassure each other that what is happening is real. When he can no longer wait, Izuku glances at Hisashi curiously. That's more Aizawa's understanding, but what about you? Because from where I'm sitting, and I don't mean to be rude, but you seem more likely to understand Aizawa's perspective since he saved me, and you saved him. Giving the teen an amused look, Hisashi stands up and heads over to the sink in the room to wet a cloth before moving back over to his previous spot near Izuku's bed. Can you hold this for me? Turning his attention to his English teacher, Izuku arches a brow at the offered wet cloth before reaching out a hand to hold it. He's surprised when the man kneels down beside his bed before taking the cloth back. Grinning up at the greenette, Hisashi uses the cloth to wipe his face, removing the makeup he wears and revealing the small, thin scars that litter his face. Green eyes widen in shock as his fingers twitch as he tries to keep himself from reaching out. The face is different than just reaching for someone's arms after all. Hisashi reaches out and gently takes Izuku's hands in his own to place them against his face. It's okay, listener, I don't mind. With the permission, Izuku traces the scars ever so gently as tears start to fall down his cheeks. You had one too? Hisashi gives the kid a sad smile. If he had known the boy was hurting so much because he thought he was alone in this, then he wouldn't have bothered hiding them all the time. I did. My teachers and classmates growing up hated my quirk. They refused to allow me to talk at all because if I did then they thought I would deafen them. It wasn't until the second year of middle school that we had a new student who walked into the classroom and saw the muzzle on my face and abruptly pushed the kid out of the seat next to me and took his seat to look over my face. I don't know what he saw there, but it had him pulling out his phone. Then 10 minutes later his parents were back at the school, standing in our classroom horrified but firm in telling our teacher that the cops were on their way. Aizawa frowns at the retelling of part of Hisashi's childhood. It was before he was around and it doesn't come up very often, but when it does, he's all the more grateful for his husband surviving the torment he went through, while missing the third member of their group all the more. Debating quietly with himself, Izuku tries to figure out if he should ask the question that's bothering him or not. It's the hand still carding through his hair that acts as a gentle reminder that these two men are sharing about themselves willingly that has him asking, "What about your family? How did you hide it?" The question doesn't come out quite the way Izuku wanted to ask it, but somehow manages to get what he was saying across because the look on Hisashi's face becomes pinched as he leans forward ever so slowly. Resting his forehead against Izuku's, Hisashi gives a small shake of his head, causing the others to shake as well. Listener, even if I needed to hide the marks, I wouldn't have. My parents, when they were still alive, were fierce protectors. It wasn't until after they died when I was in my third year of grade school that this started happening. I lived in a group home up until that point. My social worker was appalled at what had been going on and being covered up. It turned out that the new kid's mom used to be social worker herself that specialized in pre-adoption services, and she had a neighbor who was looking into adoption. Hisashi leaned back to give Izuku a bright smile. That neighbor, after an extensive process of getting certified, attending regular classes, was able to foster me, and about 2 years later, when I was a week from starting at UA, the adoption was approved. Tilting his head to the side curiously, Izuku moves his hands to start scratching at his arms nervously. Why are you telling me about that part? Being adopted? I didn't get that chance. Hisashi looks from Izuku to his husband before taking one of Izuku's hands in his own. I'm telling you that because it's important, Izuku. I know that things are rough, especially when they don't go as planned. That change is strong. But I'm hoping that you will trust Sho and I. Moving his free hand to grasp the greenette's other hand, Aizawa gives a small huff, drawing the attention to himself. We would like to adopt you, Izuku. If you would have us, but there are some things we would like to discuss with you first regarding where you want to go from here. Thus, Izuku froze hearing the two older men. They want to adopt me? What kind of sick joke is that? No one ever wants the useless Deku. The only thing I'm ever good for is a punching bag. Maybe that's why they want to adopt me, so that they have something for Shinso to practice his quirk on, or maybe for Eri's quirk. That would make more sense. Hands move on their own accord to tug at his errant locks as he backs away from his teachers till he's on the other side of the bed with his knees drawn up to his seat as he starts to cry. Why can't anyone ever love me? Why am I never enough just as I am? I try and try but it never works out the way that I want it to. Why is it some kind of joke for me to want to be taken care of? Rocking back and forth at the corner of the bed furthest away from his teachers, Izuku struggles as his breathing hitches before it speeds up. Frowning to himself, Aizawa takes in the state of his student before turning a concerned gaze to his husband. He knows he's not the best at situations like this, but his sunshine is and he's comfortable letting the other man take the lead in helping their kid. Hisashi casts his husband a knowing look before slowly approaching where Izuku is. He keeps himself distanced standing at the opposite corner so there is some space still between them but close enough that if the greenette needs it he can step forward and reach him with no trouble. Hey listener, can you tell me 5 things you can see? Hesitating as it takes time for the words to get through the fog he's stuck in, Izuku lifts his head slowly and wonders to himself when he closed his eyes. Opening them, he sees the blurry of his arms and he lets out a choked sob. My arms, my hands, and the bandage on it? Giving a nod of encouragement, Hisashi smiles, keeping the excitement out of his tone so as not to startle the teen. Great job, listener. Can you do 2 more? Izuku looks up a bit more and gives a slow nod of his head as if to himself before responding, my shirt and the blanket? You're doing so great, listener. Now, what about 4 things you can touch? That one is a bit harder for Izuku because yeah, he can touch things but it's like it's not really there like he's floating. The bandage, blanket, turning slightly he realizes where exactly he's sitting. Pillow and bed. Hisashi nods while still maintaining his distance, his tone nothing but soothing so as not to overwhelm the teen. Perfect. What about 3 things you can hear? A small blush comes to stain Izuku's cheeks at the praise. He's not used to being told he's doing something good let alone perfect. Shaking his head to help keep the thoughts at bay, he focuses on the question asked. My breathing and a foot tapping. Smiling at the greenette, Hisashi struggles to fight the urge to just reach out and ruffle the curls there. He's so proud of his kid. It's strong to recover from panic attacks but he's doing so well and he just wants to wrap him up in his arms and show him all the encouragement possible. 2 things you can smell? Izuku tilts his head to the side in confusion because there is no reason he should be smelling what he is. Citrus and coffee? Nodding his head in the affirmative at the inquisitive look he gets from the teen, Hisashi jerks his head in the direction of his dark-haired partner. My husband is here, is that still all right? Izuku nods hesitantly as he looks from his English teacher to his homeroom teacher before heaving a sigh. I'm sorry. Can I hug you, kiddo? Hisashi bounces in place on his toes. He doesn't want to scare Izuku not when they just got him calmed down, but it's so strong not to just wrap his arms around the teen who looks so dejected in front of them. Tilting his head to the side uncertainly, Izuku frowns at the unexpected question. If they want to hug me, then does that mean what they said is true? They actually care about me? Like enough to adopt me? A Deku? Turning a disbelieving gaze to his 2 teachers, Izuku lets his eyes dart between them. Why, you're not joking? Hisashi can't stop himself at that. Instead, he telegraphs his movements as he steps forward to wrap the greenette up into his arms. Never. Not about hugging you, not about the adoption. None of it. We care about you, Izuku. Please let us take care of you. It's enough to have Izuku crying as he hears the words he so desperately wanted to hear but thought would never happen. But now it is and he's scared because what if they don't want him when he tells them he doesn't want to be a hero? Tensing in the hug, Izuku pulls away slowly, hands moving to wipe away the tears from his eyes and the tracks on his cheeks. Is it okay that I don't want to be a hero? Aizawa reaches a hand out to gently card through the green curls with an almost soft, patient look settling in his dark eyes. You don't have to be a hero if that's what you want. We mentioned you didn't even want to be yourself and we figured out a way that you wouldn't have to be. But it's entirely up to you. Want to hear it? Izuku slowly settles back into the hug and even manages to lean more into the strong hand currently in his hair. Yes, please. Chartreuse eyes meet onyx for the briefest of moments as Hisashi sends his husband a knowing look. Those dark eyes look away, not wanting to give the other man the satisfaction of a response, instead looking back down at the emerald-eyed teen in front of them. Should you decide to, we would give you a new identity through something similar to witness protection. And my appearance? I'm kind of memorable being mostly green. Izuku doesn't seem to even realize that he's talking until it's too late, and when he does he tenses, ready to be reprimanded for speaking out of turn. Izuku doesn't get the chance to finish apologizing as he sees Hisashi shaking his head firmly. No need to apologize, listener. You are allowed to speak up, we aren't going to get upset. Nedzu has some contacts that can change someone's appearance to help with the guise of being someone else. On top of that, Nedzu will be working with someone to draft up papers to make sure the identity can withstand scrutiny. Aizawa's words come out gruff, and it puts Izuku on edge for a moment until the words truly settle in his mind. That they are putting their all into this because he doesn't want to be himself. It's a sobering thought, and one that has him reach out a hand toward his teachers as a spark of determination flares to life in his eyes. Before any of that, I want to know the changes. Barely arching a brow in question, Aizawa looks down at his kid, not even bothering to say anything. Scoffing, Izuku gives a small glare to the underground hero. Don't give me that look. Hitoshi said you made changes. I've seen what Kabakugo is doing. Explain the others. Tsukachi has been working on compiling a case against your middle school teachers and the school as a whole. I hope you realize that we couldn't just let that go. If we did, someone else may get the same treatment, and neither you nor they deserve that. Aizawa leans forward in his seat, trying to get across just how important his words are. Yeah, listener. It's being kept hush-hush right now because Nedzu refuses to let it go to the media until we have your answer. Because if you want to be someone else, there are a few ways we could do it. We can make it a classified case where only those who you want to know can know. If you don't want anyone to know, we can go along with your letter since we wanted to wait and see if you pulled through. Then we'll have the news line be justice for you. Izuku leans back because holy CRP, this is real. They figured out a way to get him a new identity and a way to get rid of this version of him. He can really start completely over if he wants. They're getting him justice, and a new spark joins the determination inside him. This one is ever so small, but it's familiar. The feeling of awe that made him hope to one day be a hero. What if I decide I don't want to be this new person anymore? Hisashi excitedly throws his arms back around Izuku's shoulders with a wide, infectious grin. That's the beauty of it. Even if we don't tell anyone, we can just say it was classified. You were put into a type of witness protection program while we looked for anyone that was and those that could be perceived as a threat to you. See, can I think about which option? Slowly, Aizawa moves his hand up to ruffle wayward green curls. Take as much time as you need, kid. We want this decision to be what you think is right for you. We will support you regardless. Unable to keep them at bay any longer, tears start falling as Izuku breaks down into sobs. Please. Hisashi hugs Izuku close to him as he starts to gently sway back and forth. It's all right, kiddo, we're here for you. We'll take care of you from now on. Not wanting to be left out, Aizawa reaches forward and gently tugs the boy from Hisashi's arms because damn it, he found him first. I need to finish answering your question. All Might is no longer employed by you today, and Cementos just finished building a hospital wing, so that recovery girl won't be the only one there. Izuku leans into his homeroom teacher as his sobs become more pronounced as he hears that. The relief flooding through him at the chance that for once in his life he may be able to be treated as if he was a typical, everyday person. Standing outside of the 1A dorms, Midnight looked up at the sign reading Alliance with a deep sigh. She knew how strong this was going to be. These students all have some sort of relationship to their missing classmate, and the fact that they all have to deliver the news that he won't be returning, well, at least she knows the reason she was selected to be here. Her gaze drifts over to the other heroes with her only to settle upon the only one of them that isn't a teacher. You ready, Gum? Taishiro looks over at Midnight with eyes filled with sadness as he gives a quick nod as he schools his expression into something more determined. Yeah, if this is as bad as Nedzu expects, I got a whole lot of kids to hug. Of all people, Inui knows it's not the time to joke, but even so, he can't help but attempt to alleviate the tension even if just the slightest. Guess it's a good thing that your arm span is big enough to hold more than one student at a time. Giving the dog-themed hero a wide smile, Taishiro lets out a boisterous laugh. That's true. Makes it easier for me to give more comfort. Shaking his head, Nedzu looks at the man who took the liberty of allowing him to have a ride. Are you ready? You and your clones will be the ones doing most of the heavy lifting. Ectoplasm looks at his boss currently riding on his shoulder and gives a quick nod. Physical heavy lifting maybe. But I believe that the emotional heavy lifting is going to be more work than what I'll be doing. I'm just emptying the boy's dorm and taking his belongings to your office. Turning blue eyes to her coworker, Midnight catches the counselor's eye. Were you able to warn the one student? Inui nods affirmatively. Obviously I couldn't go into detail, but I was able to inform him that there are things in the work that he can't be privy to. Nedzu and I agreed on that much, that way it wasn't breaking any trust while also helping calm the likelihood of a relapse of behavior. Midnight's shoulders slump as the tension starts to leave her frame at the unexpected answer. She doesn't get to relax long though as she watches Ectoplasm walk past her and open the doors to Heights Alliance. Taking that as the sign, the rest of the gathered heroes follow the masked hero into the dorms and watch as he allows Nedzu to jump down onto the table to draw the attention of the students there before walking deeper into the dorms. Catching Ida's eyes, Nedzu walks closer to the seat he is in at the table before making a motion with his paw. Ida, if you'd be so kind as to gather the rest of your classmates. I have some important news that I'd rather only have to announce once. Ida doesn't hesitate to get up to do as he's told, using his quirk to run off through the dorms to summon the rest of his fellow classmates to the common area. Walking over with a tray holding a fresh pot of tea, Momo looks unsettled as she takes in the heroes gathered in their dorms. They are all solemn as if something bad has happened, and as much as she wants to ask, she knows it's better to wait. Would anyone like some tea? The words slip from her lips without her realizing it. The only thing that draws her attention to it is the voice of her principal speaking up. Tea sounds splendid, thank you. Momo gives a smile, happy to be of use in even this small way. She goes about getting a few more cups before pouring Nedzu and herself some tea. She leaves the rest of the cups on the table near the tray in case anyone else decides they would like to join them. Taking the offered tea, Nedzu gives a soft hum of delight at the flavor. This is a lovely blend. May I inquire as to what it is? A blush starts to stain Momo's cheeks as she stares down into her teacup. I've been working on making my own tea blends. This one is a blend of rooibos, calendula, lemongrass, and a lot of fruit. I'd be happy to make you a bag. It's just as she finishes speaking that her classmates start to flood into the room, not even Kaminari being late this time, and it further darkens her blush not knowing how much they've heard. Nedzu gives the girl a comforting pat to the shoulder, surprising them both. I'd quite enjoy that, thank you. He steps back and looks at all the students gathered, his black eyes glinting in the light. Wonderful you are all here. I wish it was to inform you of better news, but I believe that it is only fitting that you all find out from those of us here than through any other means. Before I get into that though, please keep in mind that if you need anything at all, our doors are always open. Is this about Deku? Blushing darkly, Uraraka sinks down into her chair further as most of the eyes in the room turn to look at her due to her outburst. Taking just a few extra seconds to calm himself down from the interruption, Nedzu gives the girl a disapproving look. It is, and I'd appreciate not having any more outbursts. He's satisfied upon seeing Uraraka shift in her seat uncomfortably as she mumbles a soft apology. Turning his attention back to the class as a whole, Nedzu lowers his eyes in a somber manner, showing just how much he loathes having to give this news as he actually allows his students to see what he's feeling. As you all know, Aizawa has been absent quite a bit recently, which is solely due to the fact that he was the hero who found Midoriya. Raising a paw to stop the comments he knows are about to start, Nedzu continues. The reason you all are being informed now is because we have no choice but to clear out his dorm to see what ultimately lead to his decision. Principal Nedzu, sir? I don't believe I understand. It sounds as if you are saying Midoriya isn't coming back. The single hand chop that Ida does is sad. Starting out with his usual exuberance but ending slowly as if he has nothing left in him. Allowing his head to hang as he clasps his paws in front of him, uncertain what to actually do in this situation. Izuku has recently succumbed to his wounds resulting from an apparent attempted suicide. The silence is deafening. All of 1A silent as they try to process what they were just told. It doesn't seem to really sink in until the first and second ectoplasm clone walks past, each one carrying a stack of notebooks labeled, Hero Analysis for the Future. Seeing the beloved notebooks of their classmate acts almost as the final nail in the coffin. Silence turns to faces stricken with horror. Stumbling can be heard as some of the students start to move around to cope in their own ways. Sada can be heard mumbling about what all he needs to bake, while Kuda can be seen whispering ever so quietly as tears fall. Nobody questions the rabbit that comes hopping into the common area at top speed and barrels into the quiet boy. A tea set shattering is what breaks the quiet, almost mundane noises of some of the students trying to process. The tray Momo had picked up to refill having slipped out of her grip as she sinks to her knees silently, the look in her eyes one that so many of the class has on. The look of failure, as they each begin to wonder if they are meant to be heroes when they missed something so big. Nezu knows those expressions all too well. Frantic in his upset, Kirishima's quirk activates as he glares at the principal. You can't be serious. Midobro wouldn't do something like that. Tears welling up in his eyes as he hears the heartbreak of his youngest in turn, Fatgum walks over to the young redhead and wraps him in a hug. He only pauses for a moment before pulling those closest to them into the hug as well. DKU. Midnight quietly walks over towards the brunette sobbing and screaming in anguish. She pulls on her hero costume just enough to allow a small amount of her quirk to knock Uraraka out. A sudden change in temperature draws his attention to the dual quirk wielder and he almost wishes it hadn't. As ice starts to spread haphazardly throughout the common area. Todoroki standing amidst the turmoil, tears falling from his right side freezing instantly into small crystals that make a small plink as they hit the ground. The popping sound of explosions sparking to life doesn't bode well for them either, and it's with a heavy heart that Nezu quickly gives a look to the pro-heroes, a warning of what's about to come before he turns his attention to Midnight making a clear gesture with his paw. It's only a moment later that the dorms are calm again as each student is put to sleep with Midnight's quirk. Nezu looks around the room as he lifts a paw to his ear to rub the ache that resides there. It's been a long time since he's seen such a sight, that he will admit to having honestly forgotten how much pain was involved. The sight of so many young students hurting as they have to come to the realization that one of their own has died. The last time he's seen so much hurt was back when he was a teacher himself and his own homeroom lost one of their own during their work study. This feels just like that, especially with his sensitive ears ringing in such a familiar way. Thus, Nezu didn't often regret things. As a creature who wasn't human by any means, he didn't understand human emotions enough to do so. But watching this group of students who have already been through so much fall apart at the loss of one of their classmates made him wonder if he had miscalculated. He would be the first to admit that in making his suggestion, he didn't account for how close all of these students have gotten. Stepping forward to carefully assess the situation, he's vaguely aware of the ringing of a phone until Midnight approaches him, her phone held out at arm's length to show him who's calling. It's Sho. Should I answer it? Nezu takes in the frazzled appearance of Midnight and the sincerity seen upon her face as she asks what has to be a question that she loathes. It puts her in a slightly better light in his opinion. The fact that even though she and Shoyuta have been friends as long as they have been when it comes to such a delicate situation, she would still do whatever was necessary. Even if it meant keeping her friends out of the loop. Shaking his head, Nezu softens his look as much as he can. Go ahead and answer it, you may tell him what happened. He will be unhappy, but it was my mistake. I didn't take into account how close this class is. It's quite possible that our young friend didn't realize it himself. Midnight gives a quick nod of her head before calling her grumpy friend back, only mildly surprised to see him answer on the first ring. Hey Sho. What's up? How's my class Nem? Giving a glance around the room, Midnight heaves a sigh. Hang on Sho, I'm going to SW to video. You know I hate video calling Nem. Just tell me what's going on. Flipping the camera, Midnight braces herself for what's to come, because she knows how protective her friend and coworker is over his students, this class more so than any of the others. As she does, she knows exactly what the homeroom teacher is seeing. His entire class passed out in some form. Ice, slowly melting in the room, with Todoroki still among the shards. Countless teens have tears or just expressions of plain horror on their faces, glass as well as furniture scattered across the floor. Then off to the side are several sleeping students all wrapped up in Fatgum's arms. The hero himself has tears in his eyes as he does his best to comfort the unconscious teens. A sharp intake of breath draws her attention back to her phone, just in time for her to catch Aizawa's quietly spoken, "What the heck happened, Namuri?" Nezu takes that as his cue to approach, a rather reserved look on his features, his paws folded in front of him in a manner that expresses his true feelings of repentance. "Shoyuta, my apologies. I believe this would be due to a miscalculation on my part." Aizawa notices the posture of the approaching creature and something in him snaps. His back straightens as his quirk flares to life. He knows that his quirk doesn't work on the chimera, however, his instincts are screaming at him, and he isn't about to cancel his quirk while they are. "Explain now." Ignoring the tone, Nezu does begin his explanation. "I didn't account for how close your class was. Calculating human emotions is always a variable, as you know, and I'll admit that I didn't properly head Inui's concerns. While believing in giving Izuku a new start, he had mentioned earlier that he had concerns that he couldn't shake. Explained that we should have waited to tell your class anything until Izuku was in a more stable mindset. Not only that, having at least considered the possibility of allowing the children to know the truth." "Nezu." Aizawa glares through the phone at the rat, his tone clipped as he sets his jaw, his capture weapon starting to writhe on his shoulders as the man gets more agitated. "What did you tell my kids?" A small tremor runs through Nezu. It's not often that he shows the skittish signs of his instincts. But having to inform his most protective staff member, his once personal student, well, his little Shoyuta always did love the lessons on intimidation most. "We informed them of Izuku's untimely death." In an empty hospital waiting room, Aizawa blue screens as he hears what his boss and former mentor just said. The words tumbling over and over in his mind but refusing to process like it's some sort of sick joke. "Aizawa?" The whispered voice of a nurse coming into the waiting room snaps his attention to the door. Quirk still active, Aizawa's hair and capture weapon floating around him give a menacing look as he turns to the woman. His tone coming out more curt than he wanted. "Yes?" The nurse pauses for just a moment, her eyes widening as she gets stuck somewhere between shock and fear. "I'm fit." "Other nurses, eh? Oh, we saw you pacing and seeming to be agitated, so we wanted to make sure everything was all right." Aizawa watches the woman for a moment as he tries to get a grip on his emotions. It takes multiple deep breaths before he is ready to even attempt to talk again, and when he does, his tone is still curt. Though it has to be something that his quirk is off now, so his hair has settled. Plus, his agitation lessens by the moment his capture weapon settles itself back around his shoulders. "Just some upsetting news that I need to deal with?" The nurse gives a small encouraging smile before tipping her head forward. "If you're sure, then," she leaves with no further words, though is kind enough to lock the door so that others cannot come in but he can still get out. Turning his attention back to his phone, he gives a glare at the chimera eyes flashing red again for just a moment. "I'll be there shortly. Don't say another word to my kids, Nezu. Come now, Shoyuta." We had discussed informing them of Izuku's attempt. Nezu's black eyes gleam as the lights hit them with a frown starting to tug at his mouth. Aizawa looks at his boss in a disbelieving way, unable to comprehend the amount of stupid that is coming from one of the, if not the smartest creature on the planet. We agreed that if Izuku agreed to that, yes. Currently, Izuku only agreed to the part of us giving him a different appearance and having him in a witness protection sort of program. We hadn't gotten a chance to ask him if he wanted his class to believe he was dead, or if he wanted them to think he was just missing, or if he wanted them to know his whereabouts so that they could visit. White ears droop forward the slightest amount, as Nezu realizes his blunder. "Oh dear. This seems to be a much large miscalculation on my part then. My apologies, Shoyuta." Taking a deep breath as he moves a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, Aizawa sighs as he starts to feel the beginnings of a headache coming on. "I'm going to let Zashi and Izuku know that I have to dip out for a bit, then I'll be there." "Nem? Keep them asleep till I get there?" Waiting only for the affirmative from his longtime friend before ending the call, Aizawa makes his way out of the room and down towards where his husband and their new kid are at. Knocking first, Aizawa waits for the small telltale voice of his student. Come in? Managing a small smile at the timid voice, Aizawa opens the door slowly. It's just me, kid. How are you doing? Izuku looks up at his teacher with an indecipherable look as he tries to actually read the older man. I'm alright. Mike was telling me about your cat. Yeah. Zashi loves to tell people about Dirtbag. He tries to get their sympathy at losing all of his dinner. Green eyes widen in surprise before a smile spreads across his face as a small laugh escapes him at the realization that his more stoic teacher just cracked a joke. Cho, how dare you? I just want them to know the heartache that I had to deal with at my sudden loss. Hizashi gasps in fake offense. The teasing from his husband proves to be worth it, though as he sees the gleam in Izuku's eyes, the amusement finally reaching him instead of the teen just going through the motions of pretending to find things funny. The air of lightheartedness doesn't last long as Hizashi looks over at his husband catching Onyx's eyes with his own chartreuse. It's not very noticeable, but you don't get to know someone as long as they've known each other and not realize each other's tells. Something's wrong, and it has him casting a worried glance over at the greenette. He's relieved when he gets a sharpened look and a twitch of the dark-haired man's head in the negative. But it seems that while being relieved is nice, they don't have the luck because as subtle as they are, their wonderful child is observant and quickly notes the slightest change in their behaviors. Is everything all right? Aizawa turns his attention to his student-turned-prospective child, his gaze softening ever so slightly. No, and I need your help to fix it if you're feeling up to it. Chewing on his bottom lip, Izuku's gaze falls into his lap for a good few minutes before his head snaps up to look between the pros. What would I need to do? Telegraphing his moments, Aizawa reaches a hand out to ruffle wayward green curls fondly. For now, just answering a few questions. Izuku takes a deep breath to help him prepare before nodding. Go ahead. Cheshire grin sliding into place, Aizawa settles down in the empty seat near the bed. Proud of you, kid. You wanted to do the witness protection thing, correct? A frown tugs at Izuku's lips at the question. Is that what this is about? Did it turn out that they couldn't do it? He really should have known it would be too good to be true, but he was supposed to decide which route they took, right? Maybe it's just them asking about that? Instead of verbally answering, Izuku gives the other man a nod of agreement. Did you decide if you wanted to have people know you are alive or not? If you haven't decided, that's all right too. Letting out a relieved sigh, Izuku nods and clears his throat, swallowing the lump that is threatening to form. I want to tell one. They're the first ones to not look at me like I'm worthless. And none of us are perfect, but Bakugo. H's trying now, and why that H hurts, but W have all been T through so much T together. I don't want them W wondering where I am O or W wondering I if they C could have S stopped me. I K no my letter, I would have H hurt them, B but I've had a lot of T time to T think while here and it wouldn't be alright. Standing up, Hizashi completely ignores the tears silently streaming down his cheeks as he looks Izuku straight in the eyes. I'm going to hug you now, listener. Then proceeds to do just that. Long, L-titar-clad arms wrap around the teen's middle. Aizawa shakes his head at his husband's antics before giving Izuku a small, but genuine smile. That will make this easier than kid, thank you. Struggling for a moment to get his head out of the blonde's grasp enough that his face isn't buried into the man's shoulder, Izuku takes a deep breath as he looks at his homeroom teacher. See, can I ask what's going on? Heaving a tired sigh, Aizawa gives the kid an assessing look before nodding more to himself than anything. I'm not big on telling you right now, kid, but you've been open with us, so you deserve to know the truth. Just don't make me regret it. Got it? Izuku nods his head rapidly, his green gaze locked on the dark-haired man. Nedzu jumped the gun and informed your classmates of your untimely death. They took it as strong as could be expected, if not more so. Midnight had to put them all to sleep. I needed to see what you wanted to do before I left. On that note, kiddo, how do you feel about video calling? The words leave a nasty taste in his mouth. The fact that Nedzu messed up so badly, and honestly the idea that he is willingly going to do a video call. Hand flying to his mouth in horror is the only thing that overrides Hizashi's innate urge to scream from the level of stupidity that occurred. It takes a few minutes before the words fully process for Izuku, But once they do, his back straightens and he gives a sharp nod in agreement. Do it. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to leave just yet, so this will have to work. Aizawa sighs once more before reaching out to ruffle Izuku's hair. I'm going to head over to the dorm, okay, kiddo? I'll call Zashi's phone as soon as I can. If you need to take a moment at any time when on the line, tell him and we will got it. Izuku gives a small smile as he nods again, the warm feeling returning from these two men truly caring about him. Got it? The agreement is all that Aizawa needs to be able to leave. However, the idea of leaving like that feels wrong with the knowledge he just bestowed upon them. So, instead, he leans forward and places a small embrace on the top of Izuku's curls, in a way that's so similar to ones he himself had gotten oh so long ago from his parents. Pulling back, he turns his attention to his husband, and as he does so, he moves so that Izuku is only able to see the back of his head as he leans forward to give the blonde a quick embrace. Stepping away, Aizawa gives a brief nod before leaving the room to go fix a mess, while also knowing that his other kid is safe with his husband, while his other two are thankfully at their grandmother's. Arriving at the dorms did not help soothe the ire coursing through his veins as Aizawa had thought it would. No, instead it escalated the feeling because stopping him from getting to the rest of his kids was the one who caused this mess in the first place. Shoyuta, you need to wait? Nedzu attempts to slow the other man down, but even he can tell by the frenzied look in the man's eyes that it's futile. The overwhelming concern this man has for his students. It's enough that he doesn't try to stop the man again. He knows they will talk later, just as he knows he isn't going to be particularly pleased with what his former student will have to say. Aizawa hardly spares his boss a glance as he rushes past the chimera. He has more important things to deal with than whatever excuses his boss wants to throw at him in a sad excuse to explain his actions. Entering the common room brings Aizawa to the brink of panic because almost all of his kids are slumped around the room. Thankfully asleep, but it's too close to the alternative, too close to his recurring nightmare of seeing his Hell class killed. Their two young bodies strewn across the USJ facility because he hadn't been able to protect them. The soft sound of sparking explosions brings him back from the brink of his panic. Eyes settling on the explosive teen, just in time for those red eyes to open, showing a pain that shouldn't be his to bear. Bakugo! Katsuki takes in the sight of his classmates as he gets to his feet, before slowly approaching their teacher. He doesn't understand. This shouldn't be happening. Izuku wasn't supposed to be at risk of another attempt. That mutt, what was it he had told him? Leech. The mutt said that something tragic was going to happen. But not to take it at face value. Is this what he meant? Is Izuku? His hands clenched into fists beside him, the spark starting again even if just momentarily. Reaching out a hand to gently ruffle the wild blonde hair, Aizawa sighs. Kid, Izuku is fine. There is a lot at work and a lot I have to explain once the rest of your class is awake. But I don't want to have to go over it more than once. Help me wake your classmates? Katsuki scowls at not getting the whole story, but he does move from his teacher to help start waking the extras in his class. He does pause as he walks past Todoroki for a moment before grumbling under his breath as he makes his way to where Kirishima is still wrapped up in Fat Gum's arms. Shitty hair needs to wake up. Eyes narrowing at the name, Fat Gum pulls Kirishima closer as if a protective father. However, he is careful not to jostle the other teens wrapped in his arms. I'm not a fan of you calling Red that. Katsuki blinks at the hero, his hands clenching beside him. Look. Shitty hair, the rest of our group and I are all like that, we don't call each other by our names. Now can we move on? Aizawa wants the class awake. Fat Gum gives a wide smile, one that's not full of his usual exuberance. Instead, this one seems to show he knows something others don't know. So it's not just Red that you need. You need the rest of your classmates as well. Well, I don't see a problem with you waking them. But back to our previous topic. Do they call you names? Or is it just you calling them names? Katsuki's quirk sparks to life as his temper flares for just the briefest of moments before he remembers his counseling. Taking a deep breath, he meets Fat Gum's eyes with determination. I do it, but it's something I'm working on. Giving the other blonde an assessing look, Fat Gum nods before setting about waking the teens in his arms. He keeps his tone low and his touch gentle as he hushes the teens waking up, especially as they all start to panic at the same time as they clearly remember what happened before they had all passed out. You all are fine. Aizawa needs to talk to you all about something. Let's get you all up and moving, okay? It's nothing bad, I assure you. He watches each of the teens like a hawk as he slowly rises out of his seat. He's not surprised to notice that he still has a student or two still hanging on to his uniform. Nor is he going to say anything about how the others act like little ducklings as he starts to walk over to where their homeroom teacher is. Aizawa looks at the remaining students still asleep and sighs. Of course, no one else would want to wake these problematic children. Looking between the two, he can't help but debate which he should go to first. He knows neither of them will be easy, but he doesn't know which one will be worse. Approaching the heterochromatic boy first was logical. Based on personality and past behaviors, the teen shouldn't be as emotional as the brunette. That being said though, Aizawa still activates his quirk as he gives the boy's shoulder a firm shake. Mismatched eyes snap open, a terror filling them just briefly before the emotion flees as he registers who is kneeling beside him. Mr. Aizawa? Nodding his head, Aizawa gives the teen a grim smile. Yeah kid, it's me. Todoroki looks at the common room, taking in how his classmates are all huddled into small groups, the events from before coming back causing him to sit up, narrowly avoiding hitting his head against his teachers. Is Midoriya really? Aizawa frowns as the teen trails off. It's so unlike him, but he can understand. He knows the look on the other boy's face well. It's one he used to wear himself. That look of uncertainty, eyes pleading for what happened to just have been some kind of mistake. That everything is all right. It leads him to place a hand on dual-colored hair before giving the locks a small ruffle. There's stuff that needs to be discussed first, but nothing bad. He waits for the nod of understanding before moving over to the brunette still asleep. Leaning down to gently wake Uraraka, he's surprised to see Katsuki beside him with a hand reaching out to grasp his own. Turning his attention to the explosive blonde, Aizawa notes how he has his gaze directed at anything other than him, and a faint blush staining his cheeks. Shaking his head, he stands up and watches as the blonde wakes his classmate. Katsuki can't bear to see the look on his teacher's face or the look on any of his classmates' faces for that matter, so instead of leaning forward and carefully running his hands through Uraraka's hair like he wants to, he pokes her cheek. He does keep his touch gentle enough that he won't accidentally hurt her, but it's still firm enough that it should do the trick to wake her. Hey pink cheeks. Wake up. Bakugo. Uraraka sits up and rubs her eyes tiredly, settling a confused gaze upon the explosive boy that he can't help but find endearing. Before that look shifts to something horrified, one of her hands gripping his wrist with a strength belied by her appearance. Deku, is he? There's a stinging in his "it's he" as he hears the grief in the girl's tone, and he can't stop himself from looking away from her, and instead to his teacher. Uraraka barely manages to breathe as Bakugo turns away from her, so there is no way that she would be able to stop the tears starting to gather in her eyes as she turns her head to meet the gaze of her homeroom teacher. Mr. Aizawa, please? A sob escapes her before she can bring her hands up to cover her mouth. She doesn't even know what she's asking for, all she knows is this hurts and she just wants it to go away. Seeing his student so distressed has Aizawa leaning forward again, a hand reaching out to gently rub her back. Breathe kiddo. I need to talk to you in your class, so I need you to be calm. Plus, there is someone who wants to talk to you all. Taking a deep breath, Uraraka gives the man a nod as she wipes her eyes. She can do this. She'll just have to be the best hero she can be. Not just for herself, but for Deku too. Aizawa rises to his full height once Uraraka calms down and looks over the rest of his students with an unreadable expression. Now that you all are awake and somewhat calm, gather up as close as you can. Detective Tsukachi should be here soon to go over some things with all of you. Until then, here's what you need to know. There is a case going on regarding Midoriya. It is highly classified. We are allowing you all in on it. However, it is completely voluntary, so anyone who does not wish to participate needs to go with Fatgum. He waits to see if any of his students leave at that and is only slightly surprised when instead he sees all of these heroes in training looking at him with the most determined looks on their faces that he's ever seen. Alright then. As I said, this is all highly classified. Anything you hear or see from here on out cannot be spoken about with anyone that is not in this room except for a few certain people who will be named later on. If you are unable to agree to that, leave now. Aizawa waits again and is relieved to see that none of his students chose to leave at that. Because if they had, he would have to be talking to them later about confidential hero work, and if they could not follow through with that, then maybe they should reconsider becoming heroes. Taking a glance at his class as they all squish as close together on the sofas in the common room, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone to call Hizashi. It's not ideal to use for this, but it will have to work. They can just pass the device around. Midnight, realizing what her friend is doing, has pity on the man and quickly steals Aizawa's phone. She's careful to keep the camera positioned on the class as she syncs his phone up to the TV. Offering the phone back to Aizawa once she's done, she can't help but give the man an exasperated look as he declines the device. So instead, she sets it up on a shelf where, after checking the TV, she sees she has the entire class in the image. The device is situated just in time too, as the call is answered showing Hizashi first, and then the camera moves, and Izuku is on the TV. Izuku. Midobro. DKU. Nerd. Midoriya. The shouts are a bit overwhelming and Izuku finds himself grateful that his classmates are finding out this way, to begin with, because he's not sure how he would handle them all yelling like that in person. Even just video calling like this and seeing everyone's reactions is enough to have him crying. He had never thought that his current classmates and friends actually cared about him. No one had done so before, but it's undeniable proof that for the first time he has actual friends, and people he can count on, and he's honestly just so grateful. Hi guys. Dude, you're alright? Why, you are okay, right? Kaminari looks up at the crying greenette on the screen as he nervously tugs at his fingers. Izuku gives the electric user a bright smile as he nods. Yeah, I'm alright. I had a lot going on which Mr. Aizawa will tell you about, but I'm in good hands, and I realize that I have a great support system, so thanks, everyone. Ida pushes his glasses further up his nose before doing his signature arm chop. Of course, Midoriya. He holds his hand out as if to shake the other boy's hand before remembering that they are on a video chat and instead spreads his arms wide with a determined look. Remember, if it ever gets to be too much and you need to talk, just say something. We're your friends. Kirishima activates his quirk as he jumps up to stand beside Ida. Hell yeah, we are. Tears start to stream down Izuku's face even more now, as he sees his class standing up one by one to join Ida and Kirishima. YUG guys. A wobbly smile appears amongst the tears, and he knows at the warm feeling in his iti that he made the correct choice. Their happiness is ruined just a few moments later as Aizawa approaches with Tsukachi beside him. Alright, Hellspawn. We have things to discuss. Izuku, Mike will talk later. He gives a nod to the boy and his husband who appears on screen at the mention of his alias. Hizashi gives the class a bright smile while shooting them some finger guns. Be good little listeners. He doesn't wait for a response before ending the call and turning to the greenette. You alright, kiddo? Izuku gives the man a nod before looking up to meet the blonde's eyes with tears streaming down his face. They care about me. Like truly care. Hizashi wastes no time whatsoever in wrapping Izuku up in his long arms and pulling him close. They do, we all do, Izuku. You are important to so many of us. He hugs the boy closer to him as Izuku breaks down into a sobbing mess. His heart is breaking for the kid who has gone so long believing otherwise. A lot has happened in the week since Detective Tsukachi came to talk to 1A as a class, where he explained to them how sensitive the information that they were going to be learning about was, making sure to stress the highly classified nature of what is most of the class's first classified mission PRD. It's led to many hushed whispers amongst small groups of students and secret conversations as groups held only in secure locations. Are we all here? Ida looks around at his classmates as they all get situated in the unused dorm room they have converted with the help of their teachers into a designated safe zone. Siro looks up from where he's using one of Momo's creations, a bug-sweeping device, and takes stock of his classmates before giving a nod of approval. Looks like it, and we're all clear. Momo takes that as her cue to open up the file she had been entrusted with. To recap, everyone knows how Izuku got to this point, Yes? Not turning her attention away from the girl who had spoken, Uraraka barely manages to keep the anger she's feeling out of her voice. Bakugo. Bakugo growls as he slams his hands down on his desk. For once not using his quirk as he gets riled up. Fight me, pink cheeks. Turning narrowed ochre-colored eyes to the resident explosion user, Uraraka doesn't bother keeping her tone pleasant. Anytime, any place. Would you two stop flirting? Jairu gives an exhausted sigh as she watches her classmates, a hand absent-mindedly playing with one of her jacks. Ida pushes his glasses further up his nose. I must agree, we have other things to attend to. Standing up, Mina uses her energy to draw the attention to herself as she pumps up a fist determinedly. Yeah, like All Might. Huh? Me with Kirby over there? Bakugo looks at the purple-haired girl with a mix of shock and a dash of fear. Yeah, Bakubro. We've all known since the sports festival. It's not like it's a secret. Kaminari grins. Eyes widening in horror at the turn of events, Ida chops his arm robotically as he looks over at the pinkette. No, not like All Might. Ashido, stop making things worse. Dujul. Kami grins as he leans back. We all want the same thing. None of us want something like this to happen to Mito again. Ida gives the blonde an unimpressed look before clearing his throat. Well then, let's get this meeting underway. That way, when Midoriya returns, we are able to help him the best way possible. For Izuku, it's been different. He hasn't gotten to talk to his classmates since that video call, but that's honestly okay. Things have been happening so fast that he really hadn't had time to speak with them even if he could. In the week since the call, Izuku has been up and active doing physical therapy, which was needed due to having been in bed long enough that his muscle mass had started to deteriorate. The good news, though, is that Dr. Arion is sure that he'll be able to build his muscles back up in no time, as long as he maintains a proper diet and paces himself going forward. It's all right to pace yourself. Your body has been through a lot for a long time. Taking things a bit at a time is natural and healthy, which was a relief not only to him but his new family. None of them wanted him to continue to stay in the hospital longer than necessary. With that news delivered, Izuku was left to think about what he wanted going forward. The initial plans of changing his identity didn't feel right anymore. He believes it has to do with the state his classmates were left in after the fiasco that resulted from Netsu moving things along too fast. It's with them in mind that he comes to the decision that he just wants to be himself. He doesn't want to hurt his friends any more than necessary, even if he isn't fond of his resemblance to the woman who abandoned him. Maybe some of my classmates would be willing to help me decide on a new look when I return. Ready to go, kiddo? Izuku snaps out of his thoughts and turns his attention to the man speaking, green eyes meeting chartreuse for a moment before Izuku nods as the man's words finally register. Yeah, and thanks. Hizashi gives a big grin even as he has to telegraph his movements before looping an arm over the greenette's shoulders. No thanks needed, listener. We are happy to do this. Shoyuta, Hitoshi, Eri, and I, we all love you. If anyone should be thanking someone, we should be thanking you for allowing us the chance to show you how special and loved you already are. So thank you, Izuku. Ducking his head in embarrassment, Izuku gives one last look at his hospital room as he tries to keep the tears at bay. Still not used to having people actually wanting him, Hizashi waits patiently, giving his kid all the time he needs to be ready. He's not in a rush, having taken time off from all of his jobs, to make sure that his kiddo was able to settle in comfortably and at his own pace. Hey! Izuku trails off as he looks nervously at his English teacher-turned-parent. What is it, kiddo? Hizashi looks down at Izuku in a mix of worry and curiosity. His mind tells him that the kiddo changed his mind and doesn't want to go with them, and he can feel his heart starting to crack even though the words haven't been spoken. Izuku scuffs his shoe nervously while looking up at the blonde. What am I supposed to call you guys? Your names, or do you want something else? The question causes Hizashi to blue screen for a moment as he was expecting the worst. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Hizashi moves so he's closer to the teen's height. Izuku, we want you to call us whatever you are more comfortable with. If you want to call us Aizawa and Yamada, that's fine. If you want to call us Shoyuta and Hizashi, that's alright too. If you decided you wanted to call us a shortened version of our names, we'd also be fine with that. It's not what we want, kiddo, it's what you are comfortable with. Izuku stares at the blonde unblinking for a moment as he chews on his lip before making a decision. So if I decided to call you Papa, it'd be alright? The question makes a strangled noise escape Hisashi. It's clear that he's trying his best not to activate his quirk in his excitement, even as he leans forward and wraps Izuku in his arms, placing a tender embrace on the teen's forehead. I'd be delighted for you to call me Papa. Izuku can't stop the genuine bright smile from spreading across his face as he hugs the taller man in return. Papa, can we go now? Of course, kiddo. Let's go home. Hisashi doesn't let go of Izuku after the question with that name. Instead, he just lifts his kid into his arms and carries him through the hospital, thankful that he already took the time to complete the discharge papers. Shaking his head, Izuku tries not to look at anyone as they make their way quickly through the hospital, thanks to his papa's long legs. Being carried was not the outcome he was expecting. Therefore, he wasn't prepared for it. Which is probably why when he catches his doctor's eye, he quickly turns away to hide his face in the soft LTHR of Hisashi's jacket. Aizawa sits back in his chair at this stupid meeting. It's not actually stupid, of course. It's a meeting for the rest of the first-year staff to know what's happening with 1A and Izuku, whom he would much prefer to be with currently than sitting here. However, he refuses to sit idly by as his mentor puts plans into action yet again. That way, he doesn't have to worry about the outcome traumatizing the rest of his kids. Nedzu stops speaking as he turns his attention to the door, which opens on its own accord. A moment later, an ectoplasm clone walks in. Someone is trying to access the school grounds. The comment has everyone out of their seats, the laid-back but attentive atmosphere quickly shifting to that of one prepared for battle. No one is willing to risk their students' safety after everything that has happened this year. Well then, shall we go see who's attempting to breach U.A's barrier? Nedza looks around at his employees and nods as he sees the appropriate response, each one willing to protect the students entrusted to their safety. He walks over to Aizawa and gives just a moment of a debate before shedding some of his rough exterior for the briefest moments. May I? Aizawa looks at his boss with an uncertain gaze. He's not forgiven the Chimera by any means for what he pulled just a week ago. Still, the fact that his mentor is trying has him lifting the creature into his arms, allowing him to move about to get situated as he prefers. Once Nedzu is settled, the staff makes a swift exit as they head to the main entrance. Arriving barely a few minutes later, none of the staff are expecting what they see. But it's enough that Aizawa reaches a hand into his pocket and presses speed dial. Suddenly thankful that his husband is loud enough that he keeps his call volume on the lowest setting. Because there, at the gates of Yude, is none other than Inko Midoriya trying her hardest to get into the gates. Open these demon gates. I know you killed my Izuku,